let's just do it. Let's settle in and let's read chapter 100. I can't believe we're on 100 already. Oh my lord. A heart pierced by 100 swords. A wrath ghost takes form. Well done. First of all, the good morning, or rather good time zone, and warm greetings too wherever you are in the world. This is Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, and welcome to my read-along and analysis of Arc 4 of Heaven Official's Blessing. The great dividing pages are upon us, and I'm pretty sure it will be where we're spending the rest of this book and probably a good chunk of the next one. And I've heard that I will have a very pleasant time, which I am sure is true. I am preparing my heart, just in case, by celebrating the fact that Xie Lian is real, y'all. It's official. We are officially together now for like the last 30-something minutes. Maybe I'm not very generous with the timing here. Maybe an hour. Maybe they've been together for an hour. But you know, forgive me. We're pretty distracted. We have a case of white no-face intrusion upon this relationship. I do not approve. Yeah, I made a joke in the previous video that I was kind of envisioning the scene in the cave when they're finally talking afterwards as them being, you know, maze, sitting together, being really awkward, but, you know, sweethearts finally. And the super talented Yuko, who, by the way, is also the source of a lot of the Tomodachi Xie Lian content that I go through on the daily, made it into art, and they put the sweethearts for 10 minutes up in the corner. So I really wanted that on my board, and here we are. This is our current counter. Yeah, book 6 has been off to a tremendous start, but you know, the rest of it, I think I'll learn things. I get the impression that I will have some answers. Probably not to all things, but to many things. And MXDX has already kind of been reminding us that we have things we should be curious about. She did this with the last flashback as well, where she kind of started planting these things in our heads in Arc 1. And then immediately once Arc 2 starts, we start getting answers to some of these questions. Or we get to see the scenes that are kind of hinted at or described. In fact, I made a whole list, and let's look at it. Let's get it out of the way so that I can get back to gushing about my ship finally being canon. I mean, it was always going to be. This is a Don Mage series after all, but I am so happy that we got there. I'm so happy about the way we got there, and I have so many things to say about this. So I guess that's the first content warning for this pre-discussion. I fucking love Xie Lian. You're gonna hear me say that a lot. There is a lot of other stuff to be excited about in TGCF, but at the moment, my head is just so full of Xie Lian, and I am so sorry, but I beg no forgiveness. This is who I am now. I love them so much, and I am so happy for them, and I can't believe that we are going into Arc 4 after all of that. So let's have a look at my list of the top 5 things Puffin wants to see in Arc 4, if my eyes are indeed unblurred enough for me to see these things. I'm working on the title. And the first thing on my list is Ruoye's origin story, along with the fate of Xie Lian's parents. Yeah, oof, we're already starting off this pre-discussion with a pretty dark topic. Content warning for this one. You guys, if you've been following along, you already know what I think might have happened to Xie Lian's parents, and as of quite recently, I am turning more and more away from they got strung up by an angry mob, and more towards I think they might have offed themselves. And here is the thing. Ruoye has been described by other characters mostly as a sort of demonic cloth. Like, there's a lot of demonic energy in this little piece of beautiful silk bandage. A lot of love, but also a lot of evil. And I have seen enough of historical Asian dramas to know that this is the kind of thing you get out when you have to either stage a suicide or someone is about to end their own life. So to take it down and be a bit more serious here, Ruoye is described as being so full of evil, but is so affectionate towards Xie Lian. And my current theory is therefore that I wonder if Ruoye has something to do with Xie Lian's mother's own death. In fact, I think that Ruoye's origin is in her taking her own life using a silk cloth like this. And somehow this becomes Ruoye. And of course, this might not be what happens, but I do think that we will get to see what Ruoye came from, because Ruoye was not in Xie Lian's possession before his first banishment, and it makes sense that it would appear in this time period of his life. Like, we're made to be curious about where Ruoye came from, and I think we might be nearing the actual reveal of it. I'll be quite disappointed if we just never learn, actually. So that was number 5. Number 4. What was Fengxin and Muqing arguing about before the avalanche? And why did Huachang stop and react the way he did? In fact, this is something that bothered him enough for him to bring it up later, after he had them beaten up a little bit. So this one is a bit like, should it even be on this list? Does it actually have anything to do with the past? And granted, we don't know that, but judging from the conversation Fu Yao and Nonfang were having just before that happened, like, we had Fu Yao defending himself, being like, I didn't kill that little bastard, and I'm looking for them too. Like, they're talking about Toto and Jianlan, right? And most of Fengxin and Muqing's grievances, the reasons why they are so at each other's throats, most of that is always like about the past. Their grievances are from the past. And therefore, I think it's very likely that what they were talking about is something that happened in the past. And we might get to see it happen. We might get to see it happen in this flashback, actually. And I'm quite excited about that, because the thing is, that means Muqing might be more involved in this arc than I thought he would be. Also supported by number 3. Number 3 on my list, what was, as coined by Fengxin, Muqing's shitty stunt from back then? We know that Muqing left Xie Lian's side first. Eventually, Fengxin also leaves, but when Xie Lian talks about this era of his life, he mentions his relationship with Fengxin and how they were living hand to mouth, trying to get by, pawning off their belongings, and so on. But the mention of this thing, this shitty stunt, and then this thing that Huachang overheard that might also be about the past. I am getting more and more, I don't know, excited is probably not the right word to use, but anticipating that Muqing might actually also show up. Because as far as we know, like, Muqing goes off and he's trying to ascend himself and eventually does succeed. But we also know that he came back to Xianle because he was there when the fetus spirit was attempted murdered and created, right? So he was around. Perhaps after he ascended, he did come back and have a look, and then something happens, and this is this shitty stunt that Fengxin is mentioning. In fact, maybe 3 and 4 are the same things. 3 and 4 could be about the same thing, actually. Which would be very funny once we get to it. But there's a possibility of that. And I guess you could argue that this shitty stunt could be one of the things Muqing did previously. But I can't really think of any of those things. Because the thing about kicking Honghonger out of the army doesn't pop up until later, and Fengxin didn't even know about that before then. It seems, anyway. And the fact that it was mentioned just before we're going into Arc 4 makes me think that it's a new shitty thing. It's a new shitty thing. And after having read 5 volumes of TGCF, one thing I know is that if there's a shitty thing happening somewhere in the Xianle Trio, I'm gonna have a blast. I'm gonna learn so much, and I really, really enjoy their character interactions so much, as evidenced by all the other rants I've had about the Xianle Trio, honestly. So I am hoping and expecting really to be more wowed by just the perspectives that are about to be unfolded before me. So that was number 3, 4 on the list, maybe 3 and 4. The second thing that I think we will encounter in Arc 4 is, how did Huachang die? You know what, I'll just cry now and get it over with. I don't want to know. Don't tell me. He is so happy now. I don't want to know about his suffering. Don't let me suffer his suffering. He's living his best life, please. His best undead life. Because he died first. Fuck. Yeah, like previously I have thought about Huachang dying. And my favorite theory, I say, hurting myself, is him dying alone, anonymously, on like a battlefield or something, in, you know, trying to uphold Xie Lian's justice. But because that sort of tragedy, the loneliness of it, it's just Huachang. It's just how his whole character has been written, and I think it would be so fitting. In fact, I'm leaning a bit towards, I don't really want to know how he dies. I don't want the details, because I think it hits much harder if we just kind of allude to it. But we'll see what MXDX ends up doing. I think I'm open for most things. I don't know if I'll enjoy it. I might cry about it. But so far, she's done really well at kind of presenting Huachang, and I'm gonna come back to that in a little bit. But on this note, I also have reason to believe that we might see more of Honghonger because of one of the statues in the Cave of 10,000 Gods. This one statue is described as wearing rags. When did Xie Lian wear rags? Because as a crown prince, we know that he didn't. We haven't seen any instance where he did. However, I imagine that he might have following his first banishment at some point. So I wonder if Honghonger will get to actually see Xie Lian as a banished god. And this corresponds with the fact that Xie Lian is lamenting, or, you know, actually happy about the fact that Huachang hasn't seen him at his lowest, but I think that he might have. He might have seen more than Xie Lian thinks he has. And I'm just saying, there's this hint now that he certainly has seen him in rags, so I'm waiting for that to happen. And as for the top of my list of things that I think we're gonna see in Arc 4, what led up to Xie Lian's second ascension that makes him regret it so much? What made him ascend as the god of misfortune, or as said in the English dub, the god of plague? And is this connected with the human face disease apparently appearing in a boy from Yong'an? Because here's the thing, guys. When we meet Bai Wuxiang in these caves, he implies that there's a reason that Hongjing would let him devour his spiritual body, and that Xie Lian should know what that reason is. Bai Wuxiang also implies that he will help Xie Lian regain his memories, and then slaps this mask on his face. And in Arc 2, Bai Wuxiang tells Xie Lian how to inflict human face disease. And I don't want to think the thoughts, but my thoughts are that Xie Lian somehow is involved in that. He knows that there was about to be human face disease in Young. Like he seemed surprised when he found Hongjing. But at the same time, the new evidence kind of supports the fact that, well, maybe there was an attempt to inflict human face disease in Yong'an. And Hongjing's existence means that maybe he partially succeeded. And by he, I mean maybe even Xie Lian. Maybe Xie Lian was a part of that. Which is why he regrets his second ascension so much. Like, we know that we're gonna see more by Wuxiang, and I wonder if there's gonna be like a point here where Xie Lian is very close to utilizing the information that he has. For whatever reason, because he's in distress, or because he, like, that's how low he feels like he's gone. And that makes perfect sense why he wouldn't want Huachang to have seen him like that. Why he doesn't want anyone to have seen him like that. Like, he has this inner wish, this sort of desire to have been seen and loved for despite everything that he has done. But he can't tell anyone about this because he thinks that he is unforgivable. He is unlovable after all of this. And I wonder how ready he is to tell Huachang, if he's ever going to, if he has intended to. He has a lot of things that he wants to tell Huachang. He tells him as much before he jumps into the maw of the volcano with him. After this is done, there's so much I want to tell you. But is he talking about his time before his second ascension? Is that something he wants to eventually share with Huachang? And you know, with everything that happened with Huachang, maybe that is something he would want to share. Like, thinking about it, maybe he feels like if he can offer up that sort of information to Huachang and Huachang will still be accepting of him, then maybe that can convince Huachang to also tell Xie Lian about what he fears is his weakest moments and his darkest desires. We're getting back to that in a little bit. But my point is, was Xie Lian, I mean, Xie Lian ascended again. He ascended for the second time. But could he have potentially fostered enough resentment to have potentially become a calamity? As in, a ghost, if he had died, could he have become a ghost that could have gone to Mount Tonglu and become a calamity, is what I'm saying. And is this by Wuxiang showing up here again and talking the way he does? Is this by Wuxiang trying to finish the job, so to speak? And are we going the calamity Xie Lian route? Is that what we're trying to do here? I hope not. I'm gonna be honest, I hope not. Because one, ouch, that would hurt me, and that would hurt Huachang, who has literally spent 800 years trying to make sure that Xie Lian is found and kept safe. And I feel like Xie Lian dying at this point, after all of this, would feel like such a failure on that end. But I still guess it's possible, even if that is what we're doing. But number two, is it really a third way, a third path, if Bai Wuxiang was the one presenting it to Xie Lian and Xie Lian wasn't the one who came up with it? Like, it is a bit of a like you lose situation, you lose to win, which is very Xie Lian, looking back at the Yong'an arc again. But again, don't let this bitch put the words in your mouth, Xie Lian. I think there's a possibility here. Work with me. Like, we're supposed to have this feeling of oncoming doom, but still this slight bit of hope, the thought that, oh, somehow Xie Lian will get around this, and it will feel like it was earned. Like, maybe a memory or something in the past that we're about to explore will help him kind of trigger like an idea, or even motivate him so that he will eventually be able to break out and jump into Huachang's arms. Like, please. Huachang is out there with all this happening, and he must be so fucking tense. Oh my god. He's literally just gained Xie Lian and then lost him right into Bai Wuxiang's grasp. He must be feeling fucking horrible about all this. At least they're together now. Fun fact, I had teary eyes all through the whole confession scene, but I actually cried more while editing it. It was a lot. Oh, how is this ship so good? How is this ship so good? How will I ever find a ship that makes me feel like this again? Don't worry, I probably will. There's been historical precedence for that. But as of right now, I'm just, my whole heart is for Xie Lian. Oh my lord. I love them so much. And what a setup for a confession scene. Like, I've never, it's so good, it's so good. Honestly, it's so well done. The whole emotional roller coaster that happens the moment we're inside that mountain, the moment we're inside that cave, that, oh my god, is he acting weird? What is this? Surely not. Like, we get what we realize, you know, later on, or even in the very beginning, depending on how on board you were with this whole thing, that this is, you know, a very nervous Huachang. This is Huachang so out of hip step, and things are not going the way he's planning. And to force that even further, we have Fengxian and Muqing, who were the perfect side characters for this whole setup because of their history with Xie Lian, because of their history with Huachang, and because they are therefore able to piece things together, even while Xie Lian is deciding not to see them, you know, before they shove the murals and the statues in his face. And it is this history, both with Huachang as, you know, a calamity who's been on their asses for forever, and realizing that they've met him before in Xianle. Like, all of this history informs their perspective on the situation. I want to talk a little bit more about that and how this Xianle past reveal is really well placed, and how Huachang gets to punch Muqing about it. But the one thing he doesn't refute of all the accusations thrown at him is disgusting. Huachang is made to feel disgusted about his own desires and feelings. This is something we get both from Muqing and Fengxian throwing this at him, but also from the way he presents himself in the murals. And while homophobia is not explicitly a part of this chapter or scene, the parallels that have been pointed out to me are so prominent it hurts. And because of that, I can definitely see a lot of readers sympathizing with Huachang's position. And you know, this is not how Huachang intended things to go. He did not intend for them to have to go into this cave at all. And now that they're there, he definitely didn't intend for Xie Lian to find Fengxian and Muqing and for them to reveal all of this. In a way, like I kind of discussed last time, he was terribly outed. This is a huge intrusion on his privacy. And in that sense, isn't it ironic that Huachang and Muqing both have this history of trying to help out, trying to do the right thing, and then ending up in hot water over it? Muqing with the fetus spirit, and now Huachang with trying to save Fengxian and Muqing from the avalanche that they caused. And despite all of this, Xie Lian still wants to talk to him. He insists on making something very important clear to the both of them in just the best fucking way possible. Because at this point, like, again, I've talked this point to death. Because at this point, Huachang is not refuting that. He feels disgusting. He feels like what he's done makes him unlovable. He feels that Xie Lian must have seen all of this and will surely reject him. His one reason for existing. And like, you know, the fact that they're even walking together after the reveal of the skins and whatever must feel like a small mercy, but he is so aware of the fact that this has happened and just preparing himself to hear that rejection. And then he doesn't. And then he accepts him anyway, and it's so nice. And it's just too bad that the big bad Bai Wuxiang is sneaking around in the caves around them. It's so annoying that this happened in the middle of like a really tense other sort of situation, but you know, the plot's gonna move on. We have things to do, I guess. And again, I do love that not only is Xie Lian very accepting of Huachang's art project, the Cave of Eternal Fate, dedicated to one man only, though he hasn't seen everything. Like, we can guess that the statues that he hasn't seen and the ones that Huachang doesn't want him to see and the murals he doesn't want him to see are the more ones. Yeah, those ones. And considering again how this was such a huge intrusion into Huachang's territory, the fact that Xie Lian respects that and doesn't go across that line it's another really wonderful thing, I think. But another thing. In this cave, we get the echoes of Huachang's first time in Mount Tonglu. This the book describes as what must have been a period of extreme suffering. And so we have to ask, why make this cave of 10,000 gods? Why did Huachang do that? I feel like there's a few answers to this that are all kind of partially right. The first one being that he's a ghost who is kept in this world because of his obsession. That is one thing that we just do not deny here. That we cannot deny. His feelings for Xie Lian, his devotion, but also, you know, it's not a pure one feeling. All of Huachang and all of what he wants has to do with Xie Lian. And that is what's keeping him in this world. Call it love, call it devotion, call it obsession. It's not a pure one feeling. It's like, feelings don't actually work that way. There are seldomly just one thing appearing at one time. But the point is that his feelings keep him tethered to the world and allows him to stay here and grow stronger, and he succeeds in that. So the creation of these statues might have been a way of just expressing all those feelings, and also a way to gain comfort in this time of, you know, extreme suffering. I've seen so much fan art of just Huachang curled up to or just holding one of the stone statues. And I can definitely see that happening throughout his period in Mount Tonglu. And you know, throughout these 800 years, we know that Mount Tonglu has opened regularly. And I have this question, does Huachang have access to Mount Tonglu and the Cave of 10,000 Gods outside of Mount Tonglu opening? Or is this a thing where he can actually only go there whenever Mount Tonglu opens? Like every 100 years or so. But that's just a side thing. The second reason why Huachang might have made this could be that he wanted to create a place of worship for Xie Lian, who is, you know, out in the world by himself at this point, probably suffering, as far as Huachang knows, in a world where everyone he knows hates him or abandoned him, as far as Huachang knows. So this could have been the more practical reason, making a cave of 10,000 gods, something that Xie Lian had these caves before. His parents made those caves, the text tells us about that. So Huachang might have been aware of that, and creating this cave of worship could therefore contribute to Xie Lian not disappearing, not fading away. And who knows, maybe it actually did help with that. Maybe this place, through Huachang's devotion, might have helped with that. And lastly, the third reason why Huachang might have made this could be to remember. See, Ghost Honghonger could not have known how long he would be in here for. But years do dull memories. Even for someone who has been watching Xie Lian so obsessively. And Honghonger's last promise to Xie Lian that we know of was, I will never forget you. And so perhaps in that desperation, desperate to live up to that promise, he starts carving these statues, he starts sculpting these statues, aiming to recreate Xie Lian's image perfectly so that he can never forget his face. And I like that a lot. I like just thinking that Huachang's artistic ability stems from his desire to be able to recreate Xie Lian, to make sure that he cannot fade from this world. There's something just really keen about that feeling of that sort of desperation and that sort of devotion. His Highness the Crown Prince really was his first and only Blorbo. In truth, I think it was a combination of all three of these things, and the conclusion is that this cave is a cave of worship, but also a cave that shows, I don't really want to say Huachang's weaknesses, but the truth of him. This is Huachang's truth laid bare. And he was not ready to show that just yet. But still, everything that Xie Lian has seen, he has accepted. And he wants to know more. He doesn't want to do that before Huachang is ready, but he wants to know more. And I think that is so... that is so good! I am drying my tears. It's too early to cry today, we have a lot of stuff to get through. Okay, lastly, as I promised, I wanted to talk a little bit more about how I enjoyed the fight between Huachang, Fengxin, and Muqing. Short summary is, I really fucking love how petty they were. And also I enjoyed them figuring out their connections. Because again, as I mentioned, Huachang has been around. He has been very threatening towards Fengxian and Muqing from the very start. And because they don't know about why, that must have been so fucking scary. This Ghost King, who is really fucking powerful, kills 33 of your colleagues and is constantly after the two of them. Yeah, they have every right to be, you know, mistrusting and scared of him. And then he shows up on Xie Lian's arm and is like, still pretty hostile towards them. They are rightfully afraid, and then the connection between them, realizing that he is that child, makes him still terrifying, but perhaps also more knowable. And then it's just so amusing to me how Huazhang's motivations around them almost comes across as childish, you know, when he beats Muqing, wins the fight, and says, turns out I'm the one who's more talented with the saber after all. Like what? Like, why would he say that? Except for underlining the fact that Xie Lian praised us both for this. But turns out I was the one deserving of that praise, you little piece of trash. Like, tell me that's not what he said. Tell me that is not what he was trying to convey. And you know, of course, Muqing throws back as good as he gets. But I think that's what makes them so interesting to me. Because here's the thing, I think that Huazhang, Muqing, and Fengxian all have a flaw, so to speak, which is that the past means so much to them that they are unable to move on from it. They cannot let go because they define themselves so much by their past. In Huazhang's case, you know, he spent these last 800 years improving himself, yes, becoming a strong ghost king who can do what he needs to do for Xie Lian if he finds him again. When he finds him again. He finds him again. But throughout all of this, his heart is in the past, the only place where he can find Xie Lian. And then when he meets him again, it is through meeting Xie Lian that he is able to bring all of that to the present, to develop his relationship with Xie Lian in the present. But parts of him is still stuck in that past. And I hope with the revelations of it, with the past being revealed, we are able to move forward together and properly. Like, we're not there yet, guys. There's still more development to be done in Hualien. But this is something we can do now after we've confessed our feelings to each other. But similarly, Fengxian and Muqing both, they've spent 800 years becoming these really famous martial gods who are really big names in their own rights, right? But the moment Xie Lian ascends again, they are literally rushing to his side to assist him. It's like the moment he appears, they just fall back into their roles. When they are going to leave the caves, there's this explanation of how Muqing was usually the one who went to leave reports, while Fengxian was the one who stayed behind. This is exactly the same thing that happens with Fu Yao and Nanfang in the Ghost Groom arc way back when. Nanfang stays with Xie Lian and Fu Yao goes to report. AKA, they are slipping back into those positions, like they've not been able to move on from that. And you know, they're quarreling. Everything they've been doing like together over these 800 years is because of whatever grievances they have in the past, whatever grievances they have in the present, and like the picking they're doing at each other, it all originates in the Xianle past. And Xie Lian too has a past that needs confronting and examining and working through, mainly because the past is running right at him, wearing a smiling, crying mask. Oof. But he has spent these last 800 years doing so many things, actually trying different things and trying to become someone he's more comfortable with. And I have a little bit of an essay brewing in me over how Xie Lian, you know, he's moved on, but has he really? There are still some parts of him that he sees reflected in other characters, such as Huazhang, that he finds himself agreeing with, and also very attractive in Huazhang's case. But that he feels unable to be himself, maybe because of all of the regrets that he has. And that's what I'm kind of looking at now. I'm feeling like the regrets of his second ascension is what we're going to be exploring. And I feel like that's going to make me understand Xie Lian a lot better as a character as well. So yeah, Xie Lian also has a past that needs examining, but he's also key in helping all the others here, confronting their past. because a lot of their grievances, the things that are unresolved, are things that has to do with Xie Lian. And they need to get together so that these unspoken things can be said. So that the past can be the past and we can continue into the present. But in the meantime, we have more beef to rediscover in the Xianle Trio and, well, quartet at this point, and I'm excited to see it. I have an inkling that it's just gonna make me love them all even more. Like, this is definitely the heart of both my corkboard and of the story as a whole, and I can't wait to discover the last pieces that we're missing. And you know, my impressions might be wrong and things might change, and only Arc 4 can tell. I'm very, very ready, but hold on for just a moment, because we have a few things we need to mention. First one being, Hongjing is here with Feng Xin. So that is probably gonna appear later, after Arc 4. And I wonder if, like, one of my theories is that Hongjing is gonna have to be used to help us distinguish between Xie Lian and Bai Wuxiang. That could be something that happens, but it could also help us unmask Bai Wuxiang, depending on how this whole kiln thing goes. Another thing we have to mention is, what are the power levels between Huachang and Bai Wuxiang? Because we know from them running around the cave that Bai Wuxiang is faster than Huachang. This was the first time Huachang was unable to face an enemy and win in speed. So we can be pretty nervous about that part. At the same time, Huachang too was able to close the kiln when he entered it. That is what he did. He tells Xie Lian that is what he did. So maybe he's not too far away from Bai Wuxiang in power level, in a sense. And Bai Wuxiang seems to be convinced that Xie Lian too should be powerful enough to beat him without that being a trick. So what I'm seeing is that if we get like a combination of Huachang and Xie Lian to the point where they are just very in sync and going up against Bai Wuxiang, they might be able to get him together. So that's sort of my vague theory on what will eventually happen right now. I hope that Xie Lian is going to be able to find his own third path and break out of the kiln and then together reunite with Huachang. And then together descend on Bai Wuxiang, I guess. Depending on whether the Bai Wuxiang thing is gonna drag on for the rest of the book, like he's the big bad, or if there's gonna be like a subplot with Zhanwu. And you know, the heavens as a whole, like we have threads that still need collecting. Such as the whole thing with Manian Cheng, Bai Wuxiang, the Crown Prince, the Wu Yong, and you know, wondering again if Zhanwu is indeed involved in all of this, considering how he killed Bai Wuxiang. I'm just saying, I haven't forgotten you, Sky Daddy. Like, again, we need to remember that the reason why we're on this mission at all is because Zhanwu sent us. And it seems, by the way Bai Wuxiang is talking, that the only reason Bai Wuxiang is here at all is because of Xie Lian. I came because you came. Which begs the question, how could he know that Xie Lian was on his way here? Again, raising the possibility that Bai Wuxiang is somehow involved with Zhanwu. They could actually be playing on the same side in some matters. Though exactly what that is a little bit hard to say in this regard. Like, they're both obsessed with Xie Lian, to the point where I'm a bit... Like, there's the third theory, right? There's the third theory about Zhanwu's involvement in all of this, and I don't know if I like it at this point. But Zhanwu could also be Bai Wuxiang. Like I mentioned that before, that is the third theory about all of this. In which case, all the colluding between Zhanwu and Bai Wuxiang would make a lot of sense. Like, there's no colluding if you're colluding with yourself, you know? So yeah, that is an other option. I have not forgotten you, Sky Daddy. I am not forgetting you. And lastly, a little fun fact that we learned last time. All the butterflies that Huachang has have different jobs. George is a videographer, obviously. Also sentry, like he's out surveying, which is how we know that he found Xie Lian and totally made a video call to Huachang with that information. And some are in charge of other things. Again, just a fun fact that we learned, but I like these details because they're going to be very important when you're coming up with fanfiction ideas. And that concludes our pre-discussion for this time around, and if you are a part of my book club in my Discord server, you might already have heard me talk about some of these things. So here I am, I'm gonna try to sell you on the Discord server. I have a Discord server, in case you didn't know, I've been mentioning it every single video, which is free to join. Has a book club thread, which is connected to this channel, which is also where I spend a lot of time discussing TGCF with you guys. Way before I make these pre-discussions and way before I record any videos. It is also where I usually go to vent the moment I finish recording a video and finish reading a chapter. So if you want to be a part of these discussions, or indeed if you just want to lurk in that server and read what everyone is writing, including me and the people you might have met down in the comment field, you should hop on over and press the link down there. But that is not everything. The server also has specific spoiler channels. These are channels in which I do not venture. I'll pinky swear you on that. But where you can sit together with everyone else who are watching these videos and talk about the things that are happening, the things that you know that will happen that I just don't know about yet. And in general, just have a good time. I think that's what you're doing in there. Sometimes people send me screenshots from the spoiler channels and it looks like you're having a blast. One day. So if something is just bursting out of your chest, you really want to talk about something that is coming up, join my server and you can talk to everyone else who are following along with my read-along. And that is not all. Yes, there's more. I'm really trying to sell you on this server now. Another thing we do in the server is that we don't only talk about TGCF, we also talk about other danmei, other series, other shows, other books. And if you happen to have like a favorite book series that you can't find enough reaction channels for, hold your horses. Something we're doing in the server right now is that everyone who wants to can make their own little thread, and in that thread they can post their reactions to a book that they're reading, or maybe even a show they're watching. Not everyone wants to make, a whole YouTube channel with reaction stuff, but writing a few lines about what you think about someone's favorite book as you are reading it is always entertaining, and within the reach of what most people can do. So if you're looking for someone who is reading this at us for the first time, or exploring Urha for the first time, or QJJ, look, I'm learning all these short forms, I'm learning all the short forms. I think I'm getting really good at them. If you're looking for someone exploring your favorite danmei for the first time, there is a chance that someone is doing that right now in my server. And if you're interested in joining in on the fun, you should check out the link down in the description. And who knows, maybe you'll meet someone who is interested in the same book or the same show as you, and maybe you'll make your own thread exploring a new piece of work. Either way, you're all super welcome to join, the link is down in the description, and if you're interested in getting access to the back rooms of the server, aka the Temple of Corkboards, consider donating to me on Ko-fi, which is always completely optional, but very appreciated. And also, as a thank you, your name will be put up on the board. And this week I do have a couple of newcomers to the Temple of Corkboards. And first up, let us welcome Vanalu to the board. Thank you so much for your coffee. And our second newcomer this time around is Kimosawa, who was very generous with me, and is therefore receiving this little Temple Guardian as a prize. I have a couple of name tag upgrades as well. The first one is for Ali, who has been here for a while and is therefore receiving this flower. Thank you so much for your support, Ali. And I have an even bigger upgrade for the wonderful Dragon Love. Thank you so much for the constant support throughout these last months. And to properly thank you, you'll be receiving this upgraded Temple Guardian, which is a cat butt. It's really cute, trust me on this. And I have quite a few pins to hand out as well. The first ones being the heart pins. This one for Ninchen, thank you so much. Another one for Shori. And one last heart pin for Ioana. Thank you so much for your coffees. I have a cherry blossom today, this time for the wonderful Angel. Thank you so much for coming back to support me. And also this special fall theme pin, which is, fall is very Hualien to me. Fall is the Hualien month. And this leaf is going up on the board for Dark. Thank you so much for coming back to donate to me. And it's not fall yet, but I hope you're having a splendid summer. I also have a couple of animal companions to hand out, and the first one is from Maru. Maru, thank you so much for supporting me for all of these videos for so long. I'll be putting this companion up by your name tag. right over here. And the wonderfully generous Alta was also back a couple of times actually. So I got you both this squirrel as your new guardian of your name tag and the little heart pin over on this side. But there are some people who make sure that I need to keep getting new pins because I'm running out of special ones to give you. And this time I have this blue tulip, which is it's a new pin. I don't think I've handed any of these out just yet. But this one is going up on the board for Ouija. Thank you so much for your support. I am so glad that you're still enjoying these videos, leaving comments and just... yeah, I'm so happy to be a part of your lives. Thank you so much for your support. And here comes a butterfly warning. The butterfly pin that is going up today is for someone very special to me. It's for the wonderful Luan. Luan, thank you so much for everything you do for this channel. For being my moderator, for being my friend, for listening to me complain and rant, and for just being such a wonderful friend. This here is for you. Right up in this corner. Thank you so much, Luan, and I will see you soon. It got so cloudy outside and it got so dark in here all of a sudden. I realized I need to go turn up the lights and be right back. This is good, right? It's not too bright. Not too yellowy. Might be a bit too bright in the corner. If we move the board over on this side. All right. He is so beautiful, isn't he? I am so sad that that's not what we're going back to. If I remember correctly, like one of the last things that happens in Arc 2 is that Xie Lian jumps off the city wall in Xianle to pursue by Wuxiang, but finds that he cannot stick the landing and he breaks his leg. Then the last scene is of Xie Lian with Function and Cheng at Mount Taizang at the Palace of the Crown Prince as it burns. It's burning down and Hongjing is there trying to fight the people who are burning it down. And they're also, you know, I don't remember what they were doing, maybe they were stomping on it, but like he'd made like a drawing of the Crown Prince of Xianle and that was being, you know, stomped on, and Function picks it up and is like, oh, look at this wonderful drawing of the Crown Prince, you know, you still have followers, and he's trying to, like, make the situation more positive than it actually is. Cheng, I don't remember him saying much, I think he was pretty mute. But we have that moment of Xie Lian trying to kind of say to this child who is up there that it's okay. No one will remember me, just forget about me. Go do something else that is more worthwhile. And then this child screams that I will never forget you and runs away from there. And that is how Arc 2 ends in my memory. So where exactly are we picking up for Arc 4? Is this going to be before or after Xie Lian's parents passing away? That is where I'm right now. I'm like, are we going to learn about them posthumously, or are we going to actually get to see them again? Because if they are connected to the creation of Ruoye, as is my theory, that means that they should be alive right now, because it would be a bit weird and less impactful, I think, if we just pop into a world where Ruoye now exists, you know? So, we'll see. But that is my current thinking. Alright, one snack break later and here I am. Yeah, there's no delaying this any further, I think. Also, I just got a message in the book club chat that is like, well, basically I asked where would be a good place to stop reading after the session, and Luan just posted, so everyone place your bets. A, Puffin listens to us and stops after the given chapter. B, Puffin takes a stop at the side of the highway, as Xuen put it. Or C, Puffin comes back having finished the book. Thank you for all your confidence in me. The only answers to this question have been C so far. Guys, thank you so much for believing in me. My book club is so nice. Well, the only way to find out is to start reading, right? The only way we'll know whether I can stop or not is if I start reading. So, let's turn back the clock to where Xie Lian has been sweethearts for 0 minutes, because that is not on the menu. I'm feeling slightly apprehensive, slightly nervous. I don't really know what I'm throwing myself into. I just have the impression that this is the part of the book that most people are saying is the hardest to read, but also the one that they read through the fastest, as in, like, this is super exciting. I don't know. But even though I am a knowing in this moment, in another, I will know. See you on the other side, guys. We are reading Heaven Official's Blessing, Arc 4. White Clothed Calamity. That's the name of the arc. Holy fucking shit. Chapter 95. Penny for a Wandering Soul on Lantern Night. Xie Lian jolted awake in horror. Drenched in a cold sweat, he shot upright from where he'd been lying and buried his face in his hands. He'd been jolted awake by a terrible nightmare. In it, his father and mother had committed suicide by hanging themselves with a white silk band. He had stared at their bodies with neither joy nor grief. He'd had no tears left to cry. Instead, he woodenly prepared another white silk band for himself. Oh my god, is this a dream or did this actually happen? What is going on here? Already I'm like, oh my fucking god. Just as he stuck his head into the knot, he saw a white-clad man standing below him. The man was wearing a cry-smiling mask and was jeering at him. His heart jumped, the knot tightened, and crushing suffocation seized him. And then he woke up. It was already daylight outside the window, and a voice came from the other side. Your Highness, are you awake? Is this another dream, where he's dreaming of being in Xianle, and then what he's actually dreamed is something that actually came to pass, and he's about to wake up again? Like, this is so confusing already. I'm awake, Xie Lian answered offhandedly. He violently panted for breath for a long while before he realized that he wasn't sitting on a bed, but a straw mat. Although it was layered with plenty of straw and was unusually soft, it still wasn't quite comfortable for him. Yeah, this must be right after the banishment, and even now he wasn't used to such crude, simple bedding. The one who had called for him was Hongjing. He had gone out early in the morning and had just returned with food. And now he was outside urging Xie Lian to take his meal. Xie Lian acknowledged him and crawled out of bed. Okay, so immediately, post-banishment, Xie Lian is not used to this sort of discomfort. So that is the impression I'm currently getting. But that dream... Did it pass already, or is this foreshadowing? Let's keep reading. The sense of suffocation in his dream was too real, and Xie Lian's hand unconsciously went to his neck to touch it. He had only wanted to verify whether there really was a strangulation mark left there by a white silk noose, but unexpectedly he did feel something. Xie Lian was startled at first, and he pounced to grab a mirror that had been tossed nearby on the ground. When he looked at his reflection, he realized he had been touching the band of the black collar and circling his neck. He finally calmed himself and remembered everything. It was the cursed shackle. Xie Lian's fingers probed at it. There weren't many privileges afforded to those banished from the heavens, other than their now mortal forms aging slower than normal humans. Okay, this is good to know. So he has a privilege in that he is aging more slowly. And that happens to gods who are banished. They are aging more slowly. So that is a mechanic that we need to note down. However, Zhen Wu had shown mercy when he made Xie Lian's cursed shackle and had added some accommodating clauses. While the cursed shackle locked away Xie Lian's spiritual powers, it also sealed his age and his physical body. He could neither grow old nor die. Furthermore, Jianwu had told him this. Everything in your previous life shall be forgiven if you manage to ascend again, and this shackle will be removed. Okay. So immediately we do have like confirmation about some things that I feel like has been mentioned to me because I feel like I know this. So either it's been mentioned in the book or it has come up in either like the comment section or in the chat. But Xie Lian's cursed shackle is apparently special. This cursed shackle makes it so that he doesn't age and it seals his physical body. He could neither grow old nor die. So is this special then to Xie Lian? And what does that mean? What's the limits of cannot die? This is something we have been talking a little bit about a bit vaguely, and I wonder if there's going to be any more explicit explanations of this, or if this is more something that people mostly explore through talks, discussions, and fanfiction. But either way, we have a confirmation, and then furthermore, there is the motivation here. Jianwu has told him, everything in your previous life shall be forgiven if you manage to ascend again, and this shackle will be removed. We know Xie Lian ascended again, but he regrets that ascension. So even if this motivates him to try and ascend again, that might be... I mean, he ended up fighting with Jianwu, and Jianwu never removed that shackle. And removing the shackle wasn't even a conversation in the third ascension, so who knows what happened there. But we'll have to wait and see. This already has my mind churning. We're getting some confirmation and information already in just the first couple of pages, and also the foreshadowing, which is huge. Moving on. But being forced to wear it was a bone-deep humiliation. It was hardly different from a brand seared onto a criminal's face. Xie Lian grabbed a white silk band from nearby and moved to pull it over his head. Yet a moment he raised his hand, he recalled the terrifying feeling of slow strangulation from his dream. He hesitated. In the end, he still wrapped the white silk band thoroughly around his neck and the bottom half of his face before going out. Okay, both face and neck. So in the Donghua, we do see Xie Lian use that a lot more. Like, we do see the silk band around his neck a lot more frequently. Well, in the book, he is less bothered by it. Like, he still seems to keep it covered up, especially around mortals and such, but like, he easily removes it, like a couple of times. Like most recently in the shop where he's hiding from Heaven's Eye and his croonies, his little band of monks. But yeah, it is supposed to be like a sign of humiliation. We've kind of touched on this before. Fengxin and Cheng were already waiting for him outside. Fengxin had brought back steaming hot buns and Cheng was slowly munching on one. Fengxin passed two over to Xie Lian, but Xie Lian had lost his appetite when he saw how bland, dry, and crude they were. He shook his head, refusing them. Yeah, this is, Okay, first off, mooching is here, which is taking me a bit off guard because, I know he left quite early on, but he is still here. So he hasn't left just yet, which means that, oh, we might get like the reason why he left, and I wonder if that is connected to that stunt he pulled or something. Oh gosh. Yeah, well, mooching is here. Xianle Trio, they're all here. I don't even know if I should be happy about this revelation. Your Highness, you have to eat something in the mornings. We have to work, and it's not the kind that gets done sitting around, Fengxin said. Mooching didn't bother looking up. Yeah, you can turn it down, but there's nothing else to eat. You can pass out again if you want, but you'll still have to eat in the end. Fengxin glared at him. What's your tone? Xie Lian had only lived as an ascended being for a few years, but he'd forgotten what it was like to need to eat. A few days ago, he had nearly fainted and had only realized afterward that he hadn't eaten anything for several days. This was the incident Cheng was referring to. Xie Lian didn't want the two of them to start fighting so early in the morning, so he quickly changed the subject. Let's go. We don't even know if we'll find any work today. Not only had Xie Lian once been royalty, but he had also once possessed a celestial body that needed no sustenance. Naturally, he never needed to worry about working for a living, but now Although he was still a crown prince, the kingdom of Xianle was no more. Although he was still a god, he had long been banished. Since he was essentially no different from a mortal at present, he needed to take care of all the normal matters of living. The trade of a cultivator was usually ghost catching and performing religious services, but it wasn't as though there was a constant supply of nefarious creatures to be exorcised or rituals that needed to be performed every day. Most of the time, they needed to find other temporary work, such as helping transport goods here or performing manual labor there. But even these odd jobs weren't always easy to get. There were far too many displaced, impoverished civilians right now. People who wouldn't even ask for a wage when they saw there was work. They'd be willing to labor in exchange for a bun or half a bowl of rice. They'd swarm the open positions, and Xie Lian and his coterie, fucking French words, man. I feel like I've looked this one up before too. Coterie. And Xie Lian and his coterie couldn't possibly compete. Even if they managed to grab something after weighing the situation, Xie Lian might decide that someone else needed to work more. Sure enough, they wandered for half the day, and still they found nothing. Can't we find something more stable and respectable to do? Mooching grumbled. Rubbish. If something like that existed, we would have found it a long time ago, Fengxian said. You need to show your face at any respectable job, and who doesn't recognize his highness? How would any stable work remain that way if he was recognized? Cheng stopped talking, and Xie Lian wrapped the white bandages covering the lower half of his face tighter. Indeed, they would have to flee if anyone recognized who he was, or they'd risk being beaten and chased away. Even if they applied for work as armed escorts, what employer would be comfortable hiring someone with an unknown background who wouldn't show his face? They couldn't exactly take up work as hitmen either, so their choices were very limited. Okay, yeah. So they are still in the area of Old Xianle then. Like, the solution would be to move on to somewhere else. Why are we not doing that? Why are we hesitant to do that? Gods didn't need to worry about hunger, but mortals needed to eat. Xie Lian had never had to consider these matters when he was young, so this was the first time in decades that such a problem really seized him. Still, how could a god possibly understand the feelings of a starving devotee if they didn't know how it felt? How could they possibly empathize? At this point, he could only try to think of this experience as a form of training. A sudden cacophony of gongs and drums came from not far away, and a large crowd started to gather to see what was happening. The three followed along and went over to watch. A few clowns and martial artists were hollering with all their might. They were martial street buskers. If all else fails, why don't we go busk? Mooching tried suggesting. Not for the first time. Xie Lian was considering the same thing, but Fengxian spoke up before he could respond. Don't be silly, he said, as he watched the buskers perform. His Highness is high-born. How could he do something like that? Well, he was considering it. It's a good suggestion. Cheng rolled his eyes. We've already carried bricks, so how is busking any different? By carrying bricks, we feed ourselves using our own physical strength, Fengxian said. Busking is entertainment for the masses. We would be forced to act as fools purely for their amusement. Of course it's different. Well, this is a matter of pride. Pride that Cheng is willing to sacrifice for the chance of, eating. But Fengxian has never had to do that, it seems, and that is why he is kind of like in that the crown prince is high-born, we can't do this. So even here, at the lowest of it all, there's still the matter of pride that keeps putting them in disagreement. But I remember that busking was mentioned as something he and Fengxian did, as Xie Lian and Fengxian did. So they're eventually going to turn to that, right? One of the clowns who was hopping around tripped and fell. The crowd roared with laughter as he pulled himself up and bent at the waist to bow, then picked up some scattered coins the crowd tossed to the ground. A deep discomfort surfaced in Xie Lian's mind at the sight, and he shook his head forcefully. Striking out busking as a viable path of employment, well, we'll see about that. Fine, Cheng replied, squinting at the display. Then let's start pawning stuff. We've already pawned a lot of stuff, Hongjing said. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it until now. Anything that's left can't be pawned. At that instant, surprised shouts rippled across the crowd. Someone yelled, "The soldiers are here! The soldiers are here!" With that, the crowd broke up. Soon, a band of soldiers strutted down the street with an impressive air, holding weapons in their hands and sporting shiny new armor. They were interrogating anyone who appeared suspicious. Xie Lian and his coterie hid in the crowd and overheard the conversation of the people nearby. Who are they after? Don't worry, they're not here to arrest us. I heard they're trying to capture the Xianle royals who are still at large. Still at large. Okay. Apparently someone saw suspicious characters around here, so the city has been really strict with their searches lately. Really? My goodness, did they actually flee here? Xie Lian and his companions exchanged looks. Let's hurry back and check on things, Xie Lian whispered. The other two nodded. They silently left the crowd, splitting up. They only met up again after they'd walked a fair distance and confirmed they hadn't attracted any attention. And once reunited, they hurried away. They ran until they reached a small mountain forest out in the middle of nowhere. Xie Lian could see a thick column of smoke coming from within the trees, and terror struck him. Could the young An soldiers have already discovered this place and set fires to kill them off? They rushed until they found a run-down little cottage hidden in the trees, left behind by some unknown hunter. The thick smoke was coming from inside that cottage. Mother, Xie Lian blurted. What's going on? Are you there? A woman immediately emerged and greeted him happily. My son, you've come. It was the queen. And she's alive. Oh no. This is terrifying. She's here. She was dressed in simple clothes and had grown quite thin. She looked fairly different from the noble lady she'd once been. Seeing that his mother was fine and that her face was full of delight, Xie Lian relaxed. But he quickly asked, what's with the smoke? It's nothing, really. I just wanted to do a little cooking today, the queen replied, embarrassed. Oh, is this what I think it is? Xie Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We got a laugh or cry. We didn't get a single didn't know whether to laugh or cry in the arc 2. This is where the laugh or crying is starting. I can't believe it. Laugh or cry, Charlie. Let's go. Don't! What cooking? Just eat the food Function and Mooching bring you every day. The smoke is too conspicuous. Where there's smoke, there's people. You'll attract the young and soldiers. We bumped into them in the city earlier. The city is tightening its security, so we'll need to move again. Function and Mooching entered the cottage to extinguish the source of the smoke. The queen didn't dare to be negligent either, so she went to the back room of the cottage to talk to the king. Okay, so we have Xie Lian's mother, and we have the king, and they're still here. They're still alive. And Xie Lian's mother is attempting to cook. It's not turning out well. Is this where we learned that from, Xie Lian? Is this genetic? Bad cooking is genetic in this book? Either way, Function came back outside. Your Highness, you aren't going to see inside to see His Majesty, he whispered. Xie Lian shook his head. No. The two of them, father and son. One, the king of a fallen kingdom, and the other, a banished god. It was hard to say which was the more pathetic, the more disgraced of the pair. If they were forced to sit down and face each other, they'd only glare at one another instead of having a heart-to-heart. Avoiding that confrontation entirely was for the best. Mother, why don't you start getting packed? We'll leave today, Xie Lian called out. We'll come pick you up in the evening and head out. The queen hurried outside again. My son, you're leaving so soon. You haven't visited in days. Why leave so quickly? I have to go train, Xie Lian said. He's avoiding his parents. Yeah. Again, like, at this point, Xie Lian broke his leg. He feels like a complete failure. And I guess he has that bit of motivation in that he can ascend again and all of his stuff, the things he's done, will be forgiven. But this in-between is hard and humiliating, and yeah. This is where we're at. In truth, he was going to look for work. They couldn't possibly support this many people if he didn't. Have you eaten yet this morning? The queen asked. Xie Lian shook his head. The three of them were starving. That's terrible for your body, the queen said. Fortunately, I just stewed a pot of congee. Come in and grab a bite. Xie Lian wondered. Why was there so much smoke if it was just a pot of congee? It looked like an entire palace was in flames. The queen turned to Fengxian and Muqing. You two children, come eat with us too. Fengxian and Muqing hadn't at all expected to receive such treatment and tried to decline, but the queen was adamant. The two could only timidly sit down at the table, feeling rather surprised, in a good way. But when the queen brought the pot over, their surprise soon turned to dread. Even after they got back to the city, Muqing's stomach was still churning. I thought the congee smelled like bran water, but I hadn't imagined it tastes like it too, he said, stumbling over his words. Fengxian gritted his teeth. Shut up, don't force us to remember that stuff. The queen is highborn after all, never cooked. This is already... Muqing humped. Am I wrong? If you don't think it's tasted like bran water, why don't you go ask the queen to grant you another bowl? The two were heaving as they argued back and forth, and Xie Lian grabbed hold of both of them to pat their backs. Get a hold of yourselves. Look, up ahead. It seems there's some work available. As the three stumbled over, they could see a couple of little ringleaders shouting on the streets, looking for hired help. The pay was fairly decent, and there wasn't a limit on the number of hands they needed. They would take anyone who came. The three of them quickly signed up and joined a large group of disheveled, bone-skinny paupers. They were led to a muddy, empty field. It seemed the landowner intended to build a new residence here, so the area needed to be overhauled, and filling in the grounds came first. The trio worked hard, and they were quickly covered in mud. Fengxian hauled earth as he hugged his stomach, his face green and his mouth cursing. Fuck me, I think that pot of stewed bran water turned into a spirit in my stomach. Xie Lian was carrying a basket full of dirt. He looked back and said in a hushed voice, Can you hang in there, or do you want to go sit down for a bit? Muqing turned to Xie Lian. Why don't you go rest? No, I can still hang on, Xie Lian replied. Muqing rolled his eyes. Don't be stubborn. I'm the one who has to wash your dirty clothes. I'd rather do your part of the work. Not far in the distance, someone yelled, Put your backs into it and don't talk. No slacking. You want to get paid? Fengxian was tenacious and continued to persevere, hauling twice as much mud as he had before. It's not like this pays that well. Why make so much fuss? Who do they think they are? After a grueling day of toil from noon to sunset, the work was finally done. The trio weren't completely physically exhausted, but their hearts were significantly more tired than their bodies. They had worked so hard for only a pittance and a bite to eat. When they were finally free, they lay down to rest on a part of the field that was slightly cleaner. Just then, another rowdy, noisy group approached. Some men had arrived, their pace slow as they hauled a stone statue. One of the ones of Xie Lian, the kneeling ones. Xie Lian looked up slightly. What statue is that? Muqing glanced at it as well. Maybe a new divine statue to guard this place. Xie Lian said nothing. If this was the past, the one chosen to watch over a residence would have undoubtedly been one of his own crown prince statues. But now, he didn't know which god it would be. It was most likely Zhenwu, or perhaps a newly ascended official. Xie Lian did nothing for a long time, but he just couldn't resist wanting to see who had replaced him. He forced himself to stand up and shuffled over to the crowd to take a look. The stone statue's back was facing him, so he couldn't see the face clearly. However, it seemed to be kneeling, His first encounter with one of these? Gosh. Now, Xie Lian was even more curious. Which heavenly official would have a kneeling statue? He circled all the way around to get a better look. When he saw the statue's face, his entire mind went blank. The divine statue's face was his own. The kneeling statue was settled onto the ground, and someone rudely patted its head. Finally got done hauling this thing. This bastard's pretty heavy. Why drag over a statue like this one? It's kinda ugly. Why not get one of the Heavenly Emperor? Isn't this what's-his-face? It's that one, right? Didn't they say that praying to him brings bad luck now? You guys still dare to do it? And going out of your way to transport this statue all the way here? Now, none of you get it. Worshipping a god of misfortune would obviously bring bad luck, but this statue isn't for worshipping, it's for stepping on. If you step on a god of misfortune, does that mean everlasting good fortune is guaranteed? Understanding dawned on the crowd. That's so clever. Brilliant. Fengxian and Muqing could sense something wrong, and they too fell silent when they saw it. Fengxian was about to explode, but Muqing held him back, warning him with his eyes. The Crown Prince himself hasn't started anything, so what are you going to yell about? He said under his breath. Indeed, he was keeping quiet. Fengxian wasn't sure whether Xie Lian had a reason to stay silent, so he didn't dare move recklessly and forced himself to swallow his angry words. However, his eyes were blazing like flames. Finally, someone grumbled. Isn't this rather inappropriate? He was once a god, a crown prince. Oh, please, Xianle has fallen, so what's he crown prince of? You're wrong, there's nothing inappropriate about stepping on a god of misfortune, another man added. In fact, he should thank us, Xie Lian suddenly spoke up. Oh, why should he thank you? Have you seen the threshold of temples? The man presumptuously began to explain. They're trampled by thousands, hundreds of thousands. And does my lord know how many wealthy households fight to pay for a temple's threshold to act as their substitute? Every step on that threshold will absolve them of a sin, pay a spiritual debt, and earn a merit. This kneeling statue has the same function. If we step on its head or spit on it, aren't we collecting merits for the crown prince? He should thank us. Xie Lian couldn't listen anymore. His fist was already ready when the man said the word thank, and he lunged. The crowd instantly exploded in excitement. What are you doing? A fight? Who's causing trouble? Fengxian had already been itching to beat people up, so he joined the brawl with a shout. As for Muqing, he wasn't sure whether he'd joined of his own volition or been pulled in, but in any case, all three of them started fighting. In the chaos of the brawl, the white bandage on Xie Lian's face was almost yanked off a number of times. However, it luckily didn't happen. The three of them were skilled in martial arts, but their opponents had the strength of numbers. They had an additional advantage in that Muqing held the other two back with warnings that killing mortals would only add to their crimes. The fight ended up being miserably restrained, though gratifying nonetheless, and in the end, the trio was chased off. Yeah, okay, so the logic the man is using is the same one that I guess could be applied to Qi Rong's obsession with these statues and keeping them around. Like, was it helping Xie Lian? Maybe, we don't actually know how that mechanic would work. But it's funny that they brought it up because we did talk about it when we first discovered Qi Rong kept one of these statues. And now with the additional knowledge of, the Cave of 10,000 Gods, maybe this logic is kind of sound. Still, it's here we're mostly just introducing the concept of them the first time Xie Lian saw one and how he reacts to the humiliation, which is to start a fist fight. This is so not the Xie Lian that we've gotten to know, because he, the current Xie Lian would not react like this, and it's very understandable. And I like the fact that this really doesn't feel like the Xie Lian we know. And at the same time, it definitely is Xie Lian. Yeah, we do have an 800-year gap to fill. They walked alongside a river for a while, looking unkempt. Eventually, their steps slowed. We worked so hard all day, but in the end we gained nothing. And all because of a fight, Muqing complained angrily, his face black and blue. Fengxian wiped at the blood on his mouth. How can you bring up money at a time like this? It's precisely because it's a time like this that I need to bring up money, Muqing countered. A time like this? What time is it? A time when we're starving. Whether you want to admit it or not, we can't do anything without money. Couldn't you two have restrained yourselves a little? Xie Lian didn't speak. How could we? People made statues of him kneeling solely for the purpose of stepping on him, Fengxian said. You're not the one whose face is being stepped on. Of course you can dismiss it. It's not the first time that something like this has happened since the war was lost, Muqing said. And it surely won't be the last. If he can't get used to it soon, he might as well just die. Get used to it? Get used to what? Being humiliated by others? Mortals stepping on his face? Function argued, clearly finding the idea offensive. Why should we have to get used to something like that? And ironically, that is exactly what will end up happening. That's enough, Xie Lian cried out in irritation. Stop arguing. Is something this small worth fighting over? The two of them shut up at once. After a pause, Xie Lian sighed. Let's go find a carriage to pick up Mother and Father. We're leaving the city tonight. All right, Feng Xin acknowledged. Feng Xin and Xie Lian set off side by side, but they quickly noticed that Muqing didn't follow. Is this it already? Is this it? I mean, obviously they've been hanging out for a while doing this, and stuff is not going well, so maybe. Xie Lian looked back, confused. Muqing? After a moment of silence, Muqing said, Your Highness, I want to talk to you about something. What is it? Xie Lian asked. What's wrong now? I already said I won't argue with you anymore. What more do you want? Feng Xin said impatiently. I want to leave, Muqing said simply. Yeah, we knew this was coming. Xie Lian already had a vague, bad feeling before Muqing even opened his mouth, but his breath still hitched when his companion actually said it. Feng Xin thought he might have heard wrong. What? What did you say? Muqing straightened his back. His obsidian eyes were unyielding, and his demeanor was calm. Please permit me to leave. Leave? Feng Xin exclaimed. What will His Highness do if you leave? What about the king and queen? Muqing opened and closed his mouth a couple of times. But in the end, he still said, I'm sorry to ask this, but my hands are tied. No, you explain yourself right now. What the heck do you mean my hands are tied? Feng Xin demanded. The king and queen are His Highness's parents, but I have my own mother to worry about, Muqing replied. Yeah, we knew this would come back. I thought that would be one of his reasons for leaving. So, I'm not surprised. She also needs my care. I can't neglect my own mother for the sake of someone else's, or someone else's parents. I pray your highness will understand that I cannot stay at your side. Xie Lian felt faint and leaned against a nearby wall. Is that the real reason? Feng Xin questioned coldly. How come you've never mentioned it before? It is one of my reasons, Muqing replied. Yeah, and this is what Feng Xin probably has issue with. Another reason is that I feel like we become mired in this situation and have very different ideas on how to pull ourselves out. Pardon my honesty, but if we keep going like this, nothing will get better, even in 1,000,000 years. And so, our paths have diverged. Feng Xin was so angry, he began to laugh. He nodded and turned to Xie Lian. Your Highness, you hear that? Remember what I said back then? I said that he'd be the first to run off if you were ever banished, didn't I tell you? Muqing seemed aggravated by his words. Please stop trying to guilt-trip me, thanks, he requested flatly. I'm only speaking the truth. Everyone has their own outlook. No one was born to be the center of the world, the justice of the mortal realm. Perhaps you enjoy orbiting around another person, but others might not feel the same. Well, don't you have a lot of sour, veiled excuses? I don't give a damn, Feng Xin said. Is it so hard to admit you're an ungrateful traitor? Enough! At the sound of Xie Lian's voice, the two of them stopped arguing. Xie Lian removed his hand from his forehead and turned to Muqing. He stared at him for a while before he spoke. I don't like forcing people. Muqing's lips pursed, but he still stood tall. Go, Xie Lian said. Muqing looked at him, not saying a word. Then he bowed deeply, turned around, and walked away. Feng Xin stared at his retreating back without blinking as it disappeared into the night. Your Highness, you really let him go just like that? Feng Xin said, in disbelief. Xie Lian sighed. What else can I do? I just said I don't like forcing people. No, but... That bastard! Feng Xin exclaimed. What's with him? He actually left? He ran off? What the fuck? Xie Lian crouched on the riverside, rubbing his forehead. Never mind it. If his heart has already left us, what's the use in making him stay? Should I tie him up and force him to wash my clothes? Function didn't know what else to say either and crouched beside him. A moment later, he spat angrily. God damn it! That bastard was so happy to share the wealth but not the suffering. He ran away the moment things got tough. Does he remember nothing of your kindness? I'm the one who told him not to remember it, Xie Lian said. So, you don't need to bring it up constantly. Oof, yeah. But he couldn't possibly forget it for real, Function refuted. What the actual fuck? Don't you worry, Your Highness. I will never, ever leave you. Well, about that, Function. Xie Lian forced a small smile, but said nothing. Function stood back up. Shall we go pick up the king and queen? I'll find a carriage. You just wait here. Xie Lian nodded. Thanks, be careful. Function acknowledged him and left. Xie Lian also rose to his feet and walked alongside the river for a while. His whole body still felt a little unsteady, like nothing was real. Mooching's departure had truly shocked him to the core. Yeah, so we get just a little bit of a glimpse into like their daily life currently, and then Mooching leaves. So yeah, he was the first to leave. I guess we got like a little bit. This was like a direct continuation, it feels, of what we saw in at the very end of Arc 2. Like, he's been around and he's kept his peace, sort of, but this was the last drop, in a sense. Like, yeah, his mother exists, but he's like, that is only part of it. And I will agree with Function that that was probably, like, the excuse he chose to say out loud. But he did admit to the other one, which is, he is staying with these people who are not willing to make the sacrifices that are needed in order to help them survive more comfortably. Function, literally in this chapter, refuses Xie Lian to do busking as a sort of work because he thinks it's beneath him. And we're still here with these nobles, these highborns. And like, even if Function is not a highborn noble, he keeps a certain standard that he is unwilling to let go of. And that is frustrating to someone like Mooching, who grew up in the slums, who grew up making these sort of sacrifices. So that is the one thing. But Function is struggling to reconcile with this, the fact that he actually ended up leaving. And I think he did. I think he's gone now. I wonder if we will see him later on, like he'll come back for some reason, because again, we know he was involved in the fetus spirit thing. But Function struggles to reconcile with this because, again, his value of loyalty is very different from where Mooching places his loyalties, and how he, like, Function keeps bringing up just how Xie Lian has helped Mooching, but Xie Lian himself does admit that, well, he's the one who, he doesn't want Mooching to think about those things. He doesn't want that to be something hung over his head. He doesn't want to force him to stay. Even so, the shock of it is there, because Mooching has been with him throughout even like the worst of Arc 2. But this is where their differences made it too hard to keep staying on. This is just me trying to review all of this information in my head. This is the impression I have currently. So now we have Xie Lian wandering along that river and being shocked because Mooching left. He never expected someone so close to him to leave just like that. Xie Lian had always believed in forever. Friends would always be friends forever, with no betrayal, no deception, no breaking up. Perhaps there would come a time when they had to part, but it wouldn't be for a reason like things got too horrible. And I think maybe that is part of it. Friends. Friends would always be friends forever. Xie Lian probably has that impression, that he and Mooching are friends, that he and Function are friends. But does mooching have that impression? I don't think so. I don't think that mooching ever felt equal to Fengxin and Xie Lian. And that is a problem. In the same vein, Fengxin never lets himself be equal to Xie Lian. And that is part of why he keeps lifting him up, holding him to a greater standard. And like we saw in how Xie Lian talked about his time with Fengxin in this first banishment, this is eventually going to reach a breaking point. So I'm not surprised, but I feel very, like, everything I'm reading here feels so inevitable. It feels like it's just coming at us, and it's like, there's no happiness so far. I wasn't expecting any happiness so far, but there's nothing. First 12 pages of mundane suffering. In all the stories he'd read, the hero and the beauty were a match made in heaven. They never parted and would remain true to each other forever and ever. And if they couldn't, it would be because they were forced apart by a tragic death, and not because the hero preferred to eat meat while the beauty preferred fish, or because the hero scorned the beauty for spending too lavishly and the beauty scorned the hero for his bad habits. It wasn't a pleasant feeling to lose your footing and plunge millions of miles only to find yourself still in the mortal realm when you hit the ground. As Xie Lian randomly wandered, he suddenly saw shimmering golden lights floating ahead. The sight snapped Xie Lian out of his haze. On closer inspection, he saw the lights were lanterns. Lantern after lantern floated on the water, drifting with the river's current. That is that's the chapter title. I didn't talk about the chapter title this time around, but here are the lanterns, I guess. Penny for a wandering soul on lantern night. So, wandering soul, lantern night. This is our lantern night. There was a pair of children laughing and playing by the riverside. Ah, today's Chongyuan, Xie Lian remembered. There had been a grand service at the Royal Holy Temple for the Chongyuan festival every year. He'd always looked forward to it and would have never just forgotten, but now it had completely slipped his mind. He shook his head and continued on his way. Let's see, I remember, Chongyuan festival, is that the, that's the one with the parade, or is that the ghost one? Double checking. Chongyuan, that is the ghost festival, okay. Because the god-pleasing one, that was Shangyuan, and this is Zhongyuan, today's Zhongyuan, which is when Xie Lian met Sanlang, right? In the present day. Oh. Not sure how to feel about this, but Xie Lian met Sanlang on Zhongyuan. Are we gonna meet Sanlang already? Oh my god. So he shook his head and continued on his way. Just then, a voice came from the road ahead. Kids, wanna buy one? The voice was extremely old and raspy, and it was laced with eerie ghost chi. Oh. Xie Lian instinctively knew something wasn't right. He looked over to see two children with lanterns in their hands, stopped by the roadside. They were staring at something with curiosity and fear. Someone was seated in the darkness in front of them. He seemed to be an old man, unkempt and dressed in black robes, and that allowed him to blend in with the equally black night. With an unlit lantern in his hand, he beckoned the two children in a shady manner. My lanterns are very different from the ordinary lanterns you're holding, I tell ya. These are rare treasures. If you make a wish on them, it's guaranteed to come true. The two small children seemed doubtful. Really? Of course, the old man said. Look. The lantern in his hand was clearly not lit, but it glowed just then with an ominous red light. There were over a dozen of the lanterns on the ground next to him, and they began to flicker, haunting green. It was a terribly eerie sight. The two small children were amazed, but Xie Lian knew exactly what he was looking at. Rare treasures? That was clearly phosphorescence from the souls of the dead. Oh my god. I'm kind of, like, my hands are kind of sweaty because I wonder if A little ghost soul must have been sealed into that lantern for it to glow with such a peculiar, ominous light. As for the old man, he had to be some sketchy scam cultivator who had captured those unlucky wandering spirits from somewhere and sealed them into the lanterns. The two children didn't know about those sort of tricks and clapped in delight, wanting to buy the lanterns. Xie Lian quickly rushed over. "Don't buy them, he's lying to you." The old man glared. "What are you talking about, boy?" "These lanterns aren't treasures, they're wicked contraptions," Xie Lian stated plainly. "There are ghosts sealed inside them, and the spirits will cling to you if you bring one home to play with." When the children heard that they were ghosts, they didn't dare linger. They ran away, wailing as they went. The old man leapt to his feet, yelling angrily, "You dare ruin my business? How could you run such a business? Even adults who bought your wicked lanterns would fall into great misfortune, and you sell them to ignorant children. Vengeful ghosts would cling to them," Xie Lian lectured. "And wouldn't that be a great wrong? If you must sell such things, you should sell them in a specialized market." "You make it sound so easy. Where would I find a specialized market to sell things like this?" The old man rebuked him. "Ghost City. It doesn't exist, but I guess that is that is kind of what that would be, right?" So the old man rebuked him. "Everyone just sets up shop randomly on the roadside." He gathered up his supremely ugly, poorly made lanterns, preparing to leave with a huff. "Wait!" Xie Lian hastily called out. What do you want?" the old man said gruffly. "Are you going to buy?" "Unbelievable! Do you actually plan to try and sell them somewhere else? Where did the ghost in your lantern come from?" I caught him on the barren battlefield. They're everywhere," the old man replied. Then they were the wandering souls of deceased soldiers. Once he heard that, it was impossible for Xie Lian to leave the matter alone. "Stop selling them. Today's Zhongyuan. It won't be a laughing matter if you stir something up. Besides, those are the heroic souls of warriors. How can you sell them like trinkets?" Xie Lian admonished solemnly. "When people die, they become nothing but wisps. Who cares if there's heroic souls?" the old man said. "My own old bones are more important. We gotta make a living. So what am I gonna do if you don't let me sell? Be homeless? If you're so passionate about this, why don't you buy them all, huh?" In the end, Xie Lian admitted defeat. "Fine, I'll buy." He reached into his pockets and scourged every corner, taking out a few pennies. "Is this enough?" The old man glanced at the money and exclaimed, "Of course not! How could that pittance be enough?" Xie Lian didn't know what over a dozen lanterns would normally cost. He'd never looked at the price when he purchased things in the past. However, his woeful situation was providing him a chance to learn how to bargain the hard way. "Your lanterns aren't pretty or well made, and they're very unlucky. You might as well sell them to me for cheap." "They're already priced this low and you're offering less?" the old man argued. "I've never met anyone as broke as you. How embarrassing." Xie Lian could feel the shame dig into his skin at those words. "I'm the crown prince, I'm telling you. Never in my life has anyone called me broke." "You're saying that out loud, Xie Lian. Wow." He regretted his words as soon as he spoke them. However, the old man didn't take him seriously at all and laughed. "If you're the crown prince, then I'm the good old emperor." Xie Lian was relieved at his reaction, but also felt a little awkward. Though at that point, what did he have to lose? "Will you sell? This is all the money I've got," he said plainly. After much haggling, they finally completed the transaction. And Xie Lian used that pathetically sad bit of money to buy over a dozen ghost lanterns. He brought the lanterns to the riverside, and the old man ran off in a flash the moment he got the money, while Xie Lian sat down by the shore and began to untie each red knot wrapping the lanterns. He released all the little ghosts sealed inside and performed a simple service for them. Haunting wisps of ghost fire floated from the lanterns. All of these souls were newly coalesced ghosts who had passed away very recently. They were bleary and unfocused with no clear consciousness of their own, and were very feeble still, which was why the old man had captured them so easily. When they were released from the the cramped lanterns, they all swarmed around Xie Lian, circling him affectionately and even nuzzling him ever so often. Xie Lian rose to his feet and urged softly, "Go on, go!" Aided by the gentle push of Xie Lian's hand, the spirits rose higher and higher, floating toward the horizon and gradually dissipating. This was known as spirits returning to the world. They had moved on and were no more. Okay, yeah, okay. So I expected for a second there to meet Hongjing's spirit. But I guess not. I guess these were just, but maybe this is foreshadowing. This is foreshadowing for how we will meet Hongjing's spirit. But for a moment there, I was like, especially with them nuzzling up around him, oh my god. Anyway. Xie Lian gazed at the starry sky for a long time before he heard a tiny voice calling out from behind him. "Your Highness." I spoke too soon, oh no. Oh no, what the fuck? Calm down. Calm down. He literally spoke 2 words. He literally spoke 2 words. Don't. Not yet. Xie Lian gazed at the starry sky for a long time before he heard a tiny voice calling out from behind him. "Your Highness." Xie Lian blinked and turned to look for the source of the voice. Only then did he notice that one tiny ball of ghost fire had remained with him. It hadn't climbed into the sky nor dissipated into embers. Are you fucking... Are you for real? Are you real? Is this who I am now? Is this... Someone please move. I need a box. What the heck? What the heck? This is him, isn't it? It is him. It's gotta be him. If not, I'm crying for no reason at all. But that is him. That is him. I am so sure. I am so sure. Oh my god, I'm so sure. I'm so embarrassed. Is this seriously me? As in, Hongkonger has probably made me cry the most of all the characters in this book, but this is next level. He spoke 2 words, and I'm like, oh my god, just the thought of it being him was just like... And now it's... I don't think I'm surviving this page. That is embarrassing. Oh my god, wake up. He noticed that one ball of ghost fire had remained with him. It hadn't climbed into the sky nor dissipated into embers. This little ghost seemed stronger than the others. That's my boy. Not only did it possess its own consciousness, it could also speak. Xie Lian walked over, bewildered. Were you the one calling me just now? You recognize me? The little ball of ghost fire became quite lively upon being noticed, jumping up and down. Judging by its voice, it seemed to be a young man like Xie Lian. Of course I recognize you. Xie Lian only felt more awkward when he remembered that he was covered in mud and looked so strange. He clenched his hand and pressed his fist against his lips. He really didn't want to admit to his identity and sought to instead tell the ghost fire that it was mistaken. A moment later, he schooled his expression. Why did you stay? Didn't I send you off? Did I miss a step, maybe? If he hadn't missed a step during the service, why would one of them still be here? The nameless ghost floated before him, not too close, not too far. No, you've done nothing wrong. I didn't want to leave, that's all. It answered. Do you have an unfulfilled wish or some attachment? Xie Lian mused. Yes, the nameless ghost replied. Then why don't you tell me what it is? Xie Lian asked. If it's not too difficult, I'll do my best to help you. Behind the nameless ghost, 3,000 lanterns. Are you kidding me? 3,000 lanterns? Behind the nameless ghost, 3,000 lanterns flowed languidly through the night, the nameless ghost said. I have a beloved who's still in this world. This is the art. It's beautiful. Oh my god, Xie Lian, you're so pretty. Oh my god, my baby. The nameless ghost said, I have a beloved who's still in this world. After some silence, Xie Lian said, I see. Is it your wife? No, your highness. We were never married. Ah. In fact, I might not even be remembered. The nameless ghost said, we never really talked. You never really talked, Xie Lian thought. Then how did this person become the beloved that tied your spirit to the world? What beauty they must possess. Oh my god. You'd be so embarrassed if you knew you thought that about yourself, Xie Lian. Humming for a moment, Xie Lian said, so then, what is your wish? I want to protect them, the nameless ghost answered. Usually, such a spirit's wish would be something like, I want to tell her I love her, or I want to spend some romantic time with her, or occasionally something more frightening like, I want her to accompany me down below. A wish to protect someone was quite rare, and Xie Lian was a little stunned. But you no longer belong to this world. What of it? The nameless ghost replied. If you force your soul to remain, you won't be able to rest in peace, Xie Lian said. The nameless ghost didn't seem to care. I'm willing to never rest in peace. I'm sure you are, Ogogo. I'm sure you are. The wandering wisp of a spirit was surprisingly stubborn. Such a willful spirit was typically extremely dangerous, but for some reason, Xie Lian didn't sense any murderous intent from it. So he wasn't concerned. If your beloved knew you couldn't rest in peace because of them, they might feel troubled and guilty, Xie Lian continued. The nameless ghost hesitated for a moment, but replied, then I just want them to know why I haven't left. If you meet too often, they'll find out sooner or later, Xie Lian said, and that is exactly what happened, isn't it? You kept meeting, and then the truth comes out, right? Then I won't let them know I'm protecting them either, the nameless ghost replied, and this is also what happened. Something stirred within Xie Lian's heart. He couldn't tell that this young man's love wasn't just talk. The lanterns had contained wandering spirits that the old man had captured from the barren battlefield, so the one before him now must have been a young warrior. The war separated you from your beloved. I'm sorry I didn't win, Xie Lian said quietly. However, the nameless ghost declared, to die in battle for you is my greatest honor. Xie Lian was stunned. To die in battle for the crown prince is the greatest honor for a Xianle soldier, was a slogan. Okay, no one said that. That was a slogan that some general from Xianle had taught the troops. They used it to hype them up for the fight, proclaiming that if they died, they would have died for a purpose. And in death, they would pass on to the immortal realm. That was, of course, a lie. Yet, even though this young soldier had passed away and his soul had been set adrift in the mortal realm, he still remembered the phrase so clearly, and said it with such solemnity and sincerity. Yeah, Huajeng would have been, well, Hongjing would have been one of the soldiers who spoke that with his entire soul. Xie Lian felt the rims of his eyes grow hot, and his vision went blurry. Don't worry, Xie Lian, me too. I'm sorry, he replied. Forget me. The nameless ghost's flickering flames flared brighter. I won't forget, your highness. I am forever your most devoted believer. Xie Lian forced down a sob. I've already lost all my believers. Believing in me won't do you any good. It might even bring disaster, did you know? Even my friend has left me. Even my friend has left me, the nameless ghost declared, as if swearing an oath. I won't. You will, Xie Lian said. The ghost was insistent. Believe me, Your Highness. I don't, Xie Lian said. He no longer believed in anyone, especially himself. And that was the end of the chapter. What the That was the saddest chapter I have read in all of TGCF, apparently. What the heck? What even? What just happened? We have a ghost fire. We have a ghost fire that refuses to pass on with the other ghost fires because it's fucking Honghonger. It's Honghonger. He tells Xie Lian he still has a beloved in this world that he wants to protect. Yeah, so this is what's gonna break me, apparently. That broke me. What the heck? I believe you now. I believe you now. Is this gonna be the rest of this book? Are we gonna have Honghonger floating around us and like... Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Xie Lian. Xie Lian. This ghost fire is gonna see everything. This ghost fire saw everything. Whatever you were thinking about. He's seen it. He was there. That's what's gonna happen. Oh my lord. Like even these things that you were talking about now, the worst of it, he's gonna be there. We're gonna have this ghost fire floating in the background for the rest of this. Are you for real? Oh my god, my heart. Oh, that hurts. Oh, Honghonger. Oh, watch, I don't. Ah. Calm down. Calm down. We're good. We're good. Shit. Yeah, so I predicted that learning anything at all about Honghonger would get me like... But I didn't know it was gonna be that quick. I'm a little embarrassed actually at how quickly that happened. I did not know how affected I apparently am. I am weaker than I thought. Oh no. Oh, the irony of that too. I was like, oh, I thought that was gonna be Huachang. Oh, it wasn't. And then boom, turn around and there he was, ready to punch me in the gut. Sound like I need comfort. Come here, please. Look at you, you're so pretty, you're so beautiful. Don't worry, your beloved is gonna notice you. So we are off to a great start. Xie Lian dreams of his parents dying by suicide. And then following. And I am so nervous that this is actually what is gonna happen. But we just also learned, or confirmed, that Xie Lian is basically immortal even in his mortal body. He cannot die. Meaning, oh god. Oh my god. Because so far, like, yeah, he fainted because of his hunger, but like the Xie Lian we know in the present day, we have a lot of evidence that he has gone through some shit, as in he has probably experienced dying, or as close as he can get to dying in this body. But would that be his first... Oh my god. Oh no. I hate this prediction, but I feel like Xie Lian's first time dying in this new mortal and dieable body and dying body of his is gonna be by strangulation, and it's gonna be trying to follow his parents. Oh my god. That might be it. That might be the foreshadowing, or they're basically telling us what is gonna happen. I feel like it's gonna happen just like that, or slightly different. But his parents are probably gonna go by suicide, and it's been hinted to us for a long time, so I'm not that surprised. But at the same time, having to face it right now, I'm like, yeah, this is happening. Mooching left, knew that was gonna happen eventually. Function is still around, but he has this weird dynamic with Xie Lian that is probably going to make it harder for them to actually make progress in surviving. I'm not blaming Function per se, but I am saying that this is gonna make things harder. His state of mind is not gonna help us. get the money that we need in order to get food. But then again, this is a situation like, why are we're still in Xianle. We're still in like Xianle. Why are we not going far away? Considering how we now have mortals that need feeding and the king and queen, you know, I guess we're not going away because they are the king and queen, and it's a bit like, I know how Xie Lian is feeling right now, but like he has a way out. If he is sent again, that could be enough motivation to like get him somewhere. But as for his parents, especially the king, you're not gonna be able to just get your kingdom back. He is gonna be a king of a fallen country, and that is how he's gonna go. And his mom and her cooking. Yeah, she's trying to be useful, but she has never had to do that. She's never had to have these sort of skills, and thus turning out to be pretty useless in this regard as well. And then, yeah. Ghost Flame Huachang. I guess that's where we are, huh? Should we get him should we make him a Ghost Flame? Let's make him a Ghost Flame. They are like greenish in color, right? Like they can go red, but they're like greenish. Ta-da! It's Hongjing. Do you see the likeness? This made me very happy to do. I needed this. The chapter was emotionally draining. I needed some arts and crafts to make me happy. Should we put a face on him? Let me know what you think. Maybe we should get him like a really sad face. Like a wide, teary eyes or something. To remind me how much he makes me cry. See? There he is, everyone. Our little Hongjing. And I guess I got the information that I was kind of expecting. We know now for a fact that very, very likely, well, yeah, okay, so not 100%, but like 99% sure, Hongjing went in a battle. He was killed at a battlefield. When exactly this happened, not sure, like there seemed to have still been skirmishes or battles after the Crown Prince went to, like, again at the end of Arc 2, he's just been summoned to the heavens, likely to get banished. So at that point, Hongjing was still alive, and this he died at a later point. He was no longer in the army, but maybe like he re-conscripted, like he reapplied. He rejoined probably, now that, you know, there is no Crown Prince or Crown Prince deputies to stop him. And the army must have been getting kind of desperate, I'm thinking, and would very likely just accept him. Let's see. We have another kind of chunky chapter, but I feel like I should do this chapter and then maybe do dinner. It sounds like a plan. It's not too chunky. It's like almost 30 pages, not that bad. And now that I know that Hongjing is here and is likely going to be there for a lot of this, as an observer who is seeing all of this, and maybe he'll occasionally get to talk to Xie Lian. My heart hurts. He's a ghost fire. He's a baby. Baby ghost. Like, in terms of power levels, that is so low. That is so low, and But he's stronger than the other ghost fires. They didn't even have a consciousness. He has a voice. He has thoughts, and he has a voice, and he has a goal and a wish, and yeah, he's built different from the other little ghost fires. That's my Hongjing. Okay, so with all that established, I think we are ready to roll out into chapter 96. Hero defeated by a penny. Fleeing before the entire city was locked down for a thorough search, Xie Lian and company travelled through the night and arrived at another city. Xie Lian once again settled the king and queen in a safe hideout, and he and Hongjing went out to earn money. However, those who couldn't earn much in one city wouldn't magically be luckier in the new one. Like always, they worked a full day's labor for meager pay. But the once inseparable trio were now suddenly missing one member, and the remaining two were having a hard time getting used to it. Cheng had always been responsible for looking after the money purse, and he had constantly kept track of their finances. Now that Cheng had left, Xie Lian had no choice but to keep the money on himself, and Fengchen had admitted up front that he might lose it by accident. Every time he counted that sad bit of money, he really couldn't believe it was all he had earned after a hard day's labor. In his old life, he'd given alms to beggars that were more than this. With Cheng gone, they had also lost the one who brought food to the king and queen, so Xie Lian had to personally deliver all sorts of daily necessities to their hiding place with the help of Fengchen. The queen was very happy that she got to see her son so frequently, and when she was happy, she cooked. That day, she once again dragged Xie Lian and Fengchen to the table to try her soup. "You both need to fatten up. Look how thin you've become." Fengchen was steaming cold sweat, and he bounced back on his feet the moment his butt touched the bench. He waved both hands and assured her, No, your majesty, your humble servant Fengchen doesn't dare. I absolutely mustn't." "What's there to be afraid of, child?" the queen chided pleasantly. "Come, sit down." How could Fengchen tell her? He simply didn't dare. And the queen delivered the fruits of her labor after he forced himself to sit down. Xie Lian sat at the head of the table, and Fengchen took a sharp breath before removing the pot cover. When the two of them saw what was in the pot, their expressions turned ghastly. "This chicken died a tragic death," Xie Lian said under his breath. Fengchen's lips trembled. "Your Highness, you didn't see right. There's no chicken in this." Xie Lian was flummoxed. "Then what's that thing floating in there that looks like a dead chicken?" "I think it's thick soup, but the shape is a little off," Fengchen replied. The two spent a long time studying the pot's contents, but still couldn't figure it out. The queen ladled a full bowl for Xie Lian, and Fengchen hurried to serve himself. When the queen went to the back of the cottage to find the king, they instantly dumped the soup from their bowls and pretended to wipe their mouths, looking as if they had slurped it down in one gulp and enjoyed it so much that they couldn't get enough. I'm full. The queen was delighted at the sight. "Was it good?" It was, Xie Lian praised hollowly. "If it's good, then have some more," the queen said happily. Xie Lian almost sputtered a mouthful of the soup he hadn't eaten and raised his handkerchief to pretend he was wiping at his lips. This is literally Xie Lian in 800 years. Is that what's gonna happen? This is, he's gonna try cooking for himself and realize that, yeah, I cook the same as my mom. The queen seemed to hesitate before she said, "My son, I want to ask you a question. Please don't blame your mom for being nosy." Xie Lian stiffened and placed the handkerchief down. "What is it? Please ask." The queen sat down next to him. "Where's that child Cheng? Why hasn't he stopped by in the past few days?" He knew it. Xie Lian's heart squeezed tighter at the mention of Cheng. "Oh, I gave him some tasks to do, so he's set off elsewhere." The queen seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and gave him a nod. "When will he be back?" "He may need to be gone for a long time. He won't be back anytime soon," Xie Lian replied. The queen seemed troubled by this news, and Xie Lian noticed. "Is something the matter?" It's nothing," the queen instantly replied. Fengchen had sharper eyes, and he spoke up. "Your Majesty, what's wrong with your hands?" "Hands?" Xie Lian looked and was shocked at the sight. His mother's delicate, exquisitely maintained upper-class hands looked awful. They were scraped and peeling at the knuckles with faint traces of blood. Xie Lian stood up abruptly and grabbed her hands. "What's going on?" "It's nothing. I just washed some clothes and blankets, but I'm not very good at it." Oh my god. The queen quickly explains. Yeah, she's asking for Cheng because he's been the one who's done this. Now she's doing it herself, and yeah, her skin cannot handle it because she's never done this. But she should learn. Like, in this situation, she should learn. So I commend her the effort. That's good. "Why are you doing the washing yourself?" Xie Lian blurted. "You could have..." But he didn't know how to finish that sentence. Could have what? Could have had the palace attendants do the washing. Could have had Mooching do the washing. None of that was possible now. Mooching had acted as their personal attendant on their never-ending road to escape, and his duties had included taking care of all personal necessities, including caring for the needs of Xie Lian, the king, and the queen. With him gone, there was no one to attend to all the mundane daily tasks. No one to cook, no one to wash, no one to fold the blankets. The simple days of the past suddenly became difficult. Xie Lian could endure it, as there were far too many other things to worry about, but his mother had always lived a comfortable, luxurious life. When had she ever performed such crude labor? But how could it get done if the queen didn't handle the work herself? Yeah, exactly. He got there in the end. He got to my conclusion. After some silence, Xie Lian said, "Don't let this trouble you. I'll take care of the washing." The queen smiled. "No need. You just take care of yourself. I've never done laundry nor cooked before, but I have nothing but free time every day, and doing the chores myself is quite fun. Especially since you both enjoyed the meal. That makes me quite happy." Oh no! That makes her quite happy. Xie Lian was going to eat that food. The pot of soup had been stirred by his mother's battered hands, but they hadn't drunk a drop and poured it away on the sly. Xie Lian and Hongjing exchanged a look, and both felt rather horrid. Just then the queen added, "Oh yes, there was another thing. Is there any way you can bring some medicine back tomorrow?" Xie Lian's eyes widened slightly. "Medicine? What kind of medicine?" The queen's face was troubled, and she sighed. "I'm not quite sure. Why don't you go to the pharmacy and inquire about what kind of medicine should be taken when someone is coughing up blood?" Oh my god. The king? The king? Coughing up blood? Xie Lian was shocked. "Who's coughing up blood? You? Father? Why didn't you say something sooner?" He had raised his voice, and the queen immediately hushed him. "Speak quietly." However, it was too late. An outraged voice came from the back of the cottage. "I told you not to run your mouth!" It was the king. Now that he had already overheard them, the queen didn't worry about hushing anymore and called out toward the back room. "It won't do if this keeps up." Xie Lian walked straight into the back room and saw the king huddled on a bed of ragged blankets. He hadn't seen his father closely in a while, and observing now, he looked quite ill. His cheeks were sunken, and the ghastly gloom of the room made him appear even more sickly. He had no royal aura at all. He was nothing more than a defeated, scruffy old man. Xie Lian didn't even need to check on his pulse to know that he must have been ill for some time now, and that it was serious. The suffocating, musty air of sickness permeated the entire room. Recalling that the queen had said one of his symptoms was coughing up blood, he raised his voice in distress. "What's going on here?" The king steeled his expression. "What's with that tone?" The queen and Hongjing entered the room as well. "Who cares what tone I'm using? Why didn't you say something sooner if you're sick?" Xie Lian admonished. "Are you lecturing your king?" he angrily replied. "What your king does and does not say at any given time is not for you to dictate." Oh my god. Two stubborn mules. The two of them. Yeah, Xie Lian got his like looks and like nice side, I suppose, from his mom, but he's as stubborn as his dad. He was still carrying on with that tough posturing even now. Xie Lian was in disbelief. "You're unbelievable! Are you still throwing your title's weight around at a time like this?" The king was outraged. "Get the hell out, now!" The queen and Hongjing immediately dragged Xie Lian out of the room, and the queen begged. "My son, don't be like this. He's your father and he's ill. Take a step back." First on the run, and now there was an illness to manage. It was like adding ice to snow. I like that expression, adding ice to snow. Xie Lian buried his face in his hands. "Mother, why didn't either of you say anything sooner? If you had, the illness wouldn't have progressed to coughing up blood. Do you know how hard that is to cure?" In their current situation, it was impossible. The queen's reply was both dismayed and aggrieved. We didn't know that it would worsen like this. Yeah, besides, we've been dodging Yong'an's pursuit this entire way. There was no time to stop, Function added. Xie Lian pulled his face from his hands. I'll take him to a doctor in the city right now. No need, the king shouted from within the room. Xie Lian looked back and was just about to rebuke him with, I'm the one who makes the decisions now, but Function responded first. Your Highness, you'll be noticed for sure if you take His Majesty to a doctor in the city. Xie Lian instantly froze. The queen spoke up. That's what we were afraid of, which is why we didn't say anything over the past few days. My son, why don't you just think of a way to bring back some medicine? The king started coughing violently again, and the queen went back into the back to look after him. Xie Lian was dazed for a good moment. Then he turned and went into another room. Your Highness, what will you do? Function called out. Xie Lian didn't answer, just started rummaging through all the shelves and chests in the cottage. What are you looking for? Function asked. Xie Lian didn't respond. A moment later, he dug out something from the bottom of a chest, an ancient sword. Hongjing? When he saw what Xie Lian had retrieved, Function asked, What are you doing with Hongjing? Xie Lian was quiet for a long moment before he replied. I'm going to pawn it. You can't! Function cried in shock. Xie Lian slammed the chest shut heavily. I've already pawned so many swords. This is just one more. By this point, he had pawned over half of his beloved sword collection to make enough money for the carriages and bribes at checkpoints they'd need for their journey. And since they couldn't go inside the large bustling pawn shops, they'd sometimes wind up blackmailed by shady merchants who had determined their identities, and they were forced to sell at a painful bargain. It's not the same, Function exclaimed. Don't you really like that sword? Otherwise, why wouldn't you have pawned it already instead of stuffing it in the bottom of a chest? And the Emperor gave it to you. It won't sound good if word gets out. No matter how much I like it, it's still not as important as a life, Xie Lian said wearily. Let's just go. The two made their way to the city with the sword, both looking downtrodden. When they arrived at the pawn shop, Xie Lian stopped and glanced at Hongjing in his hand. Function peered at him. Why don't we forget about pawning it? Let's try to think of another way. Xie Lian shook his head. It's too late. Besides, we don't know if there is any other way that will get us enough money. No mortal would be a match for them if they stole, snatched, or employed other such trickery, and money would pour in faster. But things were so difficult precisely because they had to uphold their moral compasses and adhere to the ethics of mortals, earning their money honestly. Having made up his mind, Xie Lian said, This has to be pawned. Once it's done, we'll go buy medicine. Despite his words, his feet still didn't move. Function knew he was reluctant to let go. This was Xie Lian's last sword. So he said, Let's look around some more. Suddenly a clamor erupted on the end of the street. There was shouting and yelling, and someone cried out, Who's causing trouble? The audacity! Catch him! Catch him! The two were both startled, and Xie Lian instantly ducked to the side of the road in alarm. Who? Function cautiously went over to check, returning only after he was sure of their safety. It's nothing, don't worry. It has nothing to do with us. It's not Yong'an soldiers, or anyone who's looking for us. Only then did Xie Lian's tension ease. What's going on? I'm not sure, Function said. It looks like a fight between some irate servants. Want to go see? Let's go, Xie Lian said. Hopefully it's not some local tyrant. The two went over to watch. They saw two men brawling at the center of the crowd of onlookers, and the audience was cheering. Function tapped the shoulder of a passerby who was enjoying the show. Hey, buddy, what's going on here? The passerby chuckled. Don't you know? This is too exciting. The servant is beating the master. What an affair. Xie Lian was speechless. How come? And why the cheering? Of course we're going to cheer, the passerby said. The master is no good. His servant followed him since he was young and was very loyal, but the master only knew how to exploit him. He paid him badly and worked him to the bone, pushed him around all day. The servant couldn't take it anymore, and so you see. Now they're fighting. Sure enough, the one throwing all the punches was cursing as he did, yelling accusations and declarations like, "I've had it with you for ages. Why don't you think about what you've really given me? My family's so poor that we can barely eat, but you still lord over me, acting all high and mighty. From today onward, I ain't your dog no more." The master was hugging his head and screaming as he was beaten, all while the crowd cheered. Yeah, this is, I think this might be like something that's gonna make Xie Lian think about how he's treating Fengxian and why Fengxian is still with him. Because that is one of the things that he was talking about to Sanlang in the present-ish a while back. And I think this is gonna start triggering thoughts like that. And, you know, Mooching has just left, so this is gonna start getting those wheels to turn. The master was hugging his head and screaming as he was beating, all the while the crowd cheered. Their shouts made Xie Lian's heart lurch in waves and chills shook his body. He unconsciously stole a glance at Fengxian, like I said. Fengxian didn't notice his strange behavior at all, and when he heard those terrible deeds, he commented offhandedly. "I see, then that master really is no good. No wonder the servant is rebelling." He didn't mean anything by it, but Xie Lian's heart dropped, and he gripped Hongjing tighter. After much headache, Hongjing was pawned, and the two finally had money. They immediately went to find a doctor and purchased dozens of different medicinal herbs to take back. Medicinal herbs used to treat illnesses that made one cough up blood were expensive and needed to be bought in large quantities. It wasn't a matter of 1 or 2 doses over a couple of days, and they would need to keep a close watch on how his father responded to the treatment. That evening, Fengxian unwrapped a few packets of herbs and started boiling down the medicine outside the cottage, fanning wildly at the flames with a torn cattail leaf fan. As for Xie Lian, he was once again rummaging through the shelves and chests all over the house. After a while, he finally fumbled out a soft, shimmering golden belt. Yeah, here it is. Xie Lian originally had several golden belts, but they had met the same end as the swords, all pawned off aside from this last one. Xie Lian had wanted to keep it as a souvenir, but today he decided to use it for something else. Fengxian happened to look up at him just then. "Your Highness, what are you doing with that belt? You're not thinking of pawning it too, are you?" Xie Lian walked over and handed the golden belt to him. Fengxian's eyes bulged with bewilderment. "What are you doing giving this to me? Your Highness, did you accidentally lock your brain inside when you shot that chest just now?" Fengxian is actually hilarious. Xie Lian was briefly speechless until he remembered that a gift of a golden belt had a special meaning in the upper court, and his expression instantly darkened. Oh yeah, because that could mean, you know, it's something you would give to a potential lover. That was the whole thing, right? "I want to sleep with you." Oh no. "You're overthinking it. I don't mean it that way at all. Just take it like it's ordinary gold." He shoved it on him, and Fengxian glared back, shimmering golden belt draped around his shoulders. "No, you still gotta tell me why you're stuffing me with gold out of nowhere." "Just take it as long overdue pay," Xie Lian said. Fengxian was confused. "No, but what's with you all of a sudden? Why are you talking about pay at a time like this? You'd be better off pawning this to buy more medicine for His Majesty. Or, it's fine if you don't pawn it, keep it for yourself. That belt is something only a heavenly official can own." At the mention of medicine, Xie Lian looked back toward the cottage where the king and queen were resting. "I can think of other ways to get the medicine," he replied, "so just take it." Xie Lian was determined to give, and Fengxian couldn't understand why. Although he was confused, he also found it kind of funny for some reason. He shrugged, then picked up the ragged fan and continued to fan the flames to boil down the medicine solution. "Fine then, I'll keep it for you for now. Whenever you want it back, just let me know." Xie Lian shook his head. "I won't ask for it back. You can do with it as you will." Their pockets were a little fuller after pawning Hongjing, and they finally managed to have a few good meals. Since the queen's skills were so shocking, Xie Lian stated that he would take over the chore of cooking, and politely asked his mother to look after his father and absolutely not enter the kitchen. Xie Lian, you're about to discover that doesn't really matter. Xie Lian didn't have much experience, but it was as the saying went. Even if he'd never eaten pig trotters, he'd seen pigs walk. His creations were mostly edible. Biggest shock of the day, his creations were mostly edible, so the party was saved from further dietary issues. Oh! Okay, so Xie Lian ostensibly knew how to cook a little, like he was able to make edible things. But now his meals are biological warfare. Like his mom's. Like his mom's. Oh my god, is this a remembrance thing? Is this Xie Lian, like, when he was all alone, after his parents dies, after he's, banished for that second time, does he start cooking like that, terribly, in order to remember his mom? Because if that's the case, holy... Let's calm down a little. Let's calm down a little. It could, I don't know, like, what else could the explanation be? What else could it be? Because apparently he made edible food once upon a time. And not anymore. I mean, it could also be like he's, his body is mortal. So he's just realized, after the second banishment, maybe he just, like, goes on a bender for a bit. It's like, doesn't take care of himself, eats whatever, makes food, like, whatever, and then it's gonna take him a while to get to the point where he's comfortable with just trying to live. That could be it as well. I don't know. We'll see, but that is a thought, and it's hurting me. After he fought with the king that day, Xie Lian regretted what he'd said, but he couldn't swallow his pride. Instead, he silently did his utmost to care for him. A patient who was coughing up blood couldn't be allowed to suffer any cold, so he got more blankets and small heaters for him. The young An soldiers were cracking down hard in their attempts to catch the escaped Xianle royalty. So we're being pursued is what is happening. And soon this city also heightened its security. They had finally settled in, but now they had to leave again. Xie Lian had already lost count of how many cities he had passed while on the run with his parents in Tao, and to be honest, everything he'd seen on the road was much more peaceful than he'd initially imagined. The only city that had met a tragic fate was the royal capital of Xianle. Nowhere else seemed to have been affected that severely. After all, the king, the crown prince, the royal capital, the nobility, all were extremely remote concepts to regular civilians. The change in ruler didn't seem like it made much difference, especially since the new king wasn't a tyrant and hadn't passed any particularly strict decrees after he ascended the throne. Yeah, that's our boy down here. There was no further laments, and the matter was simply a new topic for lively after-dinner conversations. I worked this plot of land when the king was named Xie. I still work the same plot of land now that the king is named Lang, Xie Lian heard someone say, and they weren't wrong. But strangely, everyone's feelings were oddly unified when it came to the storied crown prince who went from invincible to losing every battle. It was as though they'd suddenly become hardcore Xianle patriots whenever his name was mentioned. This puzzled him, and also made him resentful. Oof. However, he really didn't have much energy to worry about these things anymore. The money they had made from pawning Hongjing only lasted a few short months. An illness that made one cough blood was already difficult to cure, and on top of that, the king was depressed. He needed a large amount of medication just to maintain passable health, and his condition would no doubt worsen considerably if the supply were cut off. Xie Lian had nothing left to pawn, and today he sought and sought as they loitered on the streets before finally turning to Fengxian. Why don't we give it a try? Fengxian peered at him. I guess we could give it a try. It wasn't the first time the two had hesitantly suggested they give it a try, but they hadn't ever actually done it before now. Besides, the king had once overheard them while they were discussing the topic and had flown into a rage and thrown a huge fit. He was adamant that Xie Lian was not to do anything so shameful for money. Otherwise, he would refuse to drink his medicine. In the end, they'd had to abandon the idea. But now that they were in dire straits, there was no need to spell it out. They understood each other. Is it busking? It's gotta be busking. Xie Lian nodded and wrapped his white silk band tighter around his face. Your Highness, you don't have to do it. I can do it alone, Fengxian said. That way, it'll be fine, even if the king asks. Then he inhaled deeply, held his breath for a moment, and bellowed at the pedestrians. Dear folks on the street, don't miss out on this! The pedestrians jumped in surprise, and they all gathered around chattering. What's with the yelling? What are you guys up to? What do you got to show us? I want to see you shatter boulders on your chest. The boulders. The fucking boulders. Fengxian removed the bow from his back and began bold-faced bluffing. My nickname is Wonder Archer. I can shoot a bullseye from 100 paces away. I will show off my embarrassing skill for everyone to see. That is not embarrassing. That is cool as fuck, Fengxian. If you enjoyed the show, please grab me some coins. Wonder Archer. Embarrassing skills. Those were phrases he had picked up from watching street performers. While they had kept saying they would never busk, they had long been observing how others did it without realizing. Stop wasting your breath, just get on with it, hollered the crowd. We've been waiting, hurry up! Fengxian knocked an arrow against his bow and pointed at an idle man in the crowd who was munching on fruit. Will this uncle please step out? Place that apple on your head, and I will shoot it perfectly from 300 paces away. The idler shrank his neck back and withdrew into the crowd. I'm not doing it! I won't hit you, don't worry, Fengxian. You can't do that, Fengxian. You can't ask a random person to be a target holder. Yeah, you should have thought this through. If I shoot you by accident, I'll compensate you. How exactly, Fengxian? How exactly? This has not been thought through. I'm no fool. If you shoot me by accident, it won't matter how much you pay me, the idler yelled back. Since you're out here to perform, don't you got your own equipment or something? Shouldn't you be shooting at the one next to you? The crowd all chimed in. Yeah! Oh my god. Let me, Xie Lian also said. Someone from the crowd tossed over a fruit and Xie Lian caught it, ready to balance it on his head. However, Fengxian never planned to let Xie Lian get involved, so why would he allow this? In a moment of panic, he snatched the fruit and ate it in a blink of an eye. Fengxian! You're making this harder on us. Yeah, some of that, what I said earlier, like, we're slowly lowering the standards, but he still wants Xie Lian participate. Won't let Xie Lian participate, and yeah. I'm sorry to say, Fengxian, but Muqing was right about this one. Then changed the direction of his arrow to target a banana hanging high from a tall building. I'll shoot that, he cried, and he did. He was an extremely skilled archer, so of course he hit the target, and the audience cheered and laughed. Well dang, you do got it! They laughed and chattered among themselves, and some really did toss a few coins. Small, round coins tumbled and rolled across the ground, and Fengxian went over to gather them. Xie Lian silently crouched down to help. He felt a little depressed, like he'd lost something. Fengxian had once been the servant of the crown prince. Even ministers had been compelled to be courteous and polite when they saw him, never mind the common folk. Some had even tried to curry his favor, heeding the hollering ringleaders when they hauled rocks and earth had been depressing enough. And now they had to endure being watched like performing monkeys. Fengxian's sharpshooting skill wasn't being used to kill enemies in battle, but rather to entertain the masses. Just thinking of it made Xie Lian's stomach turn. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out sharply. Who's shooting arrows in the streets? Xie Lian's heart jumped in his throat. Everyone in the crowd pointed at Fengxian. It's him! Fengxian was confused, and the crowd parted as several women came stumping over, holding an arrow. the one he had shot earlier. The women surrounded him. You damned brat! Did you shoot this? What guts! Randomly shooting off weapons in broad daylight! You destroyed the screen in our yard! Tell me, how are you going to pay for it? Yeah, of course. Of course, stray arrows, not a good idea. Yeah, you've scared away so many of our patrons! As it turned out, Fengxi's shot was so powerful that the arrow had flown all the way into someone's yard. Fengxi didn't like interacting with women to begin with, and these ladies were caked with heavy makeup. The perfume of powder assaulted his nose and suffocated him. Is this from like these are from... Oh, I see now. Okay, so these women are from a pleasure house, or from the brothel, likely the one where Lan Chang or Jian Lan is. And Fengxi has to go there to compensate, and that is how they meet. That's where they're gonna meet. I see. They probably came from a place of ill repute, and their accusations had him waving his hands and backing away. Xie Lian hurried over to stand in front of him. I'm sorry, he didn't mean to. As for compensation, we'll think of something. The women's tempers flared, and they began to shove at him. And who are you? You... The white bandage covering Xie Lian's face had slipped from all the pushing and pulling. Oh god. Oh no. When the women saw his face, their eyes lit up and their tones took a kittenish turn. Oh gosh, what a handsome little Gaga! Oh my god, because you're so cute. You're so cute, Xie Lian. Xie Lian was confused. One of the women clapped once, her face blooming into a wide smile. Very well then, it's decided. You're together, right? We'll take you as payment. You can't just do that. You can't just... Oh no. What does that mean? What does that mean? Because you can't just take you can't just take Xie Lian to a fucking brothel and make him do things. Xie Lian was even more confused. Before he realized what had happened, the women had already dragged Xie Lian away to a rather lavish little establishment. When he looked up, he could see women on the upper balconies dressed like blossoming flowers and chirping like birds. Only then did Xie Lian realize he had been taken away by a bunch of brothel madams. Goosebumps instantly raised on his skin. Wait, I don't have money. I really don't have any money. The brothel madams cackled. Of course you've got no money. That's why we're bringing you in to earn more. Exactly. You can't do that. Xie Lian was flummoxed. Sorry, but I'm a man, he exclaimed. We know you're a man. We're not blind, the brothel madams replied, annoyed. Fengxi finally broke through the sea of people surrounding him and rushed over, shouting, Let go of him this instant! The two were in a horrid predicament and promptly bolted. They knew they were in the wrong, but they didn't dare fight back. The enraged brothel madams called over 30 hired goons, and the duo had to scurry all over the city to escape their pursuit. They had never been involved in a situation like this before and would never dare visit that area again. Okay, well, I guess no Jian Lan for now. All the same, the experience confirmed for them that busking was a viable way of earning money, so they found new locations and set up shop. They were fresh faces, so the locals were very interested. And Fengxi was a strapping, honest-looking, rather handsome man. They managed to earn a small fortune in those first few days that paid for their food and medication for at least half a month, but good things don't last. It took less than half a month for someone to come knocking. That day, several beefy men came looking for them while Xie Lian and Fengxi were packing up. Suspecting that they were Yong'an soldiers, Xie Lian was alarmed. Inside his sleeves, his fists were ready to strike. Who are you? He demanded in a low voice. The leader humphed. You guys have been hanging around our turf for days, but you don't know who we are? Xie Lian and Fengxi were both puzzled. Good question. Like local thugs, gangs? Another man spoke up. You've stolen so much of our business. Don't you think it's rude not to explain yourselves? Oh, All the buskers, the ones who've been there for longer, I'm sure. The two of them finally understood what was going on. These were other local street performers. The street artists all belonged to a guild or gang, and those groups laid claim to turf. This new duo had shown up, taken all their customers, and stopped them from making any money. So of course, the group came looking for trouble. But Xie Lian and Hongjing weren't from the streets, so how could they possibly know this particular etiquette? Who'd even want to steal your business if they weren't at the end of the rope? Xie Lian thought bitterly, but he still spoke courteously. It's not really stealing, right? People watch what they want to watch. We weren't forcing anyone to gather for our shooting performance. As if these people would listen. Not stealing? No one's made any money for the past few days. You've taken all the grub, they exclaimed rudely. Bang. The gang members jumped in surprise and saw that Hongjing had slammed his fist into a nearby wall. There was a giant fist mark there, cracks crawling out from its center. Are you looking for trouble? He asked coldly. The gang of beefy men certainly had come there to start trouble and talk with their fists, but after witnessing Hongjing's punch, they had no doubt that his fist was stronger than theirs, and instantly their fire was smothered by half. Still, they refused to let this go so easily. The leader was briefly stumped, but he quickly changed his tune. How about this? We'll do this by the book. Let's compete with our skills. The winner gets to stay and the loser will pack up and leave, never to set up shop in this area again. Hearing that it would be settled with a competition, Hongjing laughed. Of course he did. How could mortals possibly compete with them? It was a sure win. Xie Lian also breathed a sigh of relief. That's exactly what I wanted. How do you want to do this? We'll use our best busking tricks, the man proclaimed loudly. While he spoke, two other men brought over a few long rectangular stone slabs of slate, which the man patted. Shattering boulders on your chest, how about it? Do you dare? Seeing how smug he looked, it seemed this was indeed his specialty. Xie Lian crouched to touch the slate, then looked up. It won't be a problem for me, but will it really not be a problem for you? These stone slabs were the real deal. The man laughed. Judging by the shape you're in, you'd better just worry about yourself. Hongjing crouched next to him. Your Highness, let me. Xie Lian shook his head. No, you worked hard the past few days. Let me do it this time. He wanted to make an effort too. And so, both Xie Lian and the man lay down on the ground with slate slabs pressing down on their chests. Hongjing was given a large hammer. He waited in his grip and was just about to smash it down when Xie Lian swiftly spoke up. Wait! The others were delighted. What, you admit defeat? It's not too late to forfeit now. We'll let you go. No, I want to add another slab, Xie Lian said. The mob was shocked by this. Are you crazy? Didn't you say it yourselves? This is a competition, Xie Lian explained lazily. There's no difference in skill if we use one slate apiece, so how can we compare our abilities? The street performers looked doubtful. Some thought he'd gone mad and others assumed he was bluffing. After much discussion, they stacked another slate on his chest. After that, Xie Lian asked them to add another. Are you psyching them out, Xie Lian? Now everyone was sure he'd lost his mind, and they added a third slate without further question. Thus, 3 heavy stone slates were stacked on Xie Lian's chest, a rather terrifying sight. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Hongjing raised the large hammer and smashed it down without blinking. The 3 stone slates cracked into multiple clean pieces. Xie Lian crawled up from the ground amidst the cheers, uninjured and fine. He calmly dusted off his robes while everyone watched with slackened jaws. The leader's face was pale and his expression was dark. Now we should know to back off, right? Xie Lian thought. He had assumed the other party would concede and never come seeking trouble again, but that man's expression kept changing, and suddenly he gritted his teeth. Add 2 more to me too! No, add 3 more! Bro, you can't! The mob exclaimed. This guy must be using some sort of evil spell. You don't have to go along with him. Yeah, he must have faked it. What the fuck? Function exclaimed angrily. You're the ones who lack skill, but you turn around and accuse us of cheating with evil spells? The leader said in a booming voice. The stone slabs and the hammer belong to us. How could we not know if there was some evil spell in play? This brat does have some skill, but 3 slates is nothing. I can do 4, as long as we win. They'll have to leave. That's impossible, give up, Function said. Don't throw your life away over this. But the man was bull-headed and forced the others to stack 4 staggeringly heavy stone slates on his chest. You just watch! Xie Lian could tell things were going awry. Function, should we stop this? There's no way a mortal can manage 4 slates, he whispered. Let's watch, I guess. I'm sure he's not looking to die. After a couple of smashes, he should know to back off, Function whispered back. Xie Lian frowned slightly and nodded, deciding to wait and see. Sure enough, the man's face changed the moment the lackey who wielded the hammer gave a single apprehensive knock. The lackey immediately stopped, not daring to move again, but the man yelled, Harder! Did you forget to eat? Why is your smash so pathetic? The lackey didn't dare to be sloppy on the second go, and he used all his strength. Bang. With that loud sound, the man's face turned bright red like he was holding back a mouthful of blood. This didn't look good. And Xie Lian and Function quickly called out, Wait, don't force yourself! Who's forcing himself? This is my specialty, the man yelled. Just watch! I'll make you admit your defeat! Continue! With a distraught expression, the lackey smashed again. Now he'd done it. The man sputtered blood all over the ground. Scaring the lackey into dropping the hammer, the mob rushed up. Let it go, bro. If those 2 bastards want to cling to this place, then let them. Your life is more important. Veins popped on the man's forehead, and blood foamed from his mouth. I won't let this go. It's been days since we've had a bite to eat. Yeah. It's our livelihood's gone if this keeps up. Continue. I refuse to believe I can't compete with this delicate-looking little brat. This is my specialty. Yeah, it's this situation of if someone eats, someone else won't. Like in this situation. Xie Lian and Function are very skilled, they managed to get a lot of money, but that means someone else is not getting that money and someone else in dire straits is not going to be able to eat. And I guess this is a lesson that Xie Lian is going to take with him when he, travels around busking himself. Xie Lian couldn't watch anymore and spoke up. That's enough. If that's how it is, then I concede defeat. Starting tomorrow, we won't come here anymore. Come on, Function. Then he turned to leave and Function followed him. Behind them, the mob cheered. Your Highness, are we going to give up this place just like that? They had finally found a way to earn money, but now they had to abandon it. Xie Lian sighed. There's no other way. He's already suffered massive internal injuries from just a few rounds. I fear he's nearly crippled. Someone was going to die if we kept the competition going. And we wouldn't have been able to stay if that happened either. Function scratched his head and cursed. Suicidal, honestly. We're all trying to make a living, Xie Lian said simply. Xie Lian felt rather guilty. Had he known that man would force himself to take on 4 slabs, he wouldn't have asked them to stack 3. He would have just admitted defeat early. Although the man was boorish and reckless, he still had some respectable qualities. Besides, we don't have to busk here. That'd be putting all our eggs in one basket, Xie Lian said. However, when they returned to their hiding place that night, the queen informed him with a face full of worry that the king's symptoms were worsening. He'd need a good, long rest and might not be able to endure any more moving. And that meant they couldn't leave the city for the time being. Xie Lian rummaged through the shelves and chests again, but couldn't find anything to pawn. So he sat next to the chest and spaced out. Function was boiling down medicine, humming as he did so. He hummed and hummed, sounding more and more off-key. And while Xie Lian didn't care to pay attention at first, he eventually couldn't ignore it. What's with you? In a good mood? Function looked up. Huh? No? Xie Lian didn't believe him. Really? Yeah, oh my gosh, at this point, it must have started his thing with Xianle, right? In the few days since they had started performing on the streets, Xie Lian had noticed Fengxian acting a bit strange. Sometimes he'd grin like a fool for no reason. Sometimes he'd suddenly seem troubled. Xie Lian and Fengxian rarely left each other's sides when Cheng had been around, but after Cheng left, Fengxian would sometimes have to deliver food for the king and queen or run other errands. He'd be gone for a while on those days. Xie Lian assumed that Fengxian must have stumbled upon something while it was out and about, but he didn't have the energy to concern himself with it any further. Your mistake, home. Well, mistake and mistake. I understand, like, they were in such a situation, and he notices that Fengxian changes, but he doesn't have the energy to really inquire about it. Eyeing the medicine pot in front of Fengxian, Xie Lian was quiet for a while before he asked, "Is that the last packet?" Fengxian flipped through the bundles on the ground. "It is. If we don't go tomorrow." Upon remembering that the king was inside the cottage and they couldn't allow him to overhear, Fengxian lowered his voice. "If we don't busk tomorrow, what will we do?" Xie Lian was silent for a long time. Then he abruptly stood up. "Stay here and guard the cottage. I'll go out and think of something." Fengxian was doubtful. "Where are you going? What could you possibly come up with?" Xie Lian left without looking back. "Don't worry about it and don't follow me." Oh, well, remember the prologue? It did say in the prologue that he might have even retorted to stealing, and that was the end of the chapter, and that is my thought right now is that that might be exactly what is happening. Xie Lian might head out to attempt stealing. Or, at least that is my current bet. So yeah, this chapter is further showing us what sort of dire straits Xie Lian is in with his family. And looking at this, the king is growing sicker and sicker, and him just existing with this is going to be an added expense. We're talking a little bit about Xie Lian's pride and Fengxian's pride, but the king's pride has always been more. I suppose, like, he is the one who doesn't want Xie Lian to go out there busking. And I feel like Fengxian believes that himself too, but he is kind of echoing the king's sort of sentiment here, and eventually he did give in, and now they're lying to the king. That pride, again, of someone who has lost his kingdom and then being reduced to this. I'm starting to believe more and more in my heart that the king is gonna decide to go, and the queen is probably gonna go with him. That is kind of the impression that I'm getting here. And I don't want to be right about this, but with the dream thing at the beginning, I feel like they've already told us where this is gonna go. And I feel like, yeah, that is definitely what I think is gonna happen right now. I don't see any reason why else they would have shown us that. I know I'm so concerned and so worried about Xie Lian's state of mind after all of this. But yeah, these first couple of chapters about the Xianle past have everything that I've sort of expected, and then some things I didn't. I wonder if Hongjing is here seeing all of this as well. Like, ghost fires are like the weakest. They're the weakest of the ghosts, right? Easily dissipated, except, Hongjing, who's built a bit different, shines a little brighter. But I'm wondering if what we're seeing here, like, it was the Zhengyuan, right? The ghost festival. So that would make the ghosts more powerful as well. So maybe that was the one time he is able to actually hang around and talk to Xie Lian. And the last conversation they did had made it seem like Xie Lian just wants him to not hang around, to forget him. I bet your ass he's not trying to do that. I mean, it's not even a bet. He's not trying to do that. He's hanging around, I'm sure. But maybe now that, it's mostly daylight and stuff, maybe he's so weak that he is trying his best to follow Xie Lian around, but he's struggling a bit. Which brings us down to, what does the ghost fire do to become stronger? How is that ghost fire going to be able to grow? Is it all about time? Is that what we're waiting for? Like, we need more time for Huajang to, you know, become something that can compete in the eventual opening of Mount Tonglu, you know? Like, how does he become stronger? Does he need to eat other ghost flames? Is that it? We haven't really heard about Huajang devouring other ghosts. That seems to be more of a Blackwater thing, by Wuxiang thing, now we know. So I don't think he's devouring them, but like, do we need to wait for like Mount Tonglu and then Ghost Flame? Huajang needs to go there and fight other ghost fires and then eventually get a body and like a spiritual body and stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't know what we're waiting for here. But right now it seems like I wonder if he's around, but I don't know. I do not know if he's around. I hope he's around. Trying to be around at least, but you know, he could be too weak to be able to stick around for too long. And yeah, so Function's thing with Xie Lian has started apparently, and I do wonder if the brothel thing was the start of it. But like, when did they meet up? Was it because they were yeeting out of there quite quickly? So I don't know. There's no details about that just yet. Some hints, but no details. Okay, I read a good chunk, 50 pages. I'm gonna go make dinner, and then I will be back with you eventually. Who knows, maybe later tonight. My throat is feeling pretty okay. My voice seems to be going well. It's working. So yeah, maybe I'll see you in an hour once I've had my dinner, so we can continue reading the next chapter. And also I need to replenish my tears, because that first chapter... Let's try not to think too hard about Honghonger. The ghost fire really put me in a good mood though, getting to make this. I'm so happy with how it turned out. Alright, take this time to hydrate yourselves, go get that cup of tea, that cup of coffee, drink some water, and I will see you in a little bit. And we're back! Good evening everyone, and welcome back to the Arc for read-along. And I've just finished dinner, and I am so ready to continue. And more importantly, I have rehydrated, which I really needed. Luckily for me, I suppose, Honghonger did not reappear in the previous chapter, because that first chapter, oh my lord. I'm scared that he is gonna, like, trigger my crying whenever he pops up, because he's gonna do something or say something, and something about his circumstances is gonna get to me so hard. I really think he's got me in his hand, and that is very impressive considering how he's a ghost fire. He doesn't have hands yet. But all that being said, I guess here's my favorite part. I can't... I am just happy, I suppose. Happy feels like the wrong word to say, but I was so relieved when he popped up, when he was there. And like he's died. He's just died. And then Xie Lian saves him again. Oh my lord. Like it was there, but I haven't like said it out loud, so it didn't really register. Xie Lian saved him again. Once again, he is in a situation where Xie Lian, his beloved, saves him. And his biggest wish is to protect that man who keeps saving him again and again. How many more times is Xie Lian going to be the one doing the saving? Yeah, I'm scared if Honghonger pops up again, we're gonna need to save this poor little ghost fire, but you know, he's just a little ghost fire. He's just a little flame. Maybe we're gonna need to save him from getting eaten by ghosts. Also, you can't see this very well because my microphone is like up here, but I hung my little Hualian charm on the mic stand, so it's here with me while I read. I can hold it and like comfort myself, I suppose, with looking at their happy little faces. Like, this is where we're going. This is where we're headed. Whatever happens here, we have an end goal in mind, and it's already done. It's already achieved. Well then. We still have not seen Bai Wuxiang. I guess he's right around the corner somewhere, because he did appear in the dream, so I'm sure he's gonna appear somewhere in here as well. But you know, I've already been rambling before I took my dinner break, so let's see how far we can get before my voice starts to need a bit of a rest, right? And we're opening our books to chapter 97. Blocking the mountain path, Crown Prince fails at robbery. Yeah, that's what I thought he'd be doing. I think Xie Lian is about to go try to do some robbery. According to the title of this chapter, he's gonna fail at that robbery. For better or worse, blocking the mountain path. What mountain path? To Taizang Mountain? Let's see what this is about. Xie Lian exhorted Hongjing over and over to stay behind and guard the king and queen. Then he left the small, run-down cottage. As he walked, he kept looking back, his heart racing. After walking a long way, when he was certain Hongjing hadn't followed, he finally relaxed. Steadying himself, Xie Lian continued onward for another dozen kilometers, stopping and going before he finally found a place that seemed like an ideal location. A mountain road in the middle of nowhere. Oh my gosh, is he gonna do like highway robbery? Oh, Xie Lian, my boy. Xie Lian scanned his surroundings. There was no one around. He covered his face with a white silk band, wrapping it tightly and securely before leaping into a tree and hiding himself in the branches. He held his breath and focused. The next step was to wait for travelers to pass by. That's right. The something he'd come up with was stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. What in the Robin Hood is that? Xie Lian? You are the poor. In the past, Xie Lian had only heard of such chivalrous thieves from storytellers and books. He'd never stolen, he never even considered it, since he'd always believed that no matter how it was prettied up and no matter how just the cause, robbery was robbery. Otherwise, considering Xie Lian's martial prowess, nothing would present an obstacle, never mind settling for scurrying across rooftops to pilfer small things. He could easily murder guards and clean out an entire treasury. But now that they'd reached this point, there really was no other way. If he had to choose, he considered robbing people a tiny bit better than burglary, probably because the former was still somewhat out in the open. After much internal strife, Xie Lian ate his past self's words and decided to steal the wealth of others to relieve his own poverty. This was the quickest way. Xie Lian perched on the tree. The moon was hiding, the wind bellowing, and it was deserted all around him, empty of all things living, and yet his heart hammered wildly in his chest. Even facing the most ferocious beasts, Xie Lian had never been this nervous. His hand trembled as he dug out a cold, hard bun. If you could still be picky about food, you weren't genuinely hungry. When Xie Lian finally understood this, he'd become quite accustomed to the taste of old steamed buns. Winter was fast approaching, and the nights were extremely cold. Xie Lian munched on the cold bun and puffed out mouthfuls of white breath. Since he didn't want to be seen, he hadn't even considered finding a place where there'd be more people. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is not a good spot, really. He'd chosen a remote area on purpose. Okay, what's the purpose? That just, like, if someone shows up, I will do it. If someone doesn't show up, I won't do it. Is that what we're doing? Because that reeks of hesitation to me. He waited a full 4 hours before a traveler approached, strolling down the mountain road. Xie Lian perked up and stuffed down the rest of the bun in a few bites, training his eyes on the traveler who was slowly approaching. And then he saw that it was an old man. He was such an old man, but his dress was rather vibrant, so he was likely somewhat wealthy. Still, Xie Lian, of course, wouldn't even consider him as a target. He couldn't tell if he was disappointed or relieved, but either way, he absolutely decided to ignore the old man and let him go. He went back to waiting for someone to pass. 2 hours later, Xie Lian's feet were going numb from crouching, and the lower half of his body was practically frozen. A second person finally appeared. When he saw that the figure was also walking slowly, he wondered, could it be another elderly person? When they finally got closer, Xie Lian discovered that this wasn't someone old or infirm, but instead a healthy-looking man. He looked humble and good-natured and wore a smile on his face. The reason he was walking so slowly was because he was carrying a heavy bag of rice. Xie Lian's palms were sweating, and he wondered, do I attack? After a moment of hesitation, he gave up on this target as well. The man's clothes were patched, and the straw shoes on his feet were so worn they exposed his toes. He was obviously from a poor household. He must have been so happy because he finally had a bag of rice to fill his stomach. Perhaps his family had starved for many days, and perhaps that bag of rice had been bought after selling the only ox of the household. Wouldn't he fall into despair if he was robbed? Xie Lian's mind spun all sorts of scenarios. After a while, he wondered if maybe he should have just taken half of the bag of rice, but by then the man was long gone. Xie Lian resolutely decided that he wouldn't dwell on it anymore and continued waiting for the next one. Yeah, he's you're really not cut out for this. You're making up stories about these people based on evidence, sure, but like, who else would wait for 6 hours in a tree, in a place very remote, to maybe rob someone? This is so pitiful. And I get it, Xie Lian. I'm sure you're glad nobody else has seen this, except has no one else seen this? Like that's what I'm wondering about. He perched in the tree like that and waited helplessly for hours, from the dark of night to daybreak. Over a dozen passersby had travelled along that mountain road, yet every time Xie Lian was about to attack, there were always some sorts of reasons why it wouldn't be right to follow through, and he let them pass. Over and over he thought to himself, forget it, I should just go back. No bandit would ever behave like him. It'd be a miracle if his efforts were actually fruitful. But then he remembered that there would be no more food or medicine if he went back empty-handed, and forced himself to keep waiting. After almost half a day, one last traveller appeared far in the distance on the mountain road. He was a middle-aged man, decked out in fine clothing, which meant he was either wealthy or noble. He had a fiendish face and a greasy, slippery air that made him look obnoxious. At a glance, he didn't look like anyone good. So, are you gonna be convinced this time? But one mustn't judge a book by its cover. Xie Lian couldn't help but think, what if this man only looks fiendish, but he is actually a good person? Even if he's rich, does that warrant a robbery? See, we're doing this again. Even for this guy, we're doing this. So, what is this even gonna end up with? Are we just gonna people watch for like a day and then go, yeah, I failed? As he was waging his internal struggle, a growling noise from his stomach startled him from his stupor, and Xie Lian sighed inwardly. Never mind, I can't dither any longer. You're it. Okay. Making up his mind, he leapt from the tree and shouted, stand still! At the sight of a masked man cutting off the path down the road, the man cried out in alarm. Who are you? You're sneaking around here with your face hidden. What do you want? Give. Xie Lian roared out. Oh no, this is embarrassing. There was a hurdle in his mind, and he stammered a couple of times before finally squeezing out, give me all your money! The man's mouth opened wide, and he screamed and leapt 3 feet in the air. Somebody help! Thief! And then he turned and ran. More than his escape, Xie Lian was worried that his cries would alert others. The mountain road was barren and desolate, and there was little chance that anyone would come to help, not to mention that it would be easy to hide, even in the unlikely event someone showed up. But he had a guilty conscience, after all. Stop yelling! Xie Lian called after him. No, oh my god. Xie Lian, you would have commented to yourself, why would someone shout this It's not like they're gonna stop yelling just because you're telling them to stop yelling. Xie Lian of the future face-palming himself. As if the man would listen to him, he fled into the woods, and soon there was a horrific yelp. Xie Lian was afraid the man had been attacked by beasts in the woods and cried, "Wait, watch out!" But when he caught up with him, his face went pale with shock when he saw what he'd stumbled across. There was a group of people, oh my god, our people, gathered in the woods, and they were all staring at him. When Xie Lian looked closer, he noticed that something was off. These weren't people at all. The middle-aged man couldn't see them and was still in a panic. Moreover, there were some faces in the group that Xie Lian found familiar. Of course they were familiar. He had seen a number of them in the heavenly capital. Are they— oh no, they're heavenly officials? Some were from the upper court, some from the lower court, but they were all heavenly officials. The man had cried out because he tripped and fell. He gripped a large bundle of protection charms while chanting to himself, "Oh my god, come save me now!" And the gods that he was calling really had come, just as he asked. Countless heavenly officials stared at Xie Lian intently, freezing him on the spot with their gazes. When the man saw that the strange masked robber was frozen in place, he quickly crawled to his feet and ran off. Xie Lian couldn't move a single step to give chase. His entire body was stiff and drenched in cold sweat, and his mind was filled with horror. Yes, horror. Xie Lian could only pray that the white silk band was wrapped around his face tightly enough that the junior heavenly officials he'd been acquainted with in the past wouldn't recognize him. However, things never went as one hoped. Oh no. Oh, is this like... because Xie Lian really failed at that robbery. Like, he super failed. And, you know, he was still chasing after that man with the thought of, oh shit, he's gonna hurt himself or he's gonna get attacked because he's running away now. So I don't even know if he would have gone through with it had he actually caught up and nothing had happened. But this is gonna be... this might be it. Like, Xie Lian actually never robbed someone, but the whole thing just got seen like this, and therefore the prologue tells us that he ended up resorting to the robbery. One of the heavenly officials looked him up and down, then commented in surprise, "Isn't that Your Royal Highness?" Xie Lian was speechless. Another heavenly official seemed even more shocked. "Oh, it really is! Why is Your Highness here, and dressed like that?" Xie Lian's heart sank deeper and deeper. It was going to sink to the very bottom of the earth. That man was screaming, "Help! Robbery! Thief!" Was a thief chasing him? And was that thief Your Highness? My heavens, Your Highness! You would actually do something like this? Their comments nearly made Xie Lian faint on the spot. He didn't know how much time had passed when he finally croaked out, He wanted to say something, but his words were stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. The heavenly officials' expressions were mixed. A moment later, one of them patted him on the shoulder. "It's fine, don't worry, Your Highness, we understand." The pats weren't hard at all, but Xie Lian almost lost his balance from them. He tried again to speak. The heavenly official laughed out loud. "You're only doing this because you've got it really hard. It's understandable. Don't you worry, we won't tell anyone." You think? That was exactly why it was so hard for him to say a word, and once the other party brought it up first, Xie Lian had no idea what more he could say. A long moment later, Xie Lian mumbled, "All right, thank you. Then I'm going to head back now. Heading back." He's not even refuting it. Oh my gosh. He wasn't sure how he left either. When he finally came back to himself again, he was standing on another empty mountain road. The cold winter night's breeze had snapped him out of it. Only then did Xie Lian finally realize the full horror of what had just happened. He was Xie Lian, the crown prince of Xianle, and now a thief? How had it come to this? Xie Lian was filled with regret. He must have been utterly mad to consider robbery, and now things had spiraled out of control. Why was he so unlucky that he'd get caught red-handed even though he hadn't even done anything? He had never encountered anything like this in his former life, so he was at a complete loss of what he should do. He was burning from head to toe, his mind completely muddled, and he hid his face in his hands. If only time could flow backward. He was even willing to sacrifice his bountiful health and cultivation in exchange for that alone. As he wandered, lost in the depths of his distress, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a blurry white silhouette in the corner of his eye. Oh, wait. Startled, Xie Lian's head shot up. Who goes there? The figure had vanished the instant he looked. Cold sweat drenched him once more. Although he hadn't seen the man's face, Xie Lian could have sworn he had been wearing a mask. Yet there was no trace of anyone when he scanned his surroundings, and Xie Lian couldn't help but suspect that the figure he had seen was nothing but a hallucination born from his panic. It was absolutely not, come on. Like, from what we just experienced with Bai Wuxiang in Mount Tonglu, that was not an hallucination born from your own panic. That was him doing his thing, Xie Lian. I am sure it was him doing his thing. And we're probably going to spend some time before Xie Lian realizes it here, because, yeah. It's the same tricks that we saw in Mount Tonglu, but in Mount Tonglu, Xie Lian was more ready to say that it is him. At this point, he's not there yet. Whether that was true or not, he didn't dare to stay there any longer and hurry down the mountain. By the time Xie Lian returned, Fengxian had been waiting for him for nearly the entire day. The moment he saw him, he exclaimed, "Your Highness, where did you run off to? What idea did you come up with?" Xie Lian didn't dare tell him. He couldn't tell anyone, especially Fengxian. He couldn't even imagine what Fengxian, who believed so faithfully in Xie Lian's utmost virtue, would think if he found out. Oh, he's going to find out. It might not be now, but he's going to hear about this. Oh my god. He could only hope that the incident would be forever buried in his heart and rotted in his stomach. Thus, Xie Lian replied ambiguously, "Nothing." Fengxian was dumbfounded. Huh? Then why were you gone for so long? Xie Lian's mind was numb. Don't ask again, I didn't do anything. Fengxian found this incredibly strange, but no matter how he questioned, Xie Lian refused to answer. As a servant, it wasn't his place to push, so he could only ask in a whisper. Do we still go busk tomorrow? I'm not going out anymore, Xie Lian replied. His mind had been thrown into complete chaos, and his head was filled with impossible worries. What if he bumped into that middle-aged man? What if he was wanted all over the city? Fengxian noticed that he looked off. Are you tired? Then why don't you stay in, Your Highness? I'll go myself. You just focus on training. He didn't know that Xie Lian also couldn't bring himself to train and cultivate. Xie Lian had been focused on cultivation at first because that was the only chance they had to return to the upper court, but now he was terrified of the prospect of returning there. Even though those junior officials had said they wouldn't tell anyone, would they really? Had the affair already reached the ears of everyone in the upper court? When he considered that possibility, Xie Lian couldn't breathe. There was no way he could endure being tainted by such a stain, pointed at by the upper and lower courts alike, even by the whole mortal realm. Heavily exhausted, Xie Lian passed out, but his slumber was unsettled. He tossed back and forth, assailed by unknown nightmares. By the time he startled awake and looked outside the window, the skies were already dark. Fengxian wasn't around. He must have gone out to busk on his own and hadn't yet returned. From the room next to him, he heard the king and queen speaking in hushed voices and a few quiet coughs. Xie Lian lay on the floor. Now that he was awake, he couldn't help but keep thinking about how his parents would react if word of the incident really got around and they found out. How shocked would they be? The king might stomp his feet in outrage, sputtering blood as he yelled that he was the shame of Xianle. The queen wouldn't yell at him, but she would certainly be extremely anguished by her beloved child and the embarrassment he had brought him. As his mind dwelled on this, Xie Lian began to have trouble breathing again. He needed to find somewhere he could be alone and calm himself. So he rolled off the straw mat and dashed outside. He ran blindly for dozens of kilometers, with the frigid winds blowing at his face. Yeah, this is familiar. This is you might be having a little bit of a panic attack, Xie Lian. He has so many expectations put on him for like so long, and now all of this is happening, and he feels like already he is like a giant failure, and now even in this happens, and he is so ashamed. He is so ashamed of himself, and he is so ashamed of what everyone is going to think. And I absolutely get it. Oh my lord. And though nothing has really happened like properly over the last few pages, aside from this failed robbery attempt, the way we're giving this so much weight really makes me feel so helpless in Xie Lian's place. Like it's like nothing is gonna go right. Everything feels like it's going downhill. There are no victories to be had. And that hopelessness that they're building, that the author is building here, it's really well done. Like, yeah, we managed to pawn off that sword to get the funds to be able to pay for the medicine for a while, and then when that wasn't working out anymore, we managed to start busking to pay for the medicine and supplies for a while, and then that wasn't working out anymore. And like every single victory is just followed by a bigger defeat. So we are going down, down, down steadily, and it's taking a toll on Xie Lian's mental health as well. And this is, I think this was a good way of portraying this. It feels so helpless, and I really feel for him. He didn't dare stop anywhere near other people. He always felt like they were staring at him and judging him for how unsightly he looked. He ran until he came upon a graveyard without a single soul present, and his midnight flight finally came to a stop. That night was colder than the night before, and only after he arrived here did Xie Lian notice that his cheeks and hands were practically frozen stiff. His whole body was shivering. Though that wasn't just from the cold, it was also from terror. Xie Lian hugged his arms unconsciously and puffed out a few mouthfuls of hot air. As his eyes swept across the graveyard, he spotted 2 jugs of liquor that had been offered at the tombstone. Oh no! Are we gonna... Oh, Xie Lian! Okay, this is ironic because Windmaster and Xie Lian were kind of perched in, I don't think it was a graveyard, but they were like perched at the side of the road, waiting for some ghosts to follow to Ghost City. And Windmaster was having their fill and inviting Xie Lian to join. And I remember at the time, I was like, we're getting drunk Xie Lian. We were not getting drunk Xie Lian. But from this, oh no, are we gonna get sad drunk Xie Lian? I don't like this. This is so pitiful. It seemed the owner of this tombstone used to be a lover of drink, so others brought them liquor when they came to sweep their grave. Xie Lian crouched at the tombstone. He had never drunk alcohol before, but he had heard people say that it could warm the body and help one forget. After a moment's hesitation, he abruptly reached for a jug, yanked out the stopper, and started pouring the contents down his throat. This was a large jug of cheap liquor, nothing fancy, and the taste was pungent and strong. Xie Lian chugged a few large mouthfuls and choked on it, breaking into coughs. However, he did seem to feel a bit warmer. Xie Lian wiped at his cheeks and sat on the ground hugging the jug, then continued to chug the liquor in large mouthfuls. Oh my god, my boy, Xie Lian! In his daze, he thought he saw a small ball of haunting ghost fire come flying over from nowhere. Are you? Well, we're at the graveyard, which would be a good place for this, but oh my god. In his deity thoughts, he saw a small ball of haunting ghost fire come flying over from nowhere. It circled around him, twirling about, looking quite anxious. Xie Lian was focused entirely on drinking and didn't react at all. The ball of ghost fire appeared to be trying to get closer to him with all its might, but it was nothing but hollow flames. It passed right through his body every time it came near. Forever unable to actually touch him. One jug down, and Xie Lian was already tipsy and groggy. His eyelids slack with drink. When he saw the ghost fire darting here and there, he found it rather pitiful, but also rather funny. He couldn't help but sputter a laugh as he rested his arm on the edge of the liquor jug. "What are you doing?" Xie Lian asked. The ball of ghost fire instantly froze in midair. Is that our ghost fire? It has to be our ghost fire. Come on, that was also the end of the chapter, which was a terrible place to end this chapter because I have to keep reading. Our boy is here. Our ghost fire is here. I'm not leaving him anywhere. Yeah, this is turning out to be the way I thought it would be. We have ghost fire Hua Chang popping up in places throughout the story because he is seeing this. He's seeing everything. I am sure he might even have been around for the robbery. He might have seen that as well. And I guess he can only like take form and show himself during certain circumstances, like during the Ghost Festival or here at the graveyard. Like there must be some circumstances that makes him visible. Now it's night as well, so you know. But I am sure he's around. I'm sure he perceives things, and I am sure he is seeing all of these things happening. Because like Xie Lian said about the ghost fires that he released, they would attach to you, and I feel like that's what's happened here. Hua Chang, or rather Hong Honger's little ghost fire, has attached itself to Xie Lian, and it's so cute and so pitiful, and I am so emotional about him. I need to calm down. I'm calming down. Just this is so good. This is so good. Okay, I had another water break and hydrated a little bit to prepare for the oncoming he, aka Honger. I am not ready. Oh my gosh. Xie Lian is alone drinking in the graveyard, and here he is to comfort him, I guess. I like this. This is the last chapter that I was recommended to read. But it's only like another 20 pages. We're gonna hit like page 200 once we finish it seems. There's like 150 pages left after that. We'll see what we do. Let's do this one today. And depending on how I'm feeling, I might want to continue a little bit after bedtime so that we have about an equal amount of chapters or pages left after this reading session. Let's try to not cry this time around, okay? Let's just enjoy that Hong Honger is here trying to comfort Xie Lian, who is getting drunk in a graveyard because he's fucking depressed is what he is. Ugh. Okay. Chapter 98. 33 heavenly officials fight over blessed land. Are you for real? I was trying not to cry like a little while ago, and now I'm here like... Here they are. Right down here. 33 heavenly officials. We're like in, what? Second? This is before the second ascension. I had no idea where to put him on the timeline, but now we know that this is first banishment. Let's move these a little further ahead then, because we're in the first banishment on the timeline. And here we are, the 33 officials. I mean, I guess it's up here because it says versus the 33 heavenly officials. This is when Huazhang fought them. But yeah, they're like, this is why. We might be discovering why. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Like Function and Mooching, we've always kind of known. We always knew that the reason why he's going after them has something to do with Xie Lian. And now that we know more, we know more. But the 33 officials, we've never understood what exactly that is. And oh my god, like they've just is Huachang, does he have a grudge towards them because of well, here we have the chapter title, Fight Over Blessed Land. So some sort of land that is important. It could also have something to do with the people who saw the supposed robbery, right? They could be a part of this. Oh my lord. Oh my lord, this title alone just set me off. I am so ready to learn about the 33 officials. What is this about? But first of all, you know, Xie Lian is getting drunk in a graveyard and asking this little ball of ghost fire, what are you doing? And it froze instantly, midair. Is this your grave? Am I drinking your liquor? Xie Lian asked. He was a drunken mess and couldn't hear clearly if the ghost fire said anything in reply. He just assumed the owner of the grave was upset and trying to chase him away. He's really not. Xie Lian is really not. Come on, surely this is not that. This is not that. Because this small ghost fire it's encircled him and it's looking quite anxious. Like, we only know one ball of ghost fire like that. That would be like that. It's oh, Xie Lian. I get it. I'll go, he grumbled. Xie Lian crawled upright, still hugging the jug in his arms. Then took a few swaying, wobbly steps. He didn't get very far before he lost his footing and fell all over himself with a thud. As it turned out, there was a giant pit in the graveyard. Like an open grave. Oh. It was probably dug to prepare for an upcoming burial, but the deceased hadn't been buried yet, and Xie Lian went tumbling in instead. Xie Lian's forehead had smacked the outer edge of the pit when he fell. It hurt, and it only made the spinning of his head worse. He sat there feeling woozy for a while, before struggling to get up. His hands were muddy and bloody, covered in scrapes and cuts. He held out his hands and looked at them without really registering anything, then tried to climb out of the pit. However, he had just downed an entire jug of liquor. His limbs were limp, and he couldn't exert any power. Every time he tried to climb out, he just went slipping back down. Xie Lian slumped back to the bottom of the pit and glared at the dismal, overcast night sky for a while, growing very angry. Oh my god, and we have art of him sitting leaning on his jug with the ghost fire next to it. We have 2 ghost fire Huachang art. I can't believe that we have 2 whole pieces of ghost fire Huachang art. This really is the light leading us through this arc, for better or worse. I am so devastated. Xie Lian is so cute. What the fuck? And why are you so cute? And now he's angry. This pit wasn't even that deep. Why couldn't he climb out of it no matter how hard he tried? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he started mumbling despite himself. What the fuck? Xie Lian! Xie Lian had never cursed before. This was the very first time such language had come out of his mouth. It was very curious. The stifling tension in his chest seemed to disperse instantly the moment he swore, like a child who had just had his first taste of sweets. Xie Lian clung to the side walls of the burial pit and used all his strength to yell at a deafening volume. God fucking damn it! He slapped at the ground and yelled, Is anyone there? Is there anyone who can help pull me out? Of course there wasn't anyone. There was only a small ball of haunting ghost fire, blazing unceasingly as it flitted about. Unable to help. Unable to help! After Xie Lian fell into the pit, the ball of ghost fire rushed over, seeming to want to pull him up, but it would never be able to touch him. Xie Lian didn't bother with the ghost fire at all, just continued his angry rant. Oh, someone might as well just come and bury me! Cursing was one thing, but he still had to try to get out. Xie Lian finally climbed out on his own. But the struggle had left him incredibly unkempt, and he lay on the ground, huffing and panting laboriously. It took some time before he was able to turn onto his side to curl up, hugging himself. So cold, Xie Lian whispered. His voice was tiny, scared that someone would overhear. But the ghost fire did hear, and it came flying. It pressed itself against his body, its flames immediately burning much brighter than they had before. It was burning itself up with all it had. Hongjing, do not! It was burning itself up, oh no! Oh, I knew there was a danger that this would happen again, but here we fucking are, aren't we? Still, a ghost fire was cold. No matter how close it pressed, no matter whether it burned itself out, it still couldn't bring even a sliver of warmth to the living. In his daze, Xie Lian thought he could hear a tiny voice. The voice seemed so close and yet so far, like it was coming from a waking dream. It cried in despair. Oh God, please wait for me. Just please. Just wait for me. Please give me a little more time. Let me. God, is it calling for me? Xie Lian wondered to himself. But even if it was praying to him, it would be pointless. He was already powerless as a god, and he was even less capable now that he wasn't. There's a natural interlude here, and I'm gonna need a break. Oh my God, are you for real? Oh God, please wait for me. Just wait for me. Please give me a little more time. Oh my God. Oh my God. A little more time. Yeah, this is going splendidly, isn't it? Oh my God. Look, it's just the image of this little ball of fire just trying to burn brighter and warm for Xie Lian, and it's unable to. It can't do that. And then just obviously being so distressed, like he's so distressed seeing Xie Lian like this and just praying to Xie Lian, because who else can he pray to? Give me a little more time, please. Give me a little more time. Because he's watching him, you know, rolling around in that grave and saying things like, just bury me. Oh my God. Xie Lian, stop saying these things. You're upsetting your little ghost ball. Oh, it's so heartbreaking, because it's like, like Hongjing, do you even know what you're doing? Do you even know that time is all you need? Like, what are you doing? Like, what are we doing here? Oh, what are we doing? We're just out to make me hurt. I think that's the whole point of it. And maybe I should just keep this in my lap now, actually. I feel like I need it every time this fucking ghost ball flame appears. It's you. It's your fault. The interlude is going to be another hydration break, I guess. Okay. I had admitted I'm calmer. Let's see what is going to happen, because you have Your Highness, but I see Function's name just underneath. So I think we're We're leaving the ghost flame behind for a little bit, I hope. For the sake of my tear ducts. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! It was Fengxian's shoving that woke Xie Lian up. Xie Lian blinked his eyes open laboriously and found himself lying in a narrow alleyway. Fengxian's face was hanging above him, and he let out a breath of relief when he noticed Xie Lian was awake, but a moment later his relief was replaced with traces of anger. Your Highness, what's going on with you? Running off on your own for 2 days without a word. If you don't come back soon, I won't be able to keep hiding it from their majesties. Xie Lian slowly sat up. 2 days? When he spoke, he found that his throat was dry and his voice hoarse. His temples throbbed, and his head ached like it was going to split. He sort of remembered what had happened, but not really. Fengxian crouched by his side. That's right, 2 days! Where exactly did you go? Why were you running around like a madman? Had he been drunk for 2 days? Why wasn't he in some wild graveyard? Why was he lying here? Fengxian's tone made Xie Lian shiver with foreboding. What did I do? You were possessed, Fengxian said gruffly. Smashing stalls all over the place, beating people up. You even tried to confront some patrolling Yongin soldiers. And I don't know what else you did before that. When Xie Lian heard he had even gone after Yongin soldiers, he was shocked. I confronted the soldiers? Then what happened to them? Luckily I found you and stopped you, Fengxian replied. And since you look like this, they assumed you were just some crazy drunkard. They yelled at you but didn't bother doing anything else. Otherwise you'd be dead for sure. What happened to you? Why does it look like you were drinking? Xie Lian looked down at himself and found that he was filthy, covered from head to toe with mud and grime. He scratched his head, and his hair was messy, as that of a criminal being dragged to his execution. He certainly did resemble a crazy drunkard who slept on the streets all day. Xie Lian was briefly silent before he crawled to his feet and replied vaguely. Yeah, I drank a bit. Fengxian couldn't wrap his head around this. Huh? How could you drink? And how much did you drink to be drunk for 2 days? Seeing Fengxian's look of disbelief irritated Xie Lian for no good reason, and he walked on ahead. I already said I didn't drink that much, just a bit, no big deal. Why can't I drink? Fengxian hadn't expected him to answer like this, and was stunned for a moment, then chased after him. What do you mean, no big deal? Has your Highness forgotten? Drinking breaks the precepts. You can't break them. Otherwise, how can you cultivate? You have to ascend again. Xie Lian quickened his pace the moment he heard cultivate and ascend. He didn't want to listen anymore. Your Highness! Fengxian called out. He caught up again, and after a moment's hesitation, he had tried. Did something happen? Won't you tell me? A lot, Fengxian, a lot. Hearing Fengxian question him so cautiously, Xie Lian opened and closed his mouth, wanting to speak but unable to. He might break down if he didn't tell someone soon, but he also wasn't sure how Fengxian would react if he told him. He didn't make that gamble. Yeah. He can't tell Fengxian, and he's not telling him what happened that night, and he's not telling him what's in his head. And he thinks that this is a secret that he's going to be keeping. We know better now. But also, yeah, the thoughts in his head, like he didn't dare make that gamble. He is not prepared to see Fengxian's reaction, and it's because he fears rejection. A lot of this book is about that, isn't it? Fearing the rejection. It's Xie Lian's problem. It's been Huatong's problem. I am certain it is part of Muqing's problem. There's a lot of this, and it's such a human thing. One of the things that we go around wondering the most around the people that we're around is, do you like me? And nod means rejection, right? And that is like especially true for young people, but also adults. And these are very young people, not children, but still very, very young people in these very pressure-filled sort of positions, and it's, oh my god. Seeing him distracted, Fengxian added, Honestly, it's not like you killed or robbed someone. Ouch. So what is it that your highness can't tell me? It's not like you killed or robbed someone. Those words threatened to suffocate him. Before, he might have wavered on the matter. He might have tried to tell the truth and trust his luck, but all such hopes were thoroughly shattered in that moment. Xie Lian dipped his head and turned to keep walking. It's nothing. It's just, I'm really tired. He replied hazily. He was just about to make up an excuse when he noticed something on Fengxian's cheek and stopped in his tracks. What happened to your face? Fengxian felt his cheek, and his muscles tensed when he seemed to prod somewhere that hurt. There was a gash on his face, and one of his arms had been wrapped carefully with neatly layered bandages. Someone else had clearly taken care of them for him. Yeah, that's, taking care of them for him? Yeah, Jianlan, huh? That's it. But Xie Lian was primarily concerned about the injuries underneath the dressings. How did you get hurt? No mortal could easily harm someone with Fengxian's skill, and it was his shooting arm that had been injured, no less. But Fengxian didn't seem to care. Oh, it's nothing. Just some thugs trying to wreck my business, that's all. Xie Lian was shocked and bewildered. Was it the street performers from the other day? Yeah, them, Fengxian replied. Why did they crash your show? Xie Lian questioned, but then he understood. Was it because you still went to busk after we admitted defeat that day? So they came to chase you out? That was pretty much the whole story. A sudden rage exploded in Xie Lian's chest. Don't go there anymore! Xie Lian's voice was hard. However, Fengxian brushed him off. Who cares about them? I'll perform there whether they like it or not. You're the one who admitted defeat, not me, so it doesn't count as going back on my word. I'm gonna set up shop there and busk no matter what happens. Other than sneaking around and crashing the show, what can they do to me? I wasn't prepared this time, but next time I will be. If it comes to fistfights, I'm not scared of them. The abrupt hostility that had rushed to Xie Lian's head instantly dissipated as he listened, replaced by guilt. Fengxian had been steadfast while Xie Lian was out wallowing in his own misery. How could he possibly face his loyal servant, this man who still hadn't abandoned him despite everything? Xie Lian sighed. I'm sorry, Fengxian. Fengxian was taken aback, then waved hard. Why is your highness apologizing to me? What rubbish! You were out earning money all by yourself for the past couple of days. I'm sorry for the trouble, Xie Lian said. As long as you focus your cultivation and ascend again soon, it'll be worth it, Fengxian replied. There was the word ascend again. Xie Lian nodded heavily. The king and queen believed Fengxian's lies and thought Xie Lian had spent the past few days training. When they saw him return, the queen happily cooked a meal as always. Xie Lian didn't have the heart to make Fengxian suffer, so he took his bowl and helped him eat the food. He didn't sleep that night. The next day, Fengxian rose bright and early and headed out while Xie Lian remained behind to cultivate. Although he had pulled himself together by that point and regathered his energy by a millionfold, he still couldn't focus. The only way to rise above the rest was to study and train diligently. That was just common sense. But was there even 1 in a million who had the ability to study and train to the extremely high level required? By the same logic, Xie Lian could tell himself to clear his mind 1,000,000 times, but it wasn't so easily achieved by just saying it. His cultivation progress remained at a standstill for 12 consecutive days. Xie Lian wasn't accomplishing anything, and he couldn't help feeling anxious, especially since every night Fengxian dragged his exhausted body back home, and he and the queen asked after Xie Lian's progress. The pressure he felt was indescribably immense. He didn't dare tell them the truth, so he could only vaguely answer that yes, he was making progress, which made Fengxian and the queen both very happy. Still, he knew this couldn't last forever. After 2 months, Xie Lian finally couldn't let it go on any longer. One evening, when Fengxian had returned very late, he and Xie Lian sat at the table together, eating the previous day's leftovers. As they ate, Xie Lian suddenly turned to him. I'm afraid I'll have to leave for a while. Fengxian was taken aback, but he didn't stop stuffing his face with rice. Huh? Leave? Where are you going? I'm going to search for a quiet land filled with spiritual energy where I can cultivate in seclusion, Xie Lian said slowly. A cultivation spot with abundant spiritual energy gave the cultivator significant benefits. At first, Xie Lian hadn't wanted to leave his parents and attendant behind, so he'd never left them to pursue seclusion. But now he'd changed his mind. Fengxian didn't overthink it. Great, Your Highness! You should have done this a long time ago. Cultivation is most efficient in quiet seclusion after all. Xie Lian nodded, paused, and then said, I'll have to trouble you to look after father and mother while I'm gone. Fengxian was about to respond, but he hesitated. Although it was only for a moment, Xie Lian knew him very well. How could he miss that flash of uncertainty? Yeah. What's that uncertainty? If you must go, then go, the king bellowed from the back room. This king doesn't need anyone to look after him. Fengxian and Xie Lian lowered their bowls and chopsticks and looked toward the back room. It seemed the king wasn't asleep yet and had overheard their exchange, then barged in on their conversation. Xie Lian shook his head and whispered, Acting tough again. Fengxian smiled. Don't worry, Your Highness. Of course I'll look after them. Well, that answer was completely straightforward. Still, Xie Lian didn't forget how Fengxian had seemed to hesitate for a moment before answering, like he had some other conflicting concern. Yeah, we know. But when he thought about it, perhaps he was mistaken. Fengxian didn't know anyone outside their group and had no other attachments, so what other concerns could he have? Xie Lian stopped dwelling on it and moved on to planning what needed to be done before his departure. Yeah, us knowing what this is about makes it, it's interesting reading this and knowing what this is about, what transpired during all of this. The next day, Xie Lian packed a simple satchel and bid a temporary farewell to his parents and Fengxian. Oh, wait. I was a little distracted, but I just remember that there was a chapter title here. That was 33 Heavenly Officials Fight over Blessed Land. Oh god. Is this where we're headed? Blessed land, like land with spiritual energy, probably. And Xie Lian is going there, trying to cultivate, and there's going to be 33 other heavenly officials, but they're already cultivated. I don't... Okay, we'll see, but there's going to be something about these officials and this blessed piece of land. Maybe they're saving it for their younger juniors, you know? Either way, he walked on foot for dozens of kilometers, eating and sleeping in the wild for days. Finally, he found a place suitable for quiet cultivation within a thick, vast, remote mountain forest. Upon examining the area, Xie Lian was stunned at first, but soon his heart was filled with wild joy. Such luck! The feng shui here is excellent. I can't believe I found a rare piece of blessed land. Xie Lian could hardly believe it. His luck had turned around so unexpectedly after so much misfortune. He checked and rechecked until he was absolutely sure, but this area was indeed a sacred land brimming with spiritual energy. If he could immerse himself in training and focus on cultivation for the next few months, then surely he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. He could make exponential progress. Yeah, I'm so nervous. This is we don't get to have good things in this arc. I feel this is not gonna last. The fucking title, man. Xie Lian finally saw a ray of hope, and his gloomy feelings from recent days suddenly cleared. His heart leapt with joy. Father, mother, Fengxian, wait for me. I'll be back very soon. He hiked the steep, perilous mountain path for many hours and finally entered the deepest recesses of the spiritual mountain just before sunset. As he moved through the dense forest, he could clearly sense that he was getting closer and closer to the source of the land's spiritual energy. His steps grew quicker and lighter, but just as he was picking out the location for secluded cultivation, he was interrupted by the clamor of footsteps behind him. All right, here goes. How could there be so many feet on such a secluded mountain? Xie Lian glanced over, but he couldn't have expected the sight that awaited him, and the smile on his face froze. A number of people had arrived behind him, about 30 in total. How about 33? They came in various shapes and sizes and all wore different styles of attire, but the one thing they had in common was that they were all heavenly officials. A few were officials of the lowest rank in the upper court, but most were officials from the lower court. Yeah, so officials from the lower court are the ones who still haven't ascended for themselves. I see now. Holy shit. And if the ghost flame, that is Honghonger, is still around and observing all of this, oh my god. Yeah. I get it. I think I get it. I think I understand now, Hotchong. Holy shit. And among them were the junior officials who had stumbled upon Xie Lian's failed robbery. It's both. They're gonna do some shit here, but they also saw that failed robbery thing, and oh my god. When they saw Xie Lian, their faces subtly changed. They tugged at and elbowed each other, whispering amongst themselves under their breath, and when Xie Lian saw them, his hands immediately started trembling. Both parties stared at each other in dismay. It was some time before one of the heavenly officials cleared his throat. What a coincidence that we'd run into your Royal Highness here. Indeed, why has your Royal Highness come here as well? Xie Lian gave a light nod, forcing himself to be calm and composed. He responded with neither haughtiness nor humility. I'm here to train. Even though he was a different person now, Xie Lian still tried his best to speak with the same tone of voice he'd used before he was banished, refusing to allow himself to sound anxious or agitated. The heavenly official smiled. And even greater coincidence, we've come to train too. Yeah, who knew that we'd run into each other here? As it turned out, Xie Lian wasn't the only one who'd spotted this blessed land. This group of heavenly officials had targeted it too. Faced with this situation, Xie Lian hesitated. Would he have to cultivate alongside all these heavenly officials? Honestly, he despised the idea. He had come here to close himself off from the world and cultivate quietly. There'd no doubt be disturbances. He couldn't achieve solitude around this many people. Some people liked to cultivate in groups so they could take care of one another, but Xie Lian had always cultivated quietly on his own. Furthermore, ever since the robbery incident, he became anxious whenever he saw heavenly officials he'd once known. Other people's eyes felt as piercing as needles, and the stares tormented him. He was perpetually gripped by the delusional feeling that they were all secretly watching and judging him. He wouldn't be able to focus on cultivation in such a state. When it came to laying claim to blessed land, there was a first-come, first-served rule. If Xie Lian was strong enough, he could simply state that he was there first and request they find somewhere else to train. However, the junior officials who had witnessed the robbery incident were right there, so he couldn't act too forcefully. Besides, it'd seem overbearing if he chased away so many heavenly officials to keep this blessed land all for himself. Even if Xie Lian didn't want to train with other heavenly officials nearby, he had no choice. He would never be able to find another cultivation place with such plentiful spiritual energy, at least not quickly. Xie Lian could only nod. Yeah, what a coincidence. I'll head in first. Please do as you will, everyone. He began to hurry off to find the quietest cave to hide, yet a heavenly official behind him spoke up as he turned to go. Hold on! Xie Lian paused and turned his head back, puzzled. What is it? Some of the 30 or so heavenly officials exchanged looks, and some exchanged whispers. A moment later, one stepped forward with a smile. Your Highness took over many blessed lands in the past. Why don't you let us have this one? Xie Lian was stunned for a long while before he understood. They were going to force him to leave entirely. Oh my... yeah. You know what? Get your asses, Huatong. How baffling. What bullies. A rush of blood ran to his head. I was here first, but I didn't ask you to go, Xie Lian thought angrily. Why are you all ganging up and trying to force me to leave? But he didn't dare act out. After a moment of silence, he slowly gripped the strap of his satchel tighter. What do you mean by this? Xie Lian demanded, his voice hard. One of the heavenly officials began to explain. Well, didn't we just say, Your Highness has claimed many blessed lands in the past? Xie Lian cut him off. What does Den have to do with now? Are you saying that since I've trained in spiritual lands before, I'm barred from doing it going forward? The heavenly official was stumped into silence, looking embarrassed. Xie Lian tried to remain calm. Also, I don't quite understand. It's not like the rest of you can't cultivate because I'm here. Isn't it common to share spiritual land when cultivating? Why can't we all just keep to ourselves? Why must you ask me to leave? Just then, he heard someone grumble. Stop playing dumb. There are already more than 30 of us. What progress can we make if you're cultivating here too? The man was instantly hushed by the rest of his group, but Xie Lian immediately understood. So that was it. A blessed land's spiritual energy was limited. If someone took half when cultivating, then anyone who came afterward would have to share the other half. If someone took 80% of it, then only the remaining 20 could be parceled out. And a person with a greater ability to absorb spiritual energy would leave even less for others to use. The heavenly officials were afraid that Xie Lian would absorb most of the spiritual energy if he was there to cultivate. Anything that remained would have to be shared among the 30 of them, barely a sliver for each. Realizing this, the boiling blood in Xie Lian's head began to roil even more aggressively. He clenched his fists and stated coldly, I will cultivate here. Another heavenly official spoke up. Your Highness, we're only calling you Your Highness out of respect. You're nothing more than a mortal right now. Why must you fight with us over this spiritual land? Since I'm a mortal and you're all heavenly officials, then what are you afraid of if I'm here to train? Xie Lian said. If I don't leave, are you going to chase me away by force? Of course, they couldn't do any such thing. Heavenly officials were not allowed to attack a mortal who hadn't committed any major sins, lest they be punished. These heavenly officials couldn't do anything to him. However, Xie Lian had forgotten one thing. As he stubbornly faced those 30-some heavenly officials, 33, a voice broke in to say, It seems Your Highness has grown more of a backbone after being banished to the mortal realm. Not only will you rob mortals, you'll even offend heavenly officials. It felt like Xie Lian had suddenly plunged into an icy cellar. He whipped his head up and saw that the one who had spoken was an unremarkable lower-ranking official, but not one who'd been among the group that had caught him red-handed during the robbery incident. Yeah, because they did not shut up. They did not shut up about this. As Xie Lian had suspected, they had already gossiped about it. It hadn't all been in Xie Lian's head. Everyone really had been staring at him with judgment in their gazes. Everyone knew, all of these heavenly officials, they all knew. In an instant, Xie Lian felt like all of his bones had been pulled out. The fire in his veins was extinguished and his eyes turned red. He stiffly looked at the junior official who had seen him that night. You said you wouldn't tell anyone, he rasped. Oh my gosh, wrong thing to say. Wrong thing to say. Perhaps his burning stare pierced them too deeply, but the junior official, pinned under his gaze, quickly waved their hands. We didn't tell any outsiders. His eyes burning red, Xie Lian demanded. Then how did they know? None of the 30-some heavenly officials looked surprised when they heard this question. If so many of these heavenly officials already knew how much of the upper court had been told. The answer is probably all of them. His question stumped the officials for a moment, but they quickly argued back. Well, it's not like they're outsiders. We're all close friends here, with no secrets between us, so this doesn't count as telling. But we won't say anything to anyone besides the officials here. Xie Lian didn't wait for him to finish before he cried out sharply. Lies! What a bunch of lies! I don't believe you! The junior officials were starting to feel a little embarrassed at being cut off so pointedly, and they shrank back into the crowd. Just then, one of the heavenly officials spoke up, his voice booming. What does it matter if you believe them or not? You're already lucky that no one has exposed all the fine deeds your highness has done here in the mortal realm, and you still ask them to keep a secret for you. Why are we obliged to keep your secrets? What a joke! It was like a bucket of ice-cold water had been thrown in Xie Lian's face, followed by a blade piercing his heart. No, Another heavenly official piped up. You wouldn't fear mere talk if you hadn't done anything immoral. You're the one who's gone corrupt, and you blame others for not keeping the word. Keeping such unjust affairs under wraps would be the real crime. No, Xie Lian cried. He wanted to say that he had his reasons, that he hadn't wanted to do it, but deep down he also knew that his reasons weren't important. All that mattered was that he did indeed try to rob someone. A stain like this was like a brand of shame on his face, and it made him feel infinitely small before these heavenly officials, too afraid to even raise his voice to defend himself. Seeing that his will was fading, one of the martial guards stepped forward. Your Highness, do you now understand why we don't want you here to cultivate with us? Xie Lian lowered his head and tightened his fists. The martial heavenly official continued. We're not walking the same path. The travelers of different paths shall not meet. You should leave. The way he said that so presumptuously, understanding suddenly dawned on Xie Lian. At the end of the day, they were throwing around all these insults and accusations solely to make him give up this spiritual land. His fists clenched so hard that his knuckles cracked, and a lump weighed heavy in his throat for a while before Xie Lian said darkly, I'm not leaving. I will stay here and train. Right now, his anger toward the 30-some heavenly officials, 33, had surpassed his embarrassment. Now that things had gone this far, what did he have left to lose? He might as well go all out. Instead of running away with his tail between his legs, he'd rather stand his ground, thick-skinned and immune to their barbs, and keep them from getting their way. Xie Lian's head snapped up. I will train here, he repeated. This mountain does not belong to any of you, so none of you have any right to ask me to leave. Now that he'd hardened his attitude, the 30-some 33 heavenly officials' faces darkened. Xie Lian heard them muttering amongst themselves. Why does he even bother? I've never seen someone so shameless. They could gripe all they wanted, but Xie Lian would stay where he was. Even if his heart was bleeding profusely from being stabbed by spears of lips and swords of tongues, he would stubbornly refuse to move an inch. There we go, good boy, the martial heavenly official said. It seems your highness is bent on having his own way and making everyone else unhappy in the process. Kick me out if you've got what it takes. Even if you want to, none of you have the skill, Xie Lian said coldly. Ooh, that's kind of hard. At that, many of the heavenly officials' faces dropped and they pulled out their weapons. Of course they would. Xie Lian's words had been a grave provocation to any martial guard, and many of those present were just that. There was no way they could pretend they hadn't heard. Xie Lian was quickly surrounded, but he wasn't scared at all. He had no blade in his hand except a branch he had been using as a walking stick. One of the martial guards said severely, Your Highness, if you apologize immediately, we will pretend that you didn't offend us. If I've made anyone unhappy, I'm not sorry, Xie Lian replied. He pointed forward with the branch in his grip. Because none of you are fit to be gods. A wave of outrage broke out around Xie Lian. That was pretty good. Someone snorted. We're not fit, and someone who robs mortals is worthy. Xie Lian couldn't hold back anymore, and he didn't want to either. He swept a branch through the air and charged at them, yelling, "You bullies!" The martial guards readied their weapons to welcome his attack, and the other heavenly officials, standing in the back, cried out to Xie Lian, "It's not like we forced you to rob people, why are you blaming us?" But they were too happy too soon. They'd assumed that Xie Lian would be easy to take down, considering he had no spiritual powers or weapons. Yet unexpectedly, even though Xie Lian wielded only an ordinary branch, it was no different from a vicious blade in his hands. His strikes were incredibly strong and forced his opponents back. Only a few moments had passed. This is going too well. This is going too well. This is not gonna go this well. Like, something is gonna happen. Only a few moments had passed, and many of the martial gods' swords were nearly sent flying. They were even scared of being sliced by the sharp winds the branch's swing stirred up. Every single of Xie Lian's opponents fled to hide at the back of the group. These esteemed heavenly officials couldn't even defeat a banished mortal. What an embarrassment. Just then, one of the heavenly officials watching the fight from a distance shrieked, "What's this?" His cry alarmed the other heavenly officials. "What's going on?" The screaming heavenly official seemed to be in excruciating pain. He was doubled over and covered his face. A ball of ghost fire just hit me in the eye! Oh my god! You? Well done, you. Well done. Not bad. Not bad at all. A ball of ghost fire just hit me in the eye! Did he do this somehow? This was the official who had pointed at him and declared him a thief. Xie Lian snorted. Ghostfire! If you want to steal this spiritual land, at least be frank about it. There's no need to slander me any further. His fury flared again, and his attacks grew more brutal. Every single spear and blade wielded by that circle of martial guards was knocked away by Xie Lian's entirely normal branch. See, this is going too well. Something else is gonna happen. I am so scared. And the weapons clattered as they scattered across the ground. At that moment, someone yelled, We caught it! Look! Xie Lian paused and studied himself. What do you mean, the ghost flame? Oh no! The heavenly officials were in a titsy. One of them was gripping something in their hand and raised it high for all to see. There really is a ghost fire! He's playing dirty! We've got proof! Oh no, is this seriously gonna be it? We're gonna use the little Honghonger as proof? For what? For Xie Lian using, like, ghost power? I don't get it. Xie Lian looked closely, and sure enough, it was a little ball of haunting, blazing ghost fire. I don't even know what's going on! How dare you accuse me of playing dirty just because you caught some ghost fire? Xie Lian cried out angrily. It's not like ghost fires are rare. Do you see my name written on it? Well, if you checked his heart. The heavenly official who had shrieked was clutching his eye. Why would a normal ghost fire attack my eyes? If it isn't under your control, why would it act like this? And I say it's some wandering spirit from the mountain that was frightened by you lots and came crashing in here by accident in a daze. Your proof is nonsense, Xie Lian rebuked. The martial guard who had first attacked grabbed the ghost fire. Who cares whose control it's under? Just disperse a harmful thing like this. Oh no, do not. He said as he gripped it harder, looking like he planned to snuff out the spirit's fire. Seeing this, Xie Lian blurted, Let it go! He couldn't bear to have wandering spirits be dragged into their quarrel. He rushed to fight the martial guard and retrieve the ghost fire. Since Xie Lian intended to rescue the spirit, he had to hold back a bit, and the two were soon at a standstill. So yeah, another time where Xie Lian has to save Ghost Fire of Huachang. Oh my god. Just the fact that he's there, seeing all of this. Suddenly, a few of the heavenly officials called out from behind them. You're here! Come quick! Come see for yourself what's going on! It sounded like someone had arrived. Oh no, this is probably gonna be it. Who would this be? Is it like the Emperor? Is it like John Woo? Surely not. You're finally here, another heavenly official cried. We've been waiting for you. Come give us a hand. Xie Lian was startled. Has someone powerful arrived? Then he thought, well, who cares who it is? If they're going to give me trouble, I'll just go another round. I'm not afraid of anyone. He was brimming with resentment and ready for a huge brawl. But when the crowd parted and the fashionably late arrival stepped forward, Xie Lian was absolutely stunned, and so am I. The newcomer was mooching. The stunt she pulled back then? The shitty stunt she pulled back then? Oh my lord, is this it? Is this what this is about? Are we getting our answers already? I mean, unless the stunt was leaving, but you know, Function has already been complaining about that. I think this might be it. Because these are the 33. These are the 33. 33 plus 2, right? And mooching is here with the 33. We're 33 plus 1 right now. Holy fucking shit. Mooching, obviously, wasn't expecting to see Xie Lian like this either. The moment they came face to face, they were both dumbfounded. Xie Lian's eyes went wide, and he completely forgot about the martial gods he had been fighting. Why are you here? Aren't you? He muttered, but after only a few words he noticed something and fell silent. He understood what had happened. Right now, Mooching wasn't wearing his old worn black robes from when he'd been with them on the run. Rather, he was wearing a uniform befitting a martial heavenly official of the lower court. Function and Mooching had once been Xie Lian's left and right hands. Their abilities were highly praised and caught the eyes of many. When Xie Lian was banished, some heavenly officials had thought it a shame that Function and Mooching were banished with him. Some even had approached them in secret to ask whether they were willing to transfer their loyalties and serve another palace. It was feasible that a heavenly official had pulled Mooching up to the lower court as a gesture of recognition and had him work in their service. That had to be it. And he was clearly doing well for himself if he was tagging along with this group of heavenly officials to search for blessed land in which to cultivate. Xie Lian was still in a mortal body, but Mooching had already returned to the lower court. It was strangely ironic. With great effort, Mooching finally composed himself and asked in confusion, "What's going on here?" The heavenly officials all fought to tell their tales. Xie Lian stood at a distance, his body rigid. He noticed that they weren't telling Mooching about his robbery. What did that mean? It meant Mooching had already heard about the incident. Mooching knew he'd tried to rob someone. And like we've just gotten to the point where he's like, well, fuck what everyone else thinks. Fuck what all these random people think. But Mooching is not a random person. Mooching is someone Xie Lian considered a friend. And he's someone he very likely still cares for and cares for the opinion of. Oh my god. Is this gonna be it? Is he gonna leave because of this? I wonder what kind of incident this is, because the way Huarong has interpreted it is very not favorable, surely. And Function as well seems to have not interpreted this as very favorable, if this is the incident indeed. Let's see. Drop after drop of cold sweat rolled down the side of Xie Lian's face, and they backed up a few steps involuntarily. The martial god, who had been facing him earlier, huffed in anger. He wants to take this spiritual land all for himself and chase us out. Mooching, hurry up and help us. Help? He wanted Mooching's help in the fight against Xie Lian. Xie Lian was tingling with rage, shocked to the core. He finally snapped back to himself and stammered furiously. You... All of you are lying about what happened, so shameless! It wasn't like that at all. I clearly wasn't doing all that. Cheng was still just watching from the side, and it was making Xie Lian anxious with rage. He charged forward with his branch again. The martial gods were having trouble defending against his attacks and could only retreat in defeat. Cheng, why are you just standing there? They yelled again. The other heavenly officials joined in on the hollering, but Cheng still looked hesitant, like he didn't know whether he should attack. Oh my god, will he or won't he? Xie Lian heard them urge Cheng to confront him directly, and wild fury blazed inside of him. Cheng isn't like you. He's my friend. He would never help you. He raged and struck even harder. Oh my god, he's got up. Another row of weapons was sent flying. The rest of the heavenly officials saw that he was growing bolder the longer he fought, that things weren't going the way they should have. Cheng! They cried urgently. Are you just going to watch him make a mess of things like this? Cheng's expression changed erratically. He took a step forward, fingers twitching. Don't just stand there, give us a hand, a heavenly official near him called. It just had to be the moment when someone commented sarcastically. It's understandable that Cheng doesn't want to move. He was His Highness's personal attendant back in the day, after all. Even if His Highness robs mortals and steals our spiritual land, he can't help but be affected by the sentiments of their past relationship. It's enough that he hasn't teamed up with His Highness. How can we possibly expect more than that? On the surface, the words sounded like they were giving Cheng an excuse to stay out of things. But the comment was insidious. Veins crawled across Cheng's forehead. The air was growing delicate, and Xie Lian could tell this was about to go wrong. Cheng! All he said was Cheng's name, but a moment later Xie Lian's hands felt light. Then he heard a slashing sound. Xie Lian blinked and looked down to find that his only weapon, the tree branch, had been sliced in half. When he looked up again, Cheng was holding a long saber, and the sharp tip was pointed directly at Xie Lian. Please leave, said Cheng, weapon in hand. Xie Lian stared at Cheng in silence for a long time, gripping the broken branch. Finally he said, I didn't want to rob anyone, and I wasn't trying to take over the spiritual lands either. I got here first. Cheng didn't comment. Instead, he repeated blankly, Please leave. Xie Lian gazed at him. After a moment of hesitation, he asked tentatively, You know I'm not lying, right? He was a little hopeful when he posed the question, but also a little scared. A voice in his head was telling him, Stop asking, just turn around and walk away. Still, he couldn't help himself. Before Cheng could respond, Xie Lian slumped forward and fell heavily to the ground. The muddy mountain path was riddled with holes and ditches, covered in rocks and fallen leaves. Xie Lian lay sprawled, face down on the ground in a state of disbelief, his eyes bulging. One of the heavenly officials had shoved him while he was standing there at a loss and made him take that hideous fall in front of so many eyes. It was too humiliating. There were voices all around Xie Lian, high and low, filling the air and invading Xie Lian's ears. He stared with eyes that couldn't be wider at the blackened ground in front of his nose. Then he slowly raised his head. Cheng was standing not too far away from him, standing among those heavenly officials, his head turned away, not looking at Xie Lian. Just like the rest of them, he had no intention of lending Xie Lian a hand to help him up. And thus, Xie Lian understood. No one would lend him a hand to help him up. He lay there prone for a long time before crawling up on his own. The heavenly officials thought he was about to kick off another bout and were exceedingly wary, but Xie Lian wasn't looking for a fight anymore. He fumbled around, head bowed, and once he found the little satchel the queen had packed for him, he picked it up silently and secured it to his back. Then he turned around and headed down the mountain step by step. As he went, his steps grew faster and faster. It wasn't long before it turned into a mad dash. Xie Lian held his breath and ran all the way down the mountain, without resting for a moment. He didn't know how far he'd gone, and he didn't mind his footing, causing him to trip and fall once more. The breath he'd been holding was finally released, accompanied by a mouthful of angry blood. Tested, he didn't even think to get back up, just sat on the ground, panting. Once his breathing slowly returned to normal, he still didn't think to stand up. He remained there in a befuddled daze. Suddenly, a hand was extended to him. Xie Lian blinked slowly at it, and his eyes followed the arm up. It was Cheng again. He was standing next to Xie Lian with his hand outstretched, looking a little ashen. A long moment later, he asked stiffly, "Are you all right?" Xie Lian stared at him with empty eyes and didn't speak. Cheng averted his gaze. Perhaps the chilling stare was making him uncomfortable. Nonetheless, he kept his hand outstretched. "Come on." But he had reached out too late. Xie Lian didn't take his hand, and he didn't get up either. He just kept staring at him with unblinking eyes. The two remained at a standstill for a long time, and Cheng looked more and more upset. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, Xie Lian grabbed a handful of mud and flung it at Cheng. It hit him with a loud splat. Cheng had never expected him to do something like that. And he didn't know whether to call it rude or juvenile. Filthy mud splattered on his chest and spots scattered onto his bewildered face. Anger rolled up a moment later, but he forced it down. "I didn't have a choice," he said in a low voice. He truly didn't. He had been getting along so well with all those heavenly officials, and they might have thought he was on Xie Lian's side if he just stood idly by and watched his colleagues get pulverized. And that would have made his life so much more difficult. It was as if Xie Lian had forgotten how to speak and could do nothing but hurl mud at him. Cheng blocked a couple of shots but couldn't keep up with his pace. "Have you gone crazy? Didn't I just tell you that I didn't have a choice?" he cried furiously. "Didn't you rob someone just because you didn't have a choice?" "Scram, get out of here, leave." Those were the only words echoing in Xie Lian's mind, but he couldn't utter a single sound. Could only crazily grab at anything nearby he could throw. He didn't care who he hurled things at either. Finally, Cheng couldn't take it anymore. With a gloomy expression, he left with a sweep of his sleeves. Xie Lian panted harshly for a bit and fell back down, spacing out once more. He sat in that position until nightfall. Once the skies turned dark, a crowd of phosphorescent flames approached and floated around him, dancing hauntingly about, but it was like Xie Lian didn't see them. He didn't bother mustering the strength to look, as if the phosphorescent flames were annoyed that they hadn't been noticed. More and more gathered around Xie Lian. He still ignored them. That is, until a humanoid figure emerged from the assembly of flames. The arrival of this man was always accompanied by a feeling of immense foreboding. When he sensed that ominous feeling, Xie Lian slowly lifted his head. "Oh my God." A white-clothed man was standing about 10 paces away amidst the countless floating phosphorescent flames. Half of the mask on his face smiled eerily. "How are you, Your Highness?" he greeted pleasantly. And that was the end of chapter 98. That was a lot. Yeah, so I'm not outright sobbing for this, but I am, like, there's some very frustrated tears here. That's a lot. Holy shit. And here we have Bai Wuxiang fucking knocking again. Like, we were... First you're ruining Pride Month, and now you're coming in to make this whole situation even more complicated. I don't... Someone give this man a restraining order. Holy shit. Okay, let's calm down. Let's calm down again. What a chapter. Holy fucking shit. That was hard. That was a hard read. Just the setup again is let's try to be good about this. Let's get some more water. Let me try to get more structured about this. Holy fucking shit. Okay then. Let's break this down a little. I'm probably gonna need like a reread and a re-listen to break this down properly, but holy fucking shit. The build-up for this, for one, was amazing. Once again, we are following Xie Lian. He is depressed as fuck. Like, nothing's going according to plan, and no matter what he's doing, like, even though he's now sitting down at home trying to cultivate, it's not efficient at all. It's not going well. So he finally decides to set out and find a place where he can cultivate in peace so that he can ascend, because, again, he's been told that just ascension is what's gonna help them, it's gonna be what's gonna save them. But simultaneously, he really does not want to go up to heaven, to face these people who has seen this big failure of his and who are probably talking about it. And like, he's eventually convinces himself that, okay, I'm still gonna do it, I'm still going to ascend, I'm gonna find a place, I'm gonna cultivate, and I'm going to make a lot of progress. He goes, and then this happens. He comes face to face with the people he does not want to see, and his biggest fears are true. They have been gossiping about this. This is now common knowledge. The Crown Prince of Xianle attempted to rob a mortal in his desperation. This is the new low that he is now known for. And that is mortifying by itself. Until he gets to the point where he's like, I don't fucking give a damn, I was here first, and according to these rules of propriety, what we usually do here, I should be allowed to stay. And he is firm on that, he stays firm on that, to the point where he literally tells them, you guys suck, none of you are worthy of being gods to begin with, and you know, he fucking meant that, and you know what, Xie Lian, you're right. You know who else heard that? Just saying. And you know, his his highness words to certain people are law. I'm starting to see it, watching, I really am. And then he proceeds to whoop the asses of 33 officials, and it's glorious for a while, because he really is beating them black and blue. Too bad that we did not know that they had a secret weapon. The secret weapon being the mooching is here. Mooching is here. And holy fuck, what a turntable situation we've got. And like, at a glance, it looks like a reverse situation of what we saw in Arc 2, where mooching is now the official of the lower court, the one who has any kind of power. And Xie Lian is the one who's getting bullied, the one who's fighting against his bullies. But it's not. It's not the same situation, because in the previous situation, Xie Lian had more power. He had the power of his status as well as the power of being just the best cultivator around. He was using his own status to take the blame that would mean nothing to his reputation. Cheng cannot do that. So just to get that cleared away, this is not a reverse of Arc 2. Cheng has a lot of stakes in here. He does. He is in the lower court now, trying to make a name for himself and surely trying to ascend himself. And has gotten like a lot of respect amongst these people. However, and here's the part that frustrates me so much, and I don't know exactly what it is just yet. After all this, Xie Lian wholeheartedly believes that yes, Cheng is here, and it's stressing him the fuck out, but he is my friend. He won't go against me like that. And then it's implied that it's because this one guy says this thing that seems to trigger something in Cheng because he's no longer idle, and he disarms Xie Lian because he's the only one there who possibly can at this point, and asks him to leave. We don't get to see how long he would have kept that stance against Xie Lian standing there, because another heavenly official steps in and shoves Xie Lian to the ground. So for better or worse, we don't get to see the outcome of that standoff, and the humiliation is enough to drive Xie Lian off that mountain. And Cheng does follow, but at that point it's too late. Even if Xie Lian could understand, and I think that the Xie Lian we met in Arc 2 would have put himself into Cheng's shoes and would have understood. But Xie Lian, as he is now, is suffering a lot. And I'm not just talking the humiliation, I am talking like his mental state is not in a good place at all. And this was surely one of those straws. One of those straws that suddenly made the load feel so much heavier. And, God, it's so shit. Because I do understand. I do understand that, like, at this point, I do understand that logically, from the side of Cheng, is trying to build something for himself here. Not stepping in would be devastating to his progress. And logically, it makes sense. But I am so frustrated because me, like Xie Lian there for a moment, like he really thought and he really hoped. He is my friend. He would not do that. And again, I can't even say if it's miscommunication or whatever this is, but that hurt me. That line was so frustrating. Because the moment he said that, I knew that was not gonna happen. And it didn't. And holy fucking shit, I understand why Xie Lian is so angry, because I would have been as well. And it is so frustrating being an outsider looking in, because yeah, and Xie Lian, at the point he is at right now, really needed a friend. And Cheng, at this point, wasn't able to be that for him. And that is so frustrating, and it makes me so sad. So yeah, that was a hard read. And I think it was hard for me and frustrating for me because I guess I'm just mourning a little bit the fact that they could, at this point, they could have been friends. And even Xie Lian, like, seems to think that, despite everything, they are. But in this situation, Cheng is measuring that up against everything he is doing and building for himself. And it's just not. It's just not what they are. And we're coming back to the point where Xie Lian needs to recognize in both his relationships with Fengxian and Cheng that the lack of equality between them has made it really hard for a proper friendship to develop. It is more obvious in Fengxian's case now that they are, struggling where they are. well, it's been more obvious in Mooching's case for even longer. Can you be friends with your attendants? Yes, sure you can. But this is something that needs to go both ways, and there needs to be recognition and acknowledgement of what has actually happened between them. Like, all of them are in such a strange situation where a lot of things have happened, and Xie Lian admits it himself. He's always believed in forever, that friends are forever, which is why I was so shocked that Mooching left to begin with. And I guess what we've been seeing throughout these chapters is how that forever is something that needs to be worked for. And it needs a willingness to communicate each other's needs and wants that hasn't been present. And so, when Xie Lian needs a friend, he doesn't have one in Mooching at that moment. And that is not to say that there's nothing there. After all, he does show up afterwards, and that does mean something. It's just, in that situation, it was too little too late for Xie Lian, who needed that hand a lot sooner. I have a lot of thoughts about that scene. I have a lot of thoughts about this. At the moment, I think it boils down to, this is a shitty, complicated situation between the three of them, really. In this very specific case, Mooching and Xie Lian, the two of them, that has been going on and building up for the past 2 arcs, really. And that leads to this situation where I am so frustrated with all their decisions, and holy fucking shit, that's some good writing. That's really good. I hate that. I am so frustrated, and that means that you fucking got me. Lao Shi strikes again. That was great. That is actually, yeah. Holy shit. And hey, I guess White No-Face is here again. My head is so full. But what the fuck, White No-Face is here as well. I hope Huachang got away from the cultivator that had him captured there for a while. I mean, Xie Lian came to rescue him. I hope he's doing okay. For a second there, I thought Huachang was the one gathering around Xie Lian, but then there was like more of them, and it got a bit weird, and then it got even weirder, and now Bai Wuxiang is here, so so much happened in that chapter. I don't feel ready to stop. I really want to keep reading. I was recommended to stop here though. And this is like a good chunk, but I haven't read that much really. Like, this is like 88 pages, and then there's been quite a bit of art and quite a bit of chapter dividers as well. Lately I've read like 100 in these sittings, where I usually do a few sittings, you know? So yeah, maybe I should read another one tomorrow, maybe? Session tomorrow? Yeah, like I'm so curious to see what this Bai Wuxiang thing is now, because I think I've uncovered the Mooching part, and you know, again, guess who was there to witness this? Guess who's gonna remember this shit? Holy fuck. Yeah. Sorry, Mooching. You really, you couldn't have known. I know you couldn't have known, but your audience was kind of, yeah, because the next chapter is like 36 pages, and that should leave us at like 100 pages left, I think. Yeah, a little bit more than that. So that could be good. I think we should read at least another chapter, maybe another couple of chapters, so that we have about 100 pages left for the last session of Volume 6. It's gonna be a 3-session book, guys. I think that's gonna be it. So what I'm vaguely deciding here is to let my brain rest on this one. I will definitely come back to this chapter after re-listening to it, because that was a lot. That was a lot. And I somehow don't feel satisfied just yet. I want to go back and have another look. And also, I want to know what the fuck Bai Wuxiang is here to do now, because surely it is at a very low point right now. This seems to be like the right place for him to pop up, to do some damage, to wreak some havoc. I don't know. I'm excited to find out. Also a little scared, but to be honest, how can this guy hurt me? I'm only afraid of one ghost, and it's this ghost flame ball over here. He shows up and I'll cry. Gosh, I'm so weak to Honghonger, apparently. I am so weak to Ghostfire Honghonger. I've learned some new things about myself today. So yeah, let's get a good night's sleep, rest this voice, get hydrated, and read some more tomorrow. And hopefully Ghost Flame Huachang won't show up as often so that I can stay hydrated, I guess. Keep my tears at bay, holy shit. Give me a break, Huachang, give me a break! Either way, I will see you in a little bit. Good morning once again. Yeah, after last night's read-through, I needed some time to sleep and drink water. It has been one night of sleep since my last reading session, and I am very ready to continue. But I am glad I gave myself that break because it was needed. I gave little Ghostfire Honghonger eyes. It's therapeutic to me. In fact, I also got him a tear, so that when I cry because of him, he's also crying. Yeah, I think the most memorable moments from yesterday's reading was definitely the Ghostfire Huachang. And you know, he still doesn't go by that name, he doesn't even have a city. So Ghostfire Honghonger is really sticking with me, and I guess this is what I've been asking for. I've been asking for Huachang's backstory to be more than it is so far, to make me really feel for him and his devotion that we've just seen throughout all these other volumes of the series. And I think this is building up to something. The fact that we get to see him so weak and so helpless as this little Ghostfire, that like it feels even more weak and even more helpless than him as a soldier, really. Just his begging, his praying for more time, just wait a little longer. It's absolutely heart-wrenching, and yeah, this is what we need. This is what we need to make Huachang's character just a little more understandable. Is this backstory at the level of Hershuan's? Well, we're getting way more details than we ever got of Hershuan's backstory, so Hershuan does have that as an advantage, I think. We are kind of filling in the gaps, while here we're actually getting the backstory shown to us, told to us. But I wonder, like, at the end of this, how I will feel about Huachang. I'm just looking for that feeling to match the feeling of despair that I felt while reading the Blackwater arc. I feel like at least both these Ghost Kings should give me something of that same quality, but at the same time we have to remember that Hershuan and Huachang were built on two very different things. The feelings that tied Hershuan to the world and the feelings that tied Huachang to the world are similar in nature, but of different origin. So that was my little Huachang rant of the day. But the other thing of yesterday's read that stuck with me was, of course, the last chapter and the scene with Mu Cheng. And it got me thinking, does Fengxin know about what happened on that mountain? Because that could be the incident he's referring to, that shitty stunt he pulled, but we don't know yet because we don't know if Fengxin ever learned about it. I mean, in retrospect, I'm sure he might have, because so many heavenly officials were there, so surely it was talked about. But is this the stunt he's referring to, or was the stunt something else? We still don't know that. And well, like, I still haven't reread it, that will be for like the next video. You see, I will have gone through that whole scene one more time, at least. And I'll also get to have discussions with other people. Like, for now, I'm just trying to keep my first impression as first impression-y as it can get. But while I was lying in bed last night, I remembered Mu Cheng's ascension had something to do with a cave. So I went back to volume 1 and found the passage, and it describes Mu Cheng's ascension as he found a cave on an auspicious piece of land where he cultivated, and within a few years he met his heavenly tribulation. And I am very sure that this land must be it. Xie Lian was mentioning wanting to go find a cave to sit in, and yeah, I think that Mu Cheng was able to harvest the spiritual energy in this land for his cultivation, and that might have accelerated his ascension eventually. It just makes very sense to me that after all that was said and done, of course Mu Qing would not let that spiritual land go to waste. And I also bet that the other heavenly officials weren't as aware of how talented Mu Qing was, as in he probably sucked that land dry as well, the same way they expected Xie Lian to. So I do derive a little bit of like headcanon pleasure in thinking that at least those other people did not get to harvest that much of the... Maybe this is bargaining, maybe this is me bargaining. That was such a shitty scene and I am still so frustrated about it, and I can't wait to talk to you guys about it and maybe pass out some of my emotions. But more importantly, Bai Wuxiang showed up, and this is probably going to be where we really start our downward spiral. Xie Lian is absolutely not in a good state of mind, and you know, he was already like slowly going down, and then finding this piece of spiritual land put him at like a high, like his heart felt lifted, and then all of this happened, and that's brought him even further down. This, like, I'm not surprised if Bai Wuxiang has just been waiting for a moment like this to happen. He's been lying in wait for this, because this would be the perfect time for him to approach with whatever his intentions are. And I think at this point, his intentions are the same as when we leave them in the present part of the timeline. He wants Xie Lian to become a calamity as well. And I think that is what we are going to be exploring in this next chapter. So in case you don't remember where we are reading chapter 99. Warm words of a cold ghost beguiled the lost child. Warm words of a cold ghost beguiled the lost child. Who is the lost child in this case? Is it Xie Lian? Or is it Honghonger? Like, is he gonna pop up again? Again, I feel like he was around, you know, in the previous scene, so he might be popping up again. I feel like he would definitely be here to witness whatever is going to happen with Bai Wuxiang. But beguile, to charm, you know, to persuade, deceive, mislead, delude, lead astray. So yeah, I feel like warm words of a cold ghost. It's about Bai Wuxiang and Xie Lian in this case. So let's have a look. In the dark night, Xie Lian's pupils instantly shrank to tiny dots. His voice quivered. "It's you!" White no-face. The hairs rose on Xie Lian's neck, and he leapt to his feet, groping for his sword. But there was nothing there, and only then did he remember that he'd pawned all of them. Even the branch he'd used as a weapon earlier had been broken. He was facing this creature without spiritual power or weapons. Years ago, when Xianle fell, White No-Face had quietly disappeared. Okay, we're talking years. That's kind of good to know. Like, we have been talking like months and months, but years ago when Xianle fell, this is years after the fall of Xianle. So White No-Face had quietly disappeared. Xie Lian had never bothered to search for him back then, and he never considered searching for him now. He only prayed that he would remain missing and never reappear. Who could have expected that the creature would find him so suddenly? The white-cloaked figure approached languidly. Cold terror filled Xie Lian. He couldn't help but back away a couple of steps, but then he immediately shook himself out of it. He couldn't back away. Fleeing was futile anyway. "What do you want?" he cried sharply. White No-Face didn't answer, just continued to approach, with his hands clasped behind his back. Like an old man. Xie Lian was shaking from his fingers to his toes. Even the white puffs of air from his lips seemed to tremble. He forced himself to recall the jeering, the indifference, and the mocking laughter of the 30-some heavenly officials, and the sight of Mu Qing turning his face away. With those images in mind, he forgot his fear and shouted as he struck out with a hand chop. However, before his strike landed, he was hit by a wave of excruciating pain. The creature had predicted Xie Lian's move and was a step faster, flashing behind Xie Lian to kick him in the back of the knee. He was too fast. Xie Lian dropped heavily to his knees, and, for the first time, a terrifying thought entered his mind. This creature was moving faster than he could even think. And yeah, again, if my theory that this is the Crown Prince of Wuyang is correct, of course he'd have hundreds of more years, maybe 1,000 years more, to train this sort of thing, to become... I mean, we don't know if he ascended as a martial god, but it is implied in the fact that this is Xie Lian. That is his, like, mirror image, so his parallel. So we're talking martial god, and you know, if the other theory is correct, the one where this guy is John Woo, that he's like the top fucking martial god, so yeah, that makes sense. The very next moment, Xie Lian felt something even more horrifying. A freezing hand, its fingers stretched wide, was gripping the top of his head. He started screaming. The creature easily pulled Xie Lian's entire body up by the head. With strength like that, Xie Lian had no doubt his fingers could easily crush his skull should he curl them inward, turning his head into a pulp of bloody flesh mashed between bone. He also had no doubt that White No-Face planned to do exactly that. Xie Lian drew sharp, erratic breaths, thinking he was dead for sure, and squeezed his eyes shut. Yet unexpectedly, the creature seemed like he wasn't planning on exerting any more force, and instead he withdrew his murderous intent with a soft sigh. For a long time after that soft sound, the creature stayed perfectly still. Surrounded by the dead silence, Xie Lian reopened his eyes little by little. Ghost fires filled the air, dancing in wild joy. Each ball of flame was the spirit of the deceased, cackling in uproarious laughter as they watched the show. However, most of the ghost fires did not dare to approach them. They appeared to have been cowed by something. But one ball of ghost fire, our ball of ghost fire surely, blazing abnormally bright, was hanging above the two of them, using its flames to crash against the creature behind him again and again. It was impossible to tell exactly what it was trying to do, but for all the effects it was having, it might as well have been an insect fighting a tree. And then Xie Lian abruptly froze. White No-Face was hugging him. Warm words, huh? Warm words. Bai Wuxian spun the wheel today, and it is not manslaughter, it is not mansplaining, it is manipulate. As Xie Lian tilted and fell to his knees in a slump, he had been captured by a pair of cold, powerful arms that pulled him into a lifeless embrace. At some point, White No-Face had sat down on the ground with him. So sad, he murmured. Your Highness, look at what they've done to you, he whispered softly as he stroked Xie Lian's head. His hands gentle and full of pity. It was like he was petting a wounded puppy, or his own gravely ill child on the brink of death. The smiling half of the crying, smiling mask was hidden in the darkness. The moonlight revealed only the half that was crying, looking like genuine tears of grief shed for Xie Lian. Xie Lian remained stiff and curled in on himself, moving no further. The man in white behind him raised his fingers to wipe the filthy mud from Xie Lian's face. He sensed a peculiar kind of loving compassion in the man's touch, like the embrace of a close friend or a dear family member. It miraculously returned a bit of warmth to Xie Lian's shivering body. He never expected that this sinister creature would be the one to finally offer him compassion. Choked sobs escaped from the depths of Xie Lian's throat, and he trembled harder and harder. The ball of ghost fire flew near his heart, but didn't press close. It was like it wanted to warm him, but wasn't confident that it could help chase away the cold. Oh my god, this scene is so creepy and so scary to me, but at the same time we have little Hongonger there and it's painful to me in a whole different way. Like this is literally, oh my god. Xie Lian's being comforted by literally his worst enemy. The reason why he's in the place he is right now. And then you have the little ghost fire who wants to comfort him, but is not confident that it can. And this dichotomy, and it's just like, oh my god. This is so... The way it's described as well, like this is very much being kept in the like that of a friend, like that of a family member. Like this is very like it's more Mother Gretel than anything more sinister, I feel. Like it is unnerving, but whatever manipulation is going on here, like it doesn't have the feeling of being subjugating or even of a sexual nature. Like this is very oh poor summer child. What have they done to you? It's like he's trying to insert himself as a familiar bond, and I don't know if it might work with Xie Lian in his current mental state, so let's read on. White No-Face helped wipe Xie Lian clean of mud. Come to my side, he beckoned. Xie Lian's voice trembled. I... Instead of finishing his sentence, his hand flashed out and went straight for White No-Face's mask. His attack was successful and smacked the mask high into the air. Xie Lian leapt to his feet and flipped meters away, his earlier terror now completely absent. "Who would ever go to your side, you monster?" he raged in a dark voice. The ghastly, pale, cry-smiling mask fell to the ground, and all the ghost fires in the air seemed shocked. They abruptly lost all semblance of order, dancing in a frenzy without pause, shrieking without sound. White No-Face, on the other hand, covered his face and started chuckling softly. The laugh made Xie Lian's hair stand on end. "What are you laughing about?" White No-Face humphed softly. "You will come to my side one day," he stated with certainty. Xie Lian didn't understand what he meant and said in disbelief, "What even is your side? You destroyed Xianle, but you still want me to go to you? Are you crazy? I think you're insane." Xie Lian had never learned to cuss. Even in extreme rage, only those mild denouncements burst out of him. But if he had, he would have used the world's most vicious, most vengeful words to curse that creature. White No-Face laughed out loud, and he held his head high as he covered his unmasked face with his hand. Xie Lian, just you need to get like a shot of confidence. Go get a drink. I'm sure you have it in you. You will come. No one in this world will ever truly understand you, and no one will stay by your side forever. Except me. Xie Lian was frightened, but he still tried to argue. Get out of here! Enough with your self-righteous nonsense! That isn't true, just because you say so. One ball of ghost fire flew to his side and moved up and down like it was nodding in agreement. My baby. You're doing so well, Hongonger. You're doing so well. However, Xie Lian was surrounded by wicked wisps just like it, so Xie Lian didn't notice that particular one. I love how we're getting to see it. We know that Huatong was there. We get to see him witnessing all these things. But Xie Lian had no way of knowing. Like, even if he had been told, like, he doesn't remember these things. He doesn't remember the ghost fire in this moment. Oh, is there someone? White No-Face asked amiably. Maybe there were people like that in your past, but do you really think they'll be with you much longer? What do you mean? What are you hinting at? Xie Lian demanded. White No-Face didn't answer. He only sneered and turned around like he was about to drift away. I will wait for you here, Your Highness, he said, softly. As if Xie Lian would let him go so easily. Wait, don't go! What did you do to them? Did you do something to my parents and Fengxin? He chased after the white-clothed man, reaching out to grab at him, yet unexpectedly, the man snatched a ball of ghost fire with a light sweep of his sleeve. The motion wasn't intended as an attack, but Xie Lian sensed a horrifying force coming at him, and he was thrown high into the air, landing hard by slamming against a tree. With a loud crack, the giant, thick-trunked tree split and fell from the force of the collision. In the past, Xie Lian wouldn't have even batted an eye at crashing into and shattering 10 trees, but he was mortal right now, and the impact made him feel like all the bones in his body were crumbling. He fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. In the final moment before his eyes closed, Xie Lian saw the white-clothed figure's hand. A ball of ghost fire blazed in his palm. Oh, is it just a random ghost fire though, or is it our ghost fire? Because oh no. White No Face chuckled. Spirit, tell me, what is your name? How very interesting. And then we have an interlude. That was totally our ghost fire. What the heck? Bai Wuxiang, get your fucking hands off him. Oh gosh. Okay, there's an interlude, so we're not stopping, but we just got some major hints towards what Bai Wuxiang is playing at. And it's in this line. It's in this line of, no one in this world will ever truly understand you, and no one will stay by your side forever except me. And if my idea is correct here, that he is like Crown Prince of Wuyong projecting heavily here, like he has been a part of kind of orchestrating Xie Lian's involvement in the fall of Xianle and just how terribly it went, you know? And I feel like he's been orchestrating more parallels between him and Xie Lian's situation that are than what would have actually been there, right? He is, in a way, saying we are the same. And we should stick together because we are the same. But are they really? Like, I feel like they're not as similar as we are made to believe throughout the Tonglu arc, throughout everything we're learning. Like, I feel like he's been making it out to be more like that, but he is using that connection in order to get Xie Lian for himself. And it feels like he is like, in a very wicked, insidious way, trying to make his own found family, in a sense, with him and Xie Lian, because we understand each other. I think that is the angle he's going for here. And now the next question becomes, what is going to tip Xie Lian over that edge? Because we have started this arc with the dream about his parents' suicide, and I wonder if that's going to be it. That's going to be the final straw. I feel like that is what's going to happen. And we know Function left. We know Function leaves eventually. Did that happen before his parents offed themselves? Because I think that is maybe where we're going now. So Function will leave, and then his parents will leave, and Xie Lian really might feel like there's only one person who will still be next to him. And to have, like, in this moment, to have this creature be the one to try and offer comfort, like, Bai Wuxiang is planting those seeds, and I think, sadly, we're in the perfect environment for these seeds to grow. But now he's got Huazhang. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with him? Let my baby go. It's okay, Hongkonger. You live. You'll survive this. I'm sure. When Xie Lian regained consciousness, everything was gone. His chest and mouth were steeped in the thick, astringent tang of blood. His head spun for a good while before he suddenly jolted and attempted to crawl to his feet. Father, Mother, Function, he muttered. He had remembered everything that had happened before he passed out and didn't dare to waste a single second. He ran, frantically, for dozens of kilometers until he finally made it back to their hideout in the deep of the night. 20-some days after he'd left, with a satchel on his back. Oh my god, is this it? Xie Lian was torn with panic and anxiety the entire way, scared that White No Face had already murdered his friend and family. He slammed the door open the moment he arrived at the dilapidated cottage. Father, Mother, Function, he blurted before even catching his breath. Thank goodness. The house didn't look as wretched as he had dreaded. There was nothing out of place either. It still looked exactly the same as when he had left. Xie Lian had been frantically running for a long distance with a spattered body. His throat was so dry that he thought it might start smoking. He relaxed a little, then swallowed and continued deeper into the house. Function! Where are you guys? He pushed the door open and his voice tied in his throat. Function was inside. Okay. And when he saw Xie Lian had returned, he exclaimed in amazement, Your Highness, why are you back? However, Xie Lian wasn't looking at him. He was staring intently at the one facing Function. A black-clad man stood there. It was Mooching. Oh my god. Are we... Okay, so Function might learn about this incident then. I do not expect Mooching to show up. I didn't expect him to do that. I am positively surprised, actually, but still did not expect him to show up. Okay. Mooching turned his head and saw Xie Lian. He pressed his lips together, looking grim. Function went around him and came over to greet Xie Lian. Didn't you go train? How was it? I thought you'd be gone for several months at least. Did you come back so soon because you made good progress? Well, if only, Xie Lian stared at Mooching. Where are father and mother? Sleeping in the room. They've already gone to bed, Function said. Why are your clothes so dirty? What's with the cuts on your face? Who'd you fight? Xie Lian didn't answer. Only when he heard his parents were fine did he completely relax, and he turned to Mooching. Why are you here? Mooching didn't speak, so Function replied on his behalf. He came to deliver some stuff. What stuff? Xie Lian questioned. Mooching raised his hand slightly and pointed to the side, where there were several large, clean sacks that probably contained rice or grain. Yeah, oh god. So that's nice. That's good. I don't think Xie Lian is going to be very accepting of it, though, even though the gesture is well needed. Seeing Xie Lian so quiet, Mooching said softly, I heard you needed medicine. I'll think of a way to get some later. Softly, yeah. Sounds good, Function said. I'll give my thanks then. We do need all that stuff right now. Heavenly officials can't give mortals private gifts, so you be careful too. I never thought we'd get to a day where Function is the one who's like thanking Mooching for his help. But the circumstances really have put us here, right? Where Xie Lian is most likely going to be. Oh my god. Then he shuffled over to Xie Lian's side and whispered, I'm pretty surprised that he actually came back to help. I'm the one who judged him wrong, in any case. Don't need it, Xie Lian interrupted. Mooching's expression turned ashen for a moment and he clenched his fists. Yeah. Of course, he hasn't told Function anything. Is Xie Lian going to tell Function? Is Xie Lian going to tell Function? Function was puzzled. What don't we need? I don't need your help, Xie Lian said, each word slowly and clearly. I also don't want any of your stuff. Please leave. When he heard the words, please leave, the same fucking words that he said to Xie Lian, Mooching's face got even more glum. Now, Function noticed that something was wrong. Just what is going on? Mooching bowed his head. I'm sorry. Oh my god, he said, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so frustrated. They'd known Mooching for so many years, but this was the first time they had heard him say those words. It was also the first genuine apology. But there was no more room in Xie Lian's mind for a surprise. Please leave. With that, he lost his temper and started throwing the sacks at Mooching. Oh my fucking god. You know what? Kudos to Mooching for coming back and for apologizing. Like it says here, they've never heard him do that, and I think that after what happened, I'm gonna say right now that personally, I am so mad at him. He did not make the right choice in that situation at all. I understand where he's coming from. I understand why he did it, but it was such a fucking shitty thing to do. And I think he recognizes that, and that is why he's here. He's here and he's saying he's sorry, and it's not the right time anymore, and it hurts me so badly. As in, it is the right time. Immediately is the right time. But Xie Lian is not going to accept it, and he's not accepting it. He's not in the state where he can accept that anymore because he's so broken down. It's and I wonder if Mooching recognizes that, if he understands that, or if he is going to take this as just pure rejection. Because now we have white rice spilling across the ground and everything. Oh my fucking god. And made a mess of Mooching. Nonetheless, the black-clad man only raised an arm to block and held back from making any further move. Startled, Function held Xie Lian down. Your Highness, what's going on? What did he do? Didn't you leave to cultivate? What happened out there? As he was held down, Xie Lian said with red eyes. Why don't you ask him? I did go train, but why don't you ask him why I've returned? Oh my god, it's gotta come out. Their argument was too noisy, and the queen was startled awake in her room. She emerged after pulling on an outer robe. My son, you've returned. What happened to you? Nothing, Function quickly assured her. Your Majesty, please go back inside. He forcefully pushed her back into her room and closed the door. Then he demanded. What did you do? Mooching, what did you do? Your Highness, did the cut in your face come from him? Xie Lian's breathing was growing increasingly frantic and erratic, and he couldn't utter a single word. Oh, are we getting a misunderstanding now? Because, yeah, Mooching didn't... He disarmed him. It didn't hurt him, it didn't push him, he disarmed him. That is the only thing he did. The emotional damage was way bigger. It wasn't me, Mooching exclaimed. I didn't hit His Highness, I only asked him to leave. Other than that, I didn't say anything harsh, and I didn't move against him. They were determined to take over that spiritual land, and it would have kept escalating if you didn't leave. You... With just those few words, Function got the gist of what had transpired. His eyes widened, and he pointed at Mooching, unable to speak. A moment later, he bent down and grabbed a sack, then flung it at Mooching. Get out! He roared. Get out! Get out! Get out! Mooching was once again hit in the face by the sack of rice he had brought and backed 2 steps away. All 3 of them were panting harshly. I was wondering why you suddenly had a change of heart, Function cried. I can't fucking believe this. Holy shit! Don't let me see you ever again. Yes, I was wrong, I admit it, and I apologize, Mooching exclaimed with a cracked voice. But I wanted to solve our current problems before considering anything else. Your parents and my mother, the 3 of us, who knows how long we would have had to struggle in this quagmire. But I thought that if I went back first, maybe we'd still have a chance. All fucking bullshit, enough with your bullshit, Function cursed. No one wants to hear your excuses. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Mooching tried again. If you put yourself in my shoes, Function cut him off. I told you, I've had enough of your bullshit, I'm not listening. I just know that even in your shoes, I wouldn't have done what you did. No need to put myself in your shoes because you're nothing more than a traitor. Mooching looked angry now, and he took a step forward. When His Highness was in a tight spot, wasn't he forced to commit robbery? So why can't you accept hardship as an excuse when it comes to me? And Function did not know that, so Function sputtered. Huh? Robbery? Who committed robbery? His Highness robbed someone? What crap are you fucking saying? Xie Lian stopped breathing. Watching Function's rage gradually turn to shock, Mooching finally realized something wasn't right, and he hesitantly turned to Xie Lian. You didn't. It had never occurred to him that Xie Lian hadn't told Function about what happened. Oh my god, this is such a fucking mess. I am so frustrated, and this hurts a lot. It's such a fucking mess, and it's And then we have Xie Lian screaming, I guess. Xie Lian went mad and grabbed a random object to chase Mooching away. Mooching realized that he seriously screwed up and didn't dare to speak, even after Xie Lian hit him multiple times. Yet when he looked back, the thing Xie Lian was using to chase him out the door was a broom. His face instantly darkened. Ah, broom, huh? Do you have to taunt me like this? Get out of here! Xie Lian cried brokenly. Sharp gales blew from the force of Xie Lian's punch. Cheng dodged the brunt of the attack, but only barely, and he still received a thin, bloody cut on his cheek. He touched the wound, then looked at the blood on his hand with an unreadable expression on his face. Fine, I'm leaving. Xie Lian was doubled over, racked with shivers from head to toe. Cheng took a few steps forward and placed the rice sack back down on the ground. I'm really leaving. Xie Lian's head shot up. When Cheng saw the look in Xie Lian's eyes, he swallowed and didn't linger any longer, leaving with a sweep of his sleeves. Yeah, he said, fine, I'm leaving, but there was some hesitation there. But then he saw that look, and yeah, holy shit. This is it, huh? Only then did the thoroughly stunned Function come running outside. Your Highness, he's bullshitting, right? What robbery? Xie Lian covered his forehead. Don't ask anymore, please, Function, I beg you. Please don't ask anymore. No, of course I don't believe it, Function said. I just want to know what really happened. Xie Lian screamed and covered his ears, fleeing back inside the cottage and locking himself in his room. Function was genuinely convinced that he would never do such a thing, but that was precisely why this was the worst case scenario. Xie Lian wanted to just run away to escape to a place where no one knew him, but when he remembered what White No-Face had said, he didn't dare go too far. He could only shut himself inside his room. No matter how Function and the Queen called for him, he refused to emerge. It took 2 days for Xie Lian to feel calmer. The next time Function knocked, he silently opened the door. Function stood there, holding a plate. Her Majesty made you this earlier today and wanted me to bring it to you. The things on the plate were green and purple. It was a terrifying sight. Your Highness, if you're scared for your life, I can eat it for you, Function continued. I won't tell Her Majesty. Xie Lian could tell that Function still really wanted to prod and ask about the robbery, but he was also scared that Xie Lian might lock himself up again. He had forced his curiosity down and pretended not to care, like the incident had never happened and there was nothing to question to begin with. However, he wasn't good at joking, and his failed attempt at comedy only made things even more awkward. The taste of his mother's cooking was honestly terrifying to the extreme. The more times she entered the kitchen and the more effort she put in, the more she progressed down the wrong path. Xie Lian had never cooked in the past either, but the meals he made now didn't taste too bad. The only explanation was natural talent. Nevertheless, Xie Lian took the plate and sat at the table dutifully to eat it. He couldn't taste anything he ate anymore either way. There was only one silver lining. There was one silver lining. He was sure the king had overheard their argument a few nights prior, and Xie Lian had thought he was done for, but based on how things had gone over the past few days, it looked like the king and queen still weren't aware of the robbery incident. Otherwise, considering the king's temperament, he would have bawled Xie Lian out already. He knew Function would never tell them about it, so Xie Lian could relax for now. As he was thinking, Function abruptly rose to his feet, and Xie Lian snapped out of it. What are you doing? Function grabbed his bow. It's time for me to go busking. Xie Lian stood up too. I'll go with you. After a moment of hesitation, Function said, No, you just rest a bit more. Although Function didn't ask any more questions, Xie Lian still felt miserable all over. Now that Function had heard what he'd done, he kept feeling like something between them had changed, and that they could never return to the way they had once been. Every word and look Fengxian gave him seemed to take on a different meaning, worthy of deeper interpretation. Yeah, that's part of the depression here as well. Everything anyone does now is worthy of deeper interpretation. He's looking for meaning that really isn't there, but at the same time, like, there is an anxiety here. Fengxian wants to know what happened, and Xie Lian can tell that he's curious about it, but he's not willing to tell him. Even after this accusation has come out, he's not telling him, and that's creating this even wider gap between them. Of course, Fengxian is keeping his own little secret. He's not telling Xie Lian about his thing. But again, Xie Lian is not asking or interested enough to probe at it. So it's kind of like, it's a bit both ways here. And that's going to keep pulling them apart. The threads are growing very strained, very thin. Xie Lian shook his head and sighed. I'll be honest with you, I don't have the mind to cultivate right now. Fengxian had more or less expected this, and he bowed his head, not knowing what to say. Since that's the case, instead of rotting inside a house, I might as well go busk too, Xie Lian continued. That way I can earn us some money, so at least I'm not... At least he wouldn't be an invalid, he meant to say. Yet for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to speak the word. Perhaps it was because he already felt like an invalid. So he didn't dare say it so casually. Fengxian was still a little worried. I'll be fine on my own too, Your Highness. You've only had one meal over the past 2 days, so why don't you rest for a while longer? The more he insisted, the more anxious Xie Lian was to prove himself, and he turned to look in the mirror. It's fine, I'll just clean myself up and... He'd planned to tidy himself up so at least he wouldn't look like a disheveled, crazy beggar. But when he looked in the mirror, a horrifying image was reflected back. The him in the mirror didn't have a face. That was because his reflection was wearing a half-crying, half-smiling mask. Xie Lian screamed, and Fengxian jumped in surprise. What is it? Xie Lian pointed at the mirror, his face pale. Him! My... Fengxian followed his pointing finger and looked at the mirror. A long moment later, he turned to look at Xie Lian again, bewildered. What's with you? Xie Lian was terrified to the marrow. He gripped Fengxian hard, only squeezing out a few words with great difficulty. My face, don't you see it? The thing on my face. Fengxian stared at him and sighed. Xie Lian was still confused why he hadn't reacted when Fengxian said, Your Highness, have you finally noticed the cut on your face? It was like Xie Lian had been plunged into an icy cellar. Why? How could this be? Why would Fengxian say that? Did this mean that Fengxian couldn't see the mask on his face in the mirror? Is this some psychological BS? Oh gosh. It's a little similar to what happened in the temple, right? Huachang didn't notice all the masks appearing on that statues and such, but Xie Lian did. So is this like, has Wide No Face been able to kind of plant this in his mind? Kind of like the memories, but more of a horror device, I suppose, to help get Xie Lian spiraling. It was like Xie Lian had been plunged into an icy cellar. Fengxian couldn't see the mask on his face in the mirror. You don't see it. There's something on my face, Xie Lian blurted. Fengxian was puzzled. What thing? What do you mean? I don't see anything. Xie Lian looked at the mirror again. That's impossible. But when he looked again, the mask on his reflection's face had disappeared. Only his own panicked expression looked back at him. There were bruises and crisscrossing cuts all over his face. He looked beside himself with fear and wretched to the extreme, like a laborer who had been beaten to a pulp by their landlord. Xie Lian was stunned in spite of himself and probed the side of his cheek as he wondered. Is this me? Just then he heard Fengxian speak. Your Highness, are you a bit overtired, perhaps? Or are you just exhausted from being angry at that stinking bastard? Listen to me. Don't go out for the next few days. Just take it easy. Xie Lian finally snapped out of it and saw that Hongjing was about to leave, his bow slung on his back and a stool dangling from his hand. No! Xie Lian exclaimed hastily. Hongjing pushed the door open and looked back. Is there something else? Although the words almost made it to his lips, Xie Lian forcefully swallowed them. Because a strange thought had appeared in his mind. Their life was already very difficult. If he told Hongjing that White No-Face could be coming back to harass them, what would he do? So he's going to keep this to himself. He's going to keep all of this to himself. Hongjing will not learn about this? Is that what is going to happen? Yeah, so neither Hongjing nor Muqing, nor his parents, nor anyone learns that Bai Wuxiang is back. Except for no one knows. No one else knows. Holy shit. Hongjing had also been traumatized by White No-Face. Would he distance himself from Xie Lian and leave, like Muqing? Well, Xie Lian's imagination ran wild. Hongjing left. Xie Lian snapped back to reality at the sound of the door closing, but he could only shrink back to bed and wrap himself in blankets to take another nap. Suddenly, he smelled something foul. Xie Lian crawled upright. At first, he thought it was the queen cooking again, or that some rat had died in the corner, and he got up to check. He looked everywhere, but eventually he discovered that the source of the foul smell was actually himself. Yeah, he hasn't, Only then did Xie Lian remember that it had been over 2 weeks since he had last washed up or changed clothes. Of course he smelled. Xie Lian held his breath. A wave of self-hatred crashed around him. Just thinking about how his parents and Hongjing surely must have noticed, but hadn't bothered to tell him, made him feel another wave of mortification. He sneakily opened the door and looked around. Seeing there was no one outside, he found himself a set of fresh clothing and got to work heating some water for a bath. After much struggle, he finally lowered himself into the bathtub. He sank beneath the water's surface and held his breath until he was drowning, only resurfacing when he felt like he was going to pass out. Then he scrubbed his face roughly a few times. After he finished scrubbing himself down, Xie Lian reached out to grab for his clothes. He shook out the robes absent-mindedly and was about to get out of the water and put them on when he suddenly noticed something wrong. These weren't his clothes. This was White No-Face's ghastly white funeral garb, expansive sleeves and all. What is going on? Is he here? Is this real? Like, has he replaced him, or is this just... In an instant, Xie Lian felt the hot water he was soaking in turn into an icy pond. His hair stood on end, and he cried out in dismay. Who did this? Who had swapped his clothes in secret while he wasn't paying attention? He jumped out, still wet and dripping, and knocked the bathtub over with a loud splash. I had just a thought while I was reading this. So Xie Lian right now is experiencing all of this, and before all this, I had a feeling that Hua Cheng was always there watching, but I just realized that maybe Hua Cheng is not there at this moment, because the last thing we know is that Bai Wuxiang is literally holding him in his hands, being pretty impressed with this little ghost fire. And I'm just thinking that, you know what? Hua Cheng did not see this. Hua Cheng did not see what transpired after Xie Lian went back home. He's not here for this, I think. He didn't see the confrontation with Muqing and Hongjing. So this is part of the puzzle that Hua Cheng is missing. Would it have made any difference? I do not know. But I'm just saying, very likely Hua Cheng did not witness any of this. So he jumped out, still wet and dripping, and knocked the bathtub over with a loud splash. The entire cottage was flooded in an instant with bathwater, startling the king and queen in the next room. The queen supported the king as they walked out to sea, only to find Xie Lian sprawled, naked, on the flooded floor. In her shock, the queen came rushing forward to hug him. Oh, that hurts. Xie Lian is trying so hard not to appear weak before his parents, and then this happens. Oh my god, this is... My son, what happened to you? Xie Lian was wet and dripping, his hair strewn around him. He looked up and hugged her back. Mom, a ghost, there's a ghost. There's a ghost clinging to me, he follows me everywhere. He looked no different from someone who had lost his mind, and the queen couldn't take it anymore. She wept in anguish and held her son. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. His parents, you know, like, they are in no position to help. There's nothing they can do. And now they are watching him, like, fall even further into this depression and his despair. And there's nothing they can do. That hurts. That hurts a lot. Because, you know, that is, at the end of the day, like, especially to his mother, but I think, like, deep down maybe to his father also. Like, it's about, she wants to protect him. She wants to do what she can for him. She's making him all this food because she wants to make sure that he's eating well. And no matter her efforts, she doesn't have the skill, she doesn't have the things that are needed in this situation. And it's heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking. The king also watched Xie Lian in shock. Although he was a man of only 40-some years of age, he now looked like he was over 60. The frigid air of winter jolted Xie Lian and he pointed. The clothes! Look at the clothes! But when he looked at the clothes again, he didn't see the funeral garb at all. Those were just his normal white cultivation robes. Rage seized Xie Lian and he slammed the fist against the wooden tub. Just what do you want? He roared. Are you toying with me? The queen forced back her tears and hugged him again. My son, don't be angry. Just put on some clothes first. Put them on. Don't catch a cold. That day, Fengxian came back very late. Exhaustion was written on his face, much more than usual. Xie Lian had been waiting for him for a long time, and he said impatiently, Fengxian, I have something very important to tell you. White No-Face was too strange and too powerful a creature. Even if Xie Lian told Fengxian about him, any warnings made ahead of time would probably be pointless. Nevertheless, after much thinking, Xie Lian still believed he shouldn't keep something like this a secret from Fengxian, which is the right thinking. But I'm guessing he's not going to, like, something is gonna change here. He decided to tell him the truth. But unexpectedly, Fengxian didn't ask him what it was and only said, Oh good, I've got something I wanted to say to you too. Yeah, something has changed, oh my lord. Oh lord. Xie Lian assumed the matter with White No-Face would be most critical, and important things were best talked of last, so we sat down at the table. Oh my god, Xie Lian, no. You go first, what is it? Fengxian hesitated for a moment, but said, Your Highness, you go first. Xie Lian didn't care to decline politely anymore. Fengxian, you must be extremely careful. White No-Face has returned, he said in a hushed voice. Oh, he said it. I'm happy that he said it, but I'm guessing, oh fucking god, this is not. Fengxian's expression abruptly changed. White No-Face is back. Why would you say that? You saw him? Yes, Xie Lian exclaimed. I saw him. Fengxian paled. That's not right. Why would he let you see him? Why are you still here in one piece? Xie Lian buried his face in his hands. I don't know. Not only did he not kill me, he had even hugged him and patted his head like a loving elder. He beckoned him to his side. After listening to Xie Lian describe these strange encounters from the past few days, okay. I am shocked, but positively so that at least Xie Lian told someone he told Fengxian. So He told him about what happens over the last few days, and Fengxian's shock gradually faded away and was replaced by confusion. What exactly does he want? It can't be anything good. He also seems to be following me everywhere, Xie Lian said. In any case, you just have to be careful. Help me remind father and mother to be careful too, but don't frighten them. All right, Fengxian said. I won't leave for the next few days. The stuff that bastard gave us should last for a while. It was quite embarrassing to admit. When Cheng went away, he left behind everything he'd brought them. Although Xie Lian had lost control of himself, flung the provisions in Cheng's face, and declared that he didn't need his stuff or nor his help, they'd still picked up everything in defeat once they calmed down. As they should in this situation, but yeah. Xie Lian sighed and nodded. Then he said, Oh yes, what was it you wanted to say to me? Now that the subject was raised, Fengxian hesitated again. After a pause, he opened his mouth, hemming and hawing and scratching at his head as he stammered out, Actually, it's... Your Highness, do you still have any money on you, or something that can be pawned? Oh, my lord. This is the first time Fengxian is asking Xie Lian for anything. And I am sure it's for Zhenlan. It's for Zhenlan. Xie Lian was perplexed that he'd asked such a foolish question at a time like this. What do you ask? Fengxian was sweating, but he replied boldly. It's nothing, just if you happen to have some, can you lend it to me? Xie Lian laughed bitterly. Do you really think I have anything? Fengxian sighed. I didn't think so. After giving it some thought, Xie Lian asked, Didn't I give you that golden belt? That's not enough, Fengxian mumbled. Far from it. Xie Lian was shocked. Fengxian, what exactly did you do? How could a golden belt not be enough to cover whatever you need? Did you beat someone up and need to pay them off? Tell me. Fengxian came back to himself and quickly said, Oh no, don't take this so hard. I was only asking. Yeah, it wouldn't be enough to pay a brothel worker for her freedom, I guess. Xie Lian pressed him over and over, but Fengxian still swore everything was fine. Finally, Xie Lian said with worry, Well, if there's anything, you must tell me. We can think of a solution together. Don't worry about me, Fengxian said. There's no way a solution will just fall from the sky. Your Highness, you just focus on solving your own problems. When he mentioned that topic, Xie Lian's heart sank again. Interlude. Okay, so, well, this shows me that there was a point in time where Xie Lian was asking, and Fengxian didn't share. And I understand that he decided not to share, especially considering that there's a bigger problem at hand. But Xie Lian did ask. Xie Lian wanted to know. And this would have been Fengxian's time to tell him. But I think this is also going back to the fact that Fengxian does not consider himself equal to Xie Lian, and he doesn't consider his own problems equal to the ones of Xie Lian. And maybe this eventually, like, it does feed into some of that resentment he feels in the current timeline when he discovers the truth about Cao Cao and Zhenlan. But yeah, even here, like, this is not one-sided. Xie Lian is not the only person at fault, so to speak, for their relationship going the way it's going. Fengxian's behavior is part of it, and that is what makes the whole situation so heartbreaking. They are not efficiently communicating with each other and haven't been for a long time. Honestly, ever since the fall of Xianle, like, it's been going this way. Understandably so. But I guess I just want to have that out there. Xie Lian and Cheng's relationship deteriorates for different reasons than Xie Lian's and Fengxian's relationship. But at the end of the line, it's about communication and the fact that they've failed to do so efficiently. They've failed to tell each other what is actually going on at the right times and failed to trust each other with this information. There is so much hesitation between them. And yes, this is an unusual situation, and the fact that they are even in it is because of someone pulling strings behind the scene. But aside from all that, once in this situation, their own failure to communicate is what is continuing their spiraling, you know? And I think it's important to say. A relationship goes two ways. And all parties in this case are liable for this breaking apart. Because there are so many opportunities for both of them. And their outlook on things, it's not good, huh? It's really not good. Gosh, I've been so teary-eyed over Xianle Trio this read today and last night as well. Like, yeah, this guy is still like my tear duct trigger, I suppose. But Xianle Trio as well. Holy shit. This has been a lot. Short break for some food, okay? Okay, we're back. I had a little bit of a lunch break / breakfast. That was needed. And with all these emotional things happening, I think it's good for me to take the little breaks that I do. Luckily, there are a lot of interludes that kind of help me with that, but yeah, we still have quite a while to go. Quite a few pages left of this chapter, and we're still under the chapter title of, you know, The Cold Ghost by Wuxiang with the one word. So I feel like it started with Bai Wuxiang. This chapter might even end with Bai Wuxiang. I feel like we're gonna go through a whole lot of shit and just watch Xie Lian crumble, so to speak. And that is that's what I think we're doing in this chapter. We'll see where we end up, because we have so many hints to where we're ending up. We'll see though. So we've just had like Function and Xie Lian have talked a bit, but despite talking, they're not actually talking. They're not having a heart-to-heart or anything. They're not revealing enough to each other. Though I am glad Xie Lian actually told someone about Bai Wuxiang. I didn't expect him to. I'm happy he did, but it just highlights the situation and how messy it is between everyone, but also just... All right, let's see what we're up to next. Just as he had expected, the creature harassed him ceaselessly in the days that followed and wouldn't leave him alone. Like appearing everywhere. Like I really feel like Bai Wuxiang has like implemented, maybe not memories, but like enough to kind of like, he's there doing these things. And Xie Lian is kind of left wondering if it's real or in his head, right? Because no one else sees it, but he does. Xie Lian constantly spotted a cry-smiling mask or a white silhouette in many unexpected places. Sometimes it'd be at the head of the bed in the deep of night. Sometimes it'd be a reflection in the water. Sometimes the door would swing open abruptly and it would be standing there. And sometimes it'd even be standing right behind Function. White No-Face seemed to take pleasure in scaring him, and they purposely made certain that he could only be seen by Xie Lian. Whenever Xie Lian couldn't take it anymore and pointed at him screaming, he'd disappear as soon as the others rushed to Xie Lian's side or looked over. Xie Lian spent his days in jumpy agitation, so bitter that he wished he could catch that creature and chop him into 8 large chunks. But he couldn't even manage to step on his shadow. Inevitably, his days and nights flipped, and his heart and body were exhausted. One night, deep in the darkest hours, he jolted awake and felt irrepressibly thirsty. Recalling that he hadn't drank anything the previous day, he crawled up to get some water. However, outside the room, he heard faint voices and weak candlelight. Startled, Xie Lian quickly hid behind the door, his heart thumping. Who could it be? If it's father, mother, or Function, why would they sneak around like this? But as it turned out, the ones sneaking around really were his father, mother, and Function. Function's voice was extremely hushed. His Highness is resting now, right? The Queen also whispered her reply. He's asleep. Finally, the King said. Don't wake him too early tomorrow. Let him sleep some more. Those words made Xie Lian's heart squeeze. Soon after, he heard the Queen sigh. If this keeps up, how will my son ever get better? Xie Lian could feel something amiss with those words, and Fengxian replied in a quiet voice. He's only like this because he is exhausted. Too much has happened lately. Will your majesties also keep a close eye on him? Please let me know as soon as possible if there's anything not right with his highness, but don't tell him you did. Also, avoid saying anything that might provoke him. Provoke him? Is this a real conversation they're having? Xie Lian stayed in his eavesdropping spot, his mind going blank as he listened. Waves of blood rushed to his brain. What did this mean? What did they mean? I'm not crazy. I didn't lie. I was telling the truth, he screamed internally. Yeah, so, is that it? Do they not believe him? Does Fengxian not believe him? I don't think Fengxian would not believe him, but with everything else going on around Xie Lian. Xie Lian slammed the door open, startling the trio inside the room. Fengxian rose to his feet. Your Highness, why aren't you asleep? Xie Lian lashed out, shouting in his face. You don't believe me! Fengxian was taken aback. Of course I believe you! Xie Lian cut him off. Then what did you mean just now? Are you saying that everything I saw was an hallucination? That I'm just delusional? The king and queen tried to intercept the argument, but Xie Lian stopped them. Don't speak! You should not understand anything! No! Fengxian exclaimed. I believe you, your highness, but it's also true that you've been exhausted lately. Xie Lian stared at him but didn't reply. There were chilling winds blowing somewhere inside of him. He trusted that Fengxian really did believe him. At least, mostly. But not completely. After all, Xie Lian had spent his recent days in quite a disturbed state of mind. If any outsiders saw him, they would no doubt declare him a madman. What right did Xie Lian have to demand anyone wholly believe him? But it shouldn't have been like this. Fengxian used to have absolute faith in him without reservation. Even if he only doubted it 20%, that was still unbearable. Xie Lian was filled with indignation and resentment, but he couldn't tell who it was aimed at. White No-Face, Fengxian, everyone, or himself. Without a single word, he turned to leave. Fengxian chased after him out the door. Your Highness, where are you going? Xie Lian said with forced calm. Don't worry about it. Don't follow me. Go back. Oh my gosh, is he gonna go there? He's gonna go there to confront Bai Wuxiang, and this is not good. No, where are you going? I'll go with you, Fengxian said. Having made up his mind, Xie Lian suddenly took off in a mad run. Fengxian wasn't as fast as him, and was soon left far behind. He could only shout after him. The king and queen both came outside and started shouting after him too, but Xie Lian pretended not to hear and ran faster and faster. He had no choice but to go out on the attack. Yeah, going on the attack. He's gonna go confront White No-Face, and it's not gonna turn out the way Xie Lian wants. Gosh. If White No-Face wanted to kill Xie Lian or Fengxian or his parents, he could do it easily. Yet he wouldn't just kill and be done with it. Instead, he was playing with Xie Lian like a toy, making a fool of him. Xie Lian roared into the black night as he dashed. Come the hell out! You gutter monster! Get the hell over here! White No-Face was coming for him specifically, so he believed that the creature would surely be following him. But even after Xie Lian cursed to hell and back with his insufficient vocabulary, none of the usual sneers drifted from unexpected shadowy corners, nor did anyone appear languidly behind his back to place their hand on his unsuspecting head. Xie Lian ran madly for kilometers before he finally exhausted his strength. He doubled over, hands on his knees to support himself as he panted harshly. His chest and throat were flooded with a metallic taste. A long while later, he abruptly straightened up and continued forward, muttering under his breath as he went. So, you want to drag this out? Fine, we'll drag this out slowly. He walked alone for who knew how long, through the wild hills, old woods, and deep mountains. Fog gradually rolled in and thickened. All around Xie Lian were old trees sunken in the darkness, flashing their claws. The trees leaned forward and bent at such extreme angles that it seemed like they were bowing, inviting him to step into a forbidden land of no return. Xie Lian could tell that whatever was ahead wasn't anything good, but also that it was unavoidable. He needed to put an end to this, and he had to come here sooner or later. Thus, he continued forward with grim determination. As he walked, something faint and shimmering emerged from within the white fog ahead. It looked like a glowing wall. Xie Lian had never seen anything like it, and he furrowed his brows slightly, coming to a stop. After that wall, it was slowly moving forward toward him. Another hallucination? Dream? Xie Lian tensed in alarm and snapped a branch off a nearby tree, gripping it at the ready. Only when the wall was less than 2 meters away did he realize in bewilderment that it wasn't a wall at all. It was countless ghost fires, which is a Bai Wuxian thing we know now. There were so many from afar, it looked like a blazing wall or a giant net. While the ghost fires were strange, they didn't show any murderous intent. They simply drifted toward him silently, blocking him from continuing onward. Xie Lian tried going around them, but the ghost fires immediately changed direction and continued to block him. Xie Lian heard many voices, all talking at the same time. Don't go there, don't go. There are bad things ahead. Turn around, don't continue onward. Oh, are they warning him? Are these good ghost fires? We only know about one good ghost fire. I mean, he did free a lot of ghost fires that ended up dissipating, though. Like, he sent them on the right, so they're not them. But maybe some other ghost fires are on his side in a sense, or maybe even Honghonger, the ghost fire, was able to make friends, convince them to help, I suppose. The voices were stoic and densely layered, washing over him like a tide and giving Xie Lian chills. He found himself surrounded in the sea of ghost fire. Xie Lian noticed a ball of flame that was especially bright and especially silent. It's our boy. It's our boy. A ghost fire didn't have eyes. I beg to differ. But when Xie Lian looked at this one, he could almost sense its burning gaze staring back at him. It seemed this particular ghost was the strongest of those present. All the other ghost fires were only following it. Oh my god! He managed to make friends. They're following him. That is so cute. Our little ghost fire is making a ghost entourage. And you know, ghost fires are weak as fuck, but together he was able to burn a heavenly official's eyes. Like, together they could do a little bit of damage, and they can do this, apparently. Move, Xie Lian said coldly. Oh god. The ghost fire didn't move. Why are you blocking my way? Xie Lian demanded. The ghost fire didn't answer. All the other smaller ghost fires simply repeated, "Don't go there," over and over again. Xie Lian didn't want to bother with all this, so he struck out with a hand. It didn't disperse their souls. The strike was only meant to break apart the formation of the ghost fires blocking him, like waving away a band of fireflies or a school of little goldfish. Xie Lian quickly passed through them, dry branches and broken leaves cackling under his feet. Yet when he looked back, the ghost fires were swiftly catching up to him, poised to form another wall. Don't follow me, Xie Lian warned. The brightest, hottest ghost fire was leading at the very front, and it did not heed his words. Xie Lian raised his hand like he was going to strike again. Keep following me and I might just disperse your souls, he warned fiercely. With a threat like that, many of the ghost fires were frightened, fluttering and shriveling away. However, the leading ghost fire only faltered for a moment in midair before it continued to trail him. No more than 5 paces behind him. It seemed to be telling Xie Lian, it doesn't matter if you disperse me. Oh, perhaps it knew that Xie Lian wouldn't really do it. It doesn't matter if you disperse me. Oh my god. Stop. A sudden, inexplicable anger filled Xie Lian. In the past, what little minion would have dared continue to harass him if he shouted at them? They would have disappeared in a flash with their tail between their legs. Now, not only did people step all over him whenever they liked, even this tiny ball of ghost fire wouldn't obey him and took his threats as nothing. Xie Lian's eyes reddened from anger. Even a little ghost fire like you is like this. You're all like this. Everyone's like this, he mumbled. It was a little funny to be so enraged by something so small. Yet Xie Lian was genuinely filled with furious indignation. Unexpectedly, after his grumbling, the ball of ghost fire seemed to understand his anger and anguish, and it stopped in midair, no longer trailing him. It slowly led the hundreds of little ghost fires away, and they disappeared into the night soon after. Yeah, you misunderstand Xie Lian. He just doesn't want you to get hurt. There's danger up ahead. Xie Lian is going to charge right into the danger. I'm sure little ghost fire Hongjing is going to follow along, but won't be doing what, yeah, I won't be trying to stop him because he doesn't want to be stopped, but oh, that hurts. Xie Lian exhaled, turned around, and continued onward. After walking for 700 or 800 paces more, he could faintly see the eaves of a building within the beguiling fog ahead. It appeared to be an old temple of the deep mountains. When Xie Lian approached and looked closer, his eyes widened slightly. Old temple of the old mountains, could it be like a remnant of like Ruoye or something? That'd be interesting. It was a temple of the Crown Prince. Oh, it's a Xie Lian temple. Okay. I'm scared. This was a broken down temple of the Crown Prince, of course. It had already been pillaged and wrecked by mobs, and the establishment plaque had fallen to the ground, broken in half. Xie Lian paused in front of the temple's entrance for a moment, then he stepped over the sundered establishment plaque and went inside. The divine statue within the great hall had long since vanished. Perhaps it had been smashed or burned or thrown into the sea. The altar was empty and desolate, and only the scorched base of the statue remained. On either side, the words "Body in Abyss, Heart in Paradise" had been slashed some 30 times. Like a lovely woman whose face had been scarred by knives, it was no longer a beautiful sight, only chilling and hideous. Xie Lian kept his composure and sat on the ground inside the great hall, waiting for White No-Face to appear. After an instant's time, her figure really did emerge from the beguiling fog outside the temple. However, it didn't look right. The figure had none of White No-Face's habitual ease, and its hurried steps were very unlike White No-Face's silent creeping. The one approaching mustn't be him, nor anyone Xie Lian knew. But then who could it be? What the heck? Is this like... Maybe Hongjing was able to take form? Maybe. Xie Lian was on high alert, but he only got a clear look when the person finally rushed into the Temple of the Crown Prince. Unfortunately, this person didn't match any of his guesses. No matter how Xie Lian studied him, he was only a human passerby. Nothing suspicious or notable about him. However, Xie Lian still didn't relax his guard. Who knew if this was one of White No-Face's disguises? As could be expected from two people who had suddenly run into each other inside a broken-down temple out in the wild, Xie Lian was cautious of the man, and the man was similarly cautious of Xie Lian. A moment passed, and the man finally ventured to ask, Daojang, do you know what place this is? What this place is? Xie Lian knitted his brow slightly and looked up. You don't know what this place is? Then how did you get here? I got lost, the man said. I walked around and around, but I can't seem to get out of this forest. Xie Lian knew that this man hadn't gotten lost at all. If he really wasn't White No-Face in disguise, then he had most likely been lured in by something. This is not good. We don't want random humans around. They are disposable. And not in a good way. Stop walking around. You won't be able to get out that way, Xie Lian said. Huh? What do you mean? But Xie Lian didn't respond further, just continued to meditate. If this man had been lured in by White No-Face, panicking would be pointless. There would be no leaving if he didn't want to let him go. So it would be better for Xie Lian to wait quietly and see what he planned on doing. The man was tired from running around, so he sat on one side of the room to rest. The two of them, now at pace with each other. It wasn't long before another figure emerged from the fog and entered the temple, another confused traveler. Seeing that there were people inside, he quickly approached them. Hey, pal, can I ask what this place is? The two travelers started chatting, and a premonition started growing in Xie Lian's mind. It wasn't over. More would come. Sure enough, dozens of people arrived at this temple of the Crown Prince within the span of 2 hours, one after the other. They were all kinds, men, women, seniors, children, some by themselves, some in groups of 3 or 4, some whole families, and most of them had come here after getting lost. The reasons for their getting lost were numerous and bizarre. Some had even been strolling down a city street and had inexplicably found themselves lost in this forest. It was completely incredible. Xie Lian even noticed that one was the same street performer who had been so adamant about competing against him in boulder shattering. He didn't look very well. It seemed the competition had injured him badly. The two of them spotted each other but didn't say a word, only nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, this is so weird. Are these people not at all connected to Xie Lian except for that guy, or are they all somehow connected to Xie Lian, or are they really just random? Because Bai Wuxiang would somehow connect people who have some sort of connection to Xie Lian, even if it's something like that. It was easy to see that these were all ordinary people, and they had all been intentionally brought into the deep mountains by White No-Face. The alarm in Xie Lian's head was sounding louder and louder, but still he didn't move. He dug out a cold steamed bun from his sleeve and bit into it forcefully, chewed forcefully, and then swallowed forcefully. He had to conserve all his energy to face the great battle that was likely coming. 4 hours later, this temple of the Crown Prince was full to bursting with lost people. Xie Lian counted silently and determined there were about 100 in total. Not a single one would be able to leave these woods. With crowds came bustling noise and everyone started chatting. Did you also randomly end up here? This reeks of evil. Why don't we try to find a way out again? Let's go. I refuse to believe that not a single one of us will be able to find a way. Xie Lian was sitting in the corner and looked up abruptly. It won't matter how far you walk, there's no exit. The crowd looked at him. How come? Because you were led here by a monster. You're his toys, so why would he let you go easily? Xie Lian said bitterly. Silence descended upon the room. Within the crowd, some thought he was an alarmist, some thought he was deliberately being cryptic, and some thought he shouldn't be underestimated. One of them stood up and asked Xie Lian, Who are you? What makes you say that? I think he was the first one here. He was already sitting there when I came. Weird. Yeah, and his face is covered too. Do you have any proof? One asked. There is no proof, believe it if you will, Xie Lian said evenly. The monster certainly didn't lure you here to invite you all in for a meal. I don't think I need to tell you to be a little more careful. After he spoke, but before anyone could respond, the sound of frantic footsteps came from the far distance. Everyone instantly perked up. Another one's coming! There were some who wanted to go outside and check it out, but just as they crossed the temple threshold, they hastily slipped back inside. This was because the running noise was accompanied by waves of crazed screaming. The screaming voice didn't sound human at all. Everyone's face dropped, and they all backed further into the temple. What the heck? Who could that be? It's not some beast, is it? As the figure within the beguiling fog swiftly approached the temple, Xie Lian narrowed his eyes. No, it's a person! What the fuck is going on here? Except a person was running in their direction and howling deafeningly at the same time, his hands covering his face. Covering his face, we don't like that. Seeing that he would make it to the temple at any second, Xie Lian squeezed through the crowd, stood at the front to see what was happening. It was as if the man had no eyes. He crashed straight into a tree at the entrance of the Temple of the Crown Prince. Bang. He bounced back a good 3 meters, then fell to the ground, unconscious. The crowd was shocked. Still crammed inside the temple, they all stretched their necks out to gawk. What happened to that man? They wondered apprehensively. Some, like the street performer, were gutsier and declared that they were going to examine him. Don't go near him, Xie Lian immediately called out. Those people jumped at his severe tone. Then what do we do? Just let him lie here? I will go take a look, Xie Lian said. Can you be careful, okay? The crowd said. Xie Lian nodded and approached the tree slowly, then crouched next to the man. He was about to move the hand covering the man's face when he suddenly jumped and let out 2 shrieks. Yes, 2 shrieks at once. 2 sounds happened at the same time. One came from his mouth and the other came from his face. Another face on the man's face. Human face disease. Goosebumps instantly raised on Xie Lian's skin and his pupils shrank. The crowd within the temple was frozen, watching this horrifying scene. After the man sprang up, he dropped his hand and began to charge over to where the people were, but thankfully Xie Lian had quick reflexes and struck. The human face disease victim was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away by his slap. Xie Lian then hastily backed away to shield the entrance of the temple while exclamations of panic and shock sounded from the crowd behind him. Oh my god, is Bai Wuxiang, like, he has set up this pen of people, basically, with Xie Lian inside, and now he's sending a victim of the human face disease in to infect them in front of Xie Lian? Like, what is this? Why? Is this real, or is it a dream? I am so confused. I thought that disease only appeared in the imperial capital. So many people died, but wasn't the plague extinguished? It's not real, it can't be real. Is that really a face on his face? The horror only increased in the next moment when more wailing echoed from all around. Over 10 wobbling figures were approaching the temple. They didn't need to look closer to know they all had human face disease. Oh my god, it's like a zombie movie now. What the heck? A horror zombie movie. Everyone run! Spread out! Don't let them come close! Someone yelled, but Xie Lian shouted. Don't spread out! Who knows how many more of them are in the woods? If they're all this out there, it'll all be over. Then what do we do? We can't just stay here like sitting ducks. Isn't that just waiting for death to come to me? The branch Xie Lian had broken off en route was hanging at his waist, and he grabbed it to wield like a sword. Don't worry, they won't come here. I get to decide whether they can approach. This was his domain, the Temple of the Crown Prince. You... Not waiting for any further questions, Xie Lian leapt out. With a few swings of the branch, all the human face disease victims fell to the ground in an instant. Committing word to action wasn't hard for Xie Lian at all, and sure enough, none of the disfigured wretches could get close. The crowd within the temple watched, punctuating the scene with harsh, gasping breaths, growing more and more shaken as the fight went on. When they saw that Xie Lian had triumphed, they all cheered, hollering thanks to the heavens. At some point, ghost fires had come drifting— oh my gosh, the ghost fires again— drifting on the night air from within the woods, and now they were dancing madly everywhere. Xie Lian couldn't tell if they were helping drive away the disfigured wretches, but in any case, he didn't think they were trying to obstruct him. After making a sweep of the area, Xie Lian tried to sheath his sword out of habit, only after his hand came up empty when grasping for his scabbard did he remember that he was wielding not a sword, but a tree branch. He felt awkward for a moment. Suddenly, he spotted a white-clad figure not far away. waving and beckoning him. Xie Lian's blood was still boiling from the fight, and he instantly gave chase. "Don't even think about escaping!" The band of Ghostfires zoomed over and followed his charge like they were lighting his way. Naturally, White No-Face wasn't trying to escape. He strolled at an easy pace, his steps languid, but he always remained 7 or 8 paces ahead. Xie Lian pursued him for a few steps before he realized something and immediately turned back. Noticing that he wasn't chasing anymore, White No-Face stopped. "Why aren't you following me?" Xie Lian looked back. "You just want to lead me away so you can spread another wave of human face disease. Why would I follow you and let you have your way?" "No, you're mistaken. My objective isn't to lead you away. My objective is you." Although his expression was concealed by the cry-smiling mask, for some reason Xie Lian could sense he was smiling. Luring Xie Lian away truly made no sense. If White No-Face wanted to spread human face disease again, he could have done so anywhere else in the world, and Xie Lian wouldn't have been able to stop him. So why was he doing it in these deep mountains? Yeah, good question, actually. He could just, start the disease wherever. But his objective is Xie Lian, so why bring all these people here to Xie Lian? I mean, we'll know soon. We'll know. But like in this temple and everything, this is so weird, and it's so theatric in a sense, but that is by Wuxiang. Xie Lian stopped. "Then what exactly do you want?" He had asked that same question countless times and was starting to lose his patience. "I've already told you, I want you to come to my side," White No-Face replied. Xie Lian wielded his tree branch and pointed it at him. While it was not threatening whatsoever, even a little funny, it was nonetheless the only weapon he had on hand. Thank goodness, a particularly bright ball of ghost fire landed on the tip of the branch and helped add some battle aura. He is literally the best character in this entire arc. Like, he is lighting up this arc for me. He's everything to me. I love him so much. Oh my god. Battle aura. I'm it's so good. "Why do you want me on your side? To take your life?" Xie Lian demanded sharply. White No-Face only chuckled softly. "Your Highness, you are a beautiful block of jade," he said warmly. "Allow me to guide and educate you." Xie Lian could not immediately formulate a response. Feeling both incredulous and furious, he couldn't help but click his tongue. "You? Educate me? My master is the state preceptor of Xianle. What the heck are you? Where did you come from, you monster?" White No-Face extended a finger and waggled it. "You're mistaken again. Your Highness, perhaps it would be better to say that I am the only one worthy to educate you. Your master, the state preceptor of Xianle." His voice turned strangely arrogant and condescending. "That thing isn't worth mentioning in my presence. On the contrary, you've been absorbing my lessons very well." Oh my fucking god, that thing. Okay. So we have, the idea that Minion Cheng, the state preceptor of Xianle, was also one of the deputies of the crown prince of Wuyong. That thing. Okay, so we're talking, I don't think we're cooperating here. That sentence alone is a bit like, fuck that guy, right? So if that was Minion Cheng in Tonglu gathering the other mountain spirits, I think they were talking about Bai Wuxiang. They were talking about the crown prince and not awakened yet. Like, I think this one sentence is like placing some of this information back into the racks for me, and I feel like that's it. There is animosity here. There's animosity, and Minion Cheng is there for the crown prince of Wuyong. The crown prince he was talking about is the crown prince of Wuyong, aka Bai Wuxiang. I am so sure of this now. It is so, like, I feel like it's settling. Like, this is a thing. This is 100% a thing. I'm so sure. But we'll see. We'll see. I got a bit excited there for a second. I am still unsure, but thinking about this as well. So we'll have to wait and see. What did you teach me? Xie Lian spat angrily. What the heck are you talking about? I don't understand at all. White No-Face snorted a laugh. The first thing I taught you is that you are powerless in the face of many things in this world. At his words, countless chaotic images and voices flashed through Xie Lian's mind. He gritted his teeth and lunged with his sword, but White No-Face easily evaded. The second thing, he seized Xie Lian, making him lose his balance and almost trip. Xie Lian felt a hand stroke the top of his head. Do you want to save the common people? They don't need you to save them. They aren't worthy. Oh my fucking god. He is so the Crown Prince of Wuyong. He also wanted to save the common people, but ended up cursed by them. This is so him. Xie Lian's movement faltered for a moment, but then he slapped that hand away before turning and stabbing again. White No-Face snapped the branch in his hand and dodged behind Xie Lian, quickly placing 2 ice-cold fingers on a fatal point on the back of his head. Xie Lian was sure his brain was going to be pierced at any moment, but by those prodding fingers, he froze in place. From behind him, White No-Face spoke again. If you don't come to my side, then you will never win against me, and I will always defeat you. Xie Lian panted and said darkly. Come at me any time. He paused for a moment, then kept speaking, saying each word slowly and clearly. I can't win, but that's only for now. You can't defeat me countless times, but you can't kill me, and as long as you can't kill me, I will surely defeat you one day. When the ghost fire heard his words, it blazed even more ferociously. Like it was going to brighten the entire night sky. Behind him, White No-Face was silent for a moment. Then he said, I can't kill you. Xie Lian held his breath and didn't speak. In truth, he didn't fully know what the undying body John Woo had granted him could handle. Oh my fucking god. If White No-Face really did pierce his skull in a moment of fury, would he still live? White No-Face continued, his tone even. Indeed, I can't kill you. I won't kill you either, but don't be too confident now. I hope you don't have any regrets about this later. Regret? What would he regret? Xie Lian hadn't yet figured it out when a hand chopped his neck violently. He instantly sank into darkness. And we have another interlude. There are so many interludes in this chapter, and I guess it was needed because holy fucking shit, it is a chapter, and a lot of things are happening. But oh my lord, this is that's so ominous. The sentence here. In truth, he didn't fully know what the undying body John Woo had granted him could handle. We know a few things already. We know that he has handled being trampled to death. We know that he's handled that stake in his heart and everything. Brain? Damage to the head? I feel like this is not impossible, and I feel like this is so foreboding. I feel like... Fuck. Oh, shit. Are we killing Xie Lian? Is this gonna be his first experience with dying? Like, and is this like a technicality? Is it like Xie Lian dying, but you know, he is immortal, so he gets brought back to life, but is this like a technicality? Is Xie Lian like a thing between living and dead? Like, is he technically dead because he has experienced dying, or is this like I don't know what this is, or is this emotional body something that keeps him from actually experiencing death? It's really hard to tell right now, but I feel like maybe what is going on here is going to shed some light on this mechanic. And yeah, let's keep reading because we only have 2 pages before the actual end of the chapter. Within that darkness there was light and warmth some distance ahead. Xie Lian moved toward the light and regained consciousness little by little. He opened his eyes slowly. The first thing he saw was a ball of ghost fire floating above him. It seemed that the little ghost fire was the source of the light and warmth he had felt while unconscious. Warmth? What's wrong? You've managed to produce warmth? What the heck? I love that. It seemed that the little ghost fire was the source of the light and warmth that he had felt while unconscious. Seeing that he was awake, the ghost fire immediately pressed close to Xie Lian. Then quickly decided that getting too close wasn't acceptable and backed off a little. Xie Lian couldn't help but consider this ball of ghost fire exceptional. If he remembered correctly, it was the same one who had created a formation to block his path through the woods. He wanted to reach out and poke at it. Yet, when he tried, for some reason, his hand didn't move at all. Xie Lian was perplexed and instantly snapped out of his reverie. He dropped his head to look and quickly discovered why he couldn't move his hand. His arms and legs were bound. He was firmly tied down on the altar, atop the scorched base of the missing statue. There were many people squeezed around the altar, and hundreds of round, unblinking eyes were staring up at him. And that was the end of chapter 99 of Heaven Official's Blessing. What the actual fuck? Oh my fucking god. Human face disease. Human fucking face disease. Oh no. He's tied to the altar. Like a lamb to the slaughter. How do you prevent human face disease? Oh my fucking god, my head is throbbing so hard. This is giving me a headache. They're gonna. If you've killed someone, you cannot contract human face disease. The soldiers of the Xianle army mainly do not contract human face disease. These are just random people. They can't just kill each other. That would be like the first thing, you know? Either they start murdering each other, half the people survive. Or nobody kills anyone, everyone dies from human face disease. Or a third path. If Xie Lian cannot die, if he indeed comes back to life when he's killed, oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Is this what we're doing? I need to know that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's see. We have a chapter here that is like, oh, fudge. It's another 20-something pages. It's not bad. It's not bad. This could be a good place to end things. Because that would leave us with like not even 100 pages for the rest of the book, and that would make a good chunk for like a last reading session of volume 6. I don't want to stop here. Okay, I understand now why people didn't want me to read further than chapter 98. I asked for a recommendation and I see now, because this is like, that's like a cliffhanger that is a bit like, we're in the middle of the scene, we're in the middle of the situation. It is not a good place to stop at all. I've been so spoiled with my recent like ends, because this previous video was the end of arc 3 and the video before that was the end of volume 5, so I've been a bit spoiled. I haven't had to pick and choose, and now I'm like, I can't stop here. I need to confirm whether or not this is about curing the human face disease, and I think that's gonna be it. I think that is it. The common people are not worthy. That's by Wuxiang's spiel here, right? You want to save them? Will you let them do this? They are not worthy. Is that what he's trying to show Xie Lian? He's gonna show him that these people are terrible, you know? Oh my god. that could be something that is what we're moving in on. That could be what we're moving in on here. And what? Oh my god. The ghost fire. Honghonger is here. He is here, and he's like he's an impressive little ghost fire. And he's, oh my god. Is he gonna see this? He's gonna fucking see this. He's gonna fucking see all of this. Oh no. Oh my god, let's go back. Read me every single sentence Hua Cheng has ever said about not being able to protect his beloved one. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry again. I need to stop doing this to myself. I am making myself sad by thinking back on things. I haven't even done a reread. How do you guys handle this? How did you guys handle the reread? Are you not just bursting into tears every single paragraph of Hua Cheng speaking? Like, what the fuck? Oh no. Yeah, I can safely say that this little ball of fire has made the most of an impression on me in this whole arc so far. He's everything to me. Please protect him. Let him protect his highness. That was a long-ass chapter, but I feel like there were enough interludes for us to have discussed everything that really needs discussing. But to summarize, getting Bai Wuxiang to say things, to talk to us and give responses to some of Xie Lian's questions is helping us kind of place a lot of the things that happen in the Tonglu arc. I am very convinced now that Mei Nianqing is not Bai Wuxiang and is indeed, you know, only one of his old preceptors, I guess, at least one of his old deputies, and they are not on good terms. There is something here that makes them not on good terms. That thing, like not even a person. So I mean, in the murals we saw the Prince of Wuyong's deputies helping him hold up that bridge though. So the deputies helped, but then what? Then what? Gosh, when are we gonna get the answers to these things? Are we gonna have to wait until arc 5, I guess, to get the true answers to the Wuyong thing? I think that is what is gonna happen here. Yeah, I almost forget that Mei Nianqing and his friends, the deputies, are also coming to Mount Tonglu. Maybe they are there to help out. Maybe they'll actually be the backup we needed to break the kiln or whatever, like something. I feel like maybe they are gonna be like this third party that have their own thing with Bai Wuxiang / the Crown Prince Wuyong. I'm so sure about this now. And I feel like that's gonna benefit us. We're gonna link up with Xie Lian, and they're gonna be important in our little rescue scenario here. But I'm thinking way ahead. We still have this whole thing to solve, and I'm so shocked that this is where we're headed, but it makes sense. It makes sense. Bai Wuxiang said it himself, the common people are not worthy, and I think this is him teaching Xie Lian that lesson. Oh my god. And then Hua Cheng is gonna be there unable to fucking help. I love that he's the first thing Xie Lian sees when he wakes up. Like, I wonder if, you know, in the present timeline, like, is he getting these as memories? Is he remembering these things now? And then, will he realize that the little ghost fire was indeed Hua Cheng? Will he realize that the little ghost fire is his ghost king? Because, oh my god, I have so many things I want to tell you. And now you'll have even more things you'll want to tell him. Oh my gosh, Julia, this is so precious. There are some good things in between all the horror zombie things that are happening, I guess, that I am very excited about. But this chapter, I'm not ready. I'm just looking at the book like. But at the same time, we need to get through it. We need to do it. Let's do a little bit of a voice break and I'll be right back. Okay, had a little bit of a break. Should just drink some coffee and rest my voice. We have like 30 pages to go almost. Let's just do it. Let's settle in and let's read chapter 100. I can't believe we're on 100 already. Oh my lord. A heart pierced by 100 swords. A wrath ghost takes form. Well done. First of all, the irony of this chapter being 100 and we have a heart piece by 100 swords. The irony. Is this why some of these chapters are so short and others are so long? Because they were aiming to do this in the English publishing. They wanted this to be chapter 100 because what the fuck, Seven Seas, what the fuck? Also, a brass ghost takes form. Are we talking, like what I said earlier, like is Xie Lian somehow kind of like a hybrid, like he is both human and ghost because of his immortal body? And is this him taking on the form of a wrath ghost? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is... Let's do it. Let's read chapter 100. Why were they all staring at him like that? Suddenly, Xie Lian heard a whisper from below. So similar. He's not just similar, he's the exact same. Is it really him? Someone bluntly asked. Are you that prince? Out of habit, Xie Lian blurted. I'm not. Yet he trailed off when he realized that the white silk he used to cover his face had been untied. He was trussed to the altar by that same white silk. Shit, is this Ruoye? Is that Ruoye? Oh god. And his face was fully exposed to the crowd surrounding him. Xie Lian's heart jumped to his throat, but he steeled himself and met the gazes of the crowd. He didn't know if it was his mind playing tricks, but he felt those stares turning strange. But thankfully, perhaps due to the imminent danger, their eyes at least didn't bear the disgust or anger he had feared, and that imminent danger made itself known in the next second as a wave of inhuman howls rang out from outside the temple. And now Xie Lian is tied up and can't help them. Untie him, you fools. Xie Lian tried to twist his neck around and discovered that the howling was coming from the disfigured wretches he had already knocked down. They had somehow regained their footing, and there were more out there now. They had surrounded the temple of the Crown Prince, and they screamed as they circled it hand in hand, like they were performing some horrifying ritual, or perhaps it was purely the wild dancing of demons. The crowd inside the temple huddled together, cowering in absolute terror. A young child burst into tears, and his parents took him into their arms, covering his eyes and ears. Every face in the room was stricken with fear. What do we do? What do we do? Will they break in? Even if they don't, they're so close. Will we be infected? What will we do if we catch it? Xie Lian fought against his bindings, but couldn't loosen them in the slightest. It seemed that the white silk had been tampered with, likely injected with spiritual power. With veins visible on his forehead from his ongoing struggle, Xie Lian roared. Right no face! There was no response. Instead, an icy cold hand patted his head. Xie Lian froze, hair standing on end from the touch, and when he twisted his head back, what he saw had dread prickling from his head on down his spine. No wonder the people below him were giving him strange stares. Not only was Xie Lian's face exposed, but White No-Face was seated in the darkness right behind him. Confronted by such a strange-looking character dressed all in white, no one dared to breathe, let alone move carelessly, so White No-Face ignored them entirely as he helped Xie Lian sit upright under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Xie Lian was pulled into a sitting position from where he'd been lying, and now he was sitting atop his own divine altar, like a bound, living statue. Aside from his eyes and neck, he couldn't move at all. Although this situation was beyond eerie, the howling human face disease victims outside were more terrifying. The attention of the crowd below soon returned to the disfigured wretches outside. "From what I heard, anyone in the same district can infect you, and the disease spreads incredibly fast," someone muttered. "We're so close, they're right there, we'll definitely... Anguish, panic, and despair filled the temple at the thought that they would soon fall victim to the horrifying plague. "Why don't a few of us go out there and knock some of them dead and the rest of us escape?" someone suggested. Setting aside the question of whether they would even be able to kill enough of those wretches, anyone that tried would surely become infected as well. It would mean sacrificing oneself to save others, so who would want to volunteer? No one. Xie Lian would if he could, however, he was being restrained by White No-Face, and although he could knock down 7 or 8 of the mad victims at a time, it would be hard to completely shut down a group of 17 or 18. There was bound to be one who broke through and rushed into the temple of the Crown Prince. As for killing White No-Face, Xie Lian would be a fool to even consider trying. However, the crowd needed someone to calm everyone down. Xie Lian gathered his composure and said calmly, "Everyone, please, don't lose your heads. It won't spread that quickly. We still have time to think of a solution." But a mere guarantee that it won't spread quickly was hardly enough to reassure them. Surprisingly, the one who lifted the cloud of despair was none other than White No-Face. "There is a way to prevent and cure human face disease, and there it fucking is," he said, cutting in. "You little fuck. You fucking knew this was coming." At his statement, the heads of the crowd shot up. "It can be cured. How?" Xie Lian felt his heart stop. "Why don't you ask His Highness? He knows the method," White No-Face mused leisurely. In an instant, 100 pairs of eyes were focused intensely on Xie Lian. The sharpness of their gazes made him instinctively recoil, but he was caught by White No-Face and shoved forward again. Xie Lian could hear some hopeful voices in the crowd. "Your Highness, do you really know?" Before Xie Lian could answer, someone else shouted excitedly, "I heard from somebody that he does know." However, some were suspicious. "If he knew, then why did the capital still? Unless he knew and deliberately didn't tell anybody." "Your Highness, please hurry up and tell us, yeah?" Xie Lian immediately denied it. "I don't know." However, White No-Face insisted. "You lie." Furious, Xie Lian wanted to rebuke him, but he was afraid it would instead drive White No-Face to leak more information. He had a feeling that White No-Face would say it regardless, though whether he denied it or not. After struggling for a while, Xie Lian admitted in defeat. "There's no way. It's useless." After a pause, the sea of people started to stir. "What do you mean useless? How can we know it's useless if you don't even tell us?" A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Xie Lian thought, "I really can't say it." He mustn't say it. If the truth ever came to light, it would be over. Chaos would reign. Within the crowd, someone was finally fed up and jumped to their feet. We're already at death's door, so what's the point of keeping secrets? Unless you want us all to wait here like sitting ducks until we die?" In a gentle voice, White No-Face offered. "Then let me tell you." "Be quiet," Xie Lian yelled angrily. Naturally, his shout wasn't threatening in the least, and White No-Face ignored him. "Do you know which people in the capital were least likely to catch human face disease?" The crowd watched him in trepidation, although, afraid to get close, they couldn't help but ask, "Which people?" "Soldiers," White No-Face answered. It was all over now. "Why was it the soldiers?" White No-Face continued. "Because they all did one specific thing. It's something that isn't done by ordinary citizens, which is why those ordinary citizens caught human face disease." The crowd's eyes were growing wider and wider, Holding their breaths, they inquired. And that thing was? Xie Lian lunged headfirst in White No-Face's direction, but his effort was in vain. Laughing, White No-Face shoved him back in place. What is it you ask? He hummed. Murder. It was all over. He'd actually said it. As he slumped on the top of the altar, Xie Lian's heart felt cold as ice. After the initial shock, some people repeated it in disbelief. Murder? You have to kill someone to become immune? You need to kill someone to be cured? You're lying, right? Good grief, if only. The terrible thing was, no, it wasn't a lie. It was the ultimate truth, and Xie Lian had verified it himself. One who was stained with blood, one who had ended another's life, was immune to human face disease. Nobody had expected this to be the secret to gaining immunity. Stunned, they discussed among themselves. How can this be? I always thought it was odd, but it's true that I haven't ever heard of anyone in the army who got infected with human face disease, so it's probably true. It is true. But doesn't that mean we have to kill someone to prevent infection? Who do we kill? The person who posed the question immediately got lectured. What do you mean, who do we kill? Don't tell me you actually want to kill someone. The man didn't dare to say anything anymore. However, the 100 pairs of eyes that had been filled with nothing but simple terror now contained many other emotions. It was very subtle, very strange. This was exactly what Xie Lian had feared. Once the cure for human face disease was brought to light, one thing would inevitably happen: mass murder. This was the sole reason that Xie Lian had kept the secret to himself after discovering the way to gain immunity. As long as one had killed another human being, they would be safe from the disease. Perhaps most people would be able to control themselves initially, but there was bound to be someone desperate enough to take the risk. The moment blood was spilled in the name of preventing the disease, it would soon be followed by a second killing, then a third. As more and more people followed suit, the whole world would be thrown into chaos. If that was the inevitable result, it was better for Xie Lian to firmly guard the knowledge and keep it only to himself. Xie Lian smiled wryly. Now you understand why I said the method is useless. The crowd was silent. Xie Lian sighed. He forced himself to keep his chin up, then soothed them with a gentle tone. No matter what happens, please stay calm and don't act rashly, or you'll play right into this creature's hands. Among the crowd, there was a genteel-looking couple. With her child wrapped in her arms, the mother wept. How did this happen? Why did this happen? Why does it have to be us, of all people? We've never done anything wrong. Cry, cry, cry. What are you crying for? A nearby person snapped at her. All you know how to do is cry and cry. No one here has done anything wrong. You think you're the only unlucky ones? What, you're not even going to let people cry? The husband retorted angrily. What's the use of crying so much that you annoy everyone around you? Shut your mouth. It was unbelievable that a fight would break out over such a petty thing. Everyone was clearly teetering on the edge of a breakdown. And even a small touch could send them off. Xie Lian was quick to pacify them. Stop arguing, stay calm. Only calm minds can bring solutions. However, the more he tried to calm the crowd, the more agitated they became. Stay calm. How can we be calm at a time like this? If you're so calm, why don't you think of something? Let's hear what you got. The request silenced Xie Lian. What kind of solution was there? None. He dug through his mind desperately for an answer until his brain was on the verge of exploding. But he couldn't think of any way to resolve the situation in front of him. Suddenly, he felt someone squeeze his cheeks. A hand had cupped his face and twisted it to face the audience below the altar. Xie Lian's eyes widened in confusion. An icy, cold voice spoke from behind him. Who should you kill? You still don't know after seeing this face. At that question, not only did all movement cease below the altar, but even the ball of ghost fire hanging above him froze in place. Did you forget? He's a god, White No-Face reminded them amiably. Which means... Before he could hear the rest, Xie Lian felt a chill wash over his chest. Stunned, he gazed down and saw the tip of a pitch-black sword pushing out of his abdomen. The blade was long and slender and was colored a deep black jade. Its central ridge reflected the light in a crisp silver line. Oh my fucking god! It's function! The blade was every bit as dangerous and frigid as the coldest winter night. It was without a doubt a rare and treasured sword. The exact kind that Xie Lian would have once obsessed over obtaining and then never let leave his grasp. Xie Lian could look away. The tip of the sword started to slowly inch back into his stomach until it disappeared once again. His body is immortal. White No-Face finished. I kind of knew this was where we were going, but oh my god, holy shit. Gotta sit up for this. Before anyone had the chance to react, White No-Face tossed the blade toward the crowd of onlookers. Clang. The tip pierced the ground, and the sword stood at a slant before all those pairs of eyes. Its thick, frigid aura quietly permeated the air. A rush of blood gushed up Xie Lian's throat. The ball of ghost fire flew to him, pressing close as if trying to cover his wounds. Xie Lian choked on his bloody rage and gritted his teeth. You... Lights danced in his vision. The ball of ghost fire shot straight at White No-Face as if suddenly furious, but White No-Face caught it effortlessly and held it captive within his palm. Watch, he ordered the ghost fire. In the next second, White No-Face yanked Xie Lian's head around so he was facing him. And what about me? Aren't you the one who proclaimed that you wanted to save the common people? But I... Xie Lian stammered. But he had never thought that this would be the only way he could save people. Below the altar, there were already some who were scared to tears by the bloody scene, but the bolder ones were still watching. Will he really not die? It's true. Look, there's barely any blood. He's still alive. Still perfectly alive. Xie Lian was racked by another intense cough. So in other words, even if we kill him, he won't die. That's great. The one who cheered got scolded. Great! What's so great about this? Since he won't be able to die, don't we have a solution now? The scolded person mumbled. But to stab someone, that's so... He's a god. Even if he gets stabbed, he won't die. We're just ordinary people here. If we get infected with human face disease, our fates are sealed. Watching the struggle unfold, White No-Face beckoned to Xie Lian. The common people are here, waiting for you to save them. Please go ahead. Anger blazed in Xie Lian's eyes. The only way to save the common people is to eradicate a twisted monster like you. White No-Face sneered. What's the matter? Your Highness, didn't you boast to me so confidently of your inability to die? You couldn't possibly be scared now. Since you can't wait to die, I guess. You can sacrifice yourself and relieve others of their suffering. Isn't that a delightful thing? Was this your plan all along? Xie Lian clicked his tongue. Do you think that everyone in this world is as evil as you? True to his words, the expressions of the people below weren't the ecstatic ones of those who had been rescued. Instead, they were hesitant and split. There were conflicting opinions on the matter, and the crowd had yet to come to any sort of decision, and no one yet dared to pull out the black blade. As if reading his mind, White No-Face laughed out loud. He shook his head disapprovingly and sighed. Silly child, foolish child. Xie Lian twisted his head away and refused to let the creature pet him again. Get lost! You think they don't want to do it? White No-Face asked. Wrong. It's not that they don't want to do it, it's just that no one wants to go first. A devastated cry erupted from under the altar. It had come from the genteel wife. "My child! My child!" The infant in her arms wailed uncontrollably as a lumpy, dark lesion began to rise from his chubby arm. The people around them immediately backed away, leaving them a wide berth. "This is bad. The kid is infected." Anguished, the couple exchanged a look, then jumped to their feet. They're gonna be first. This is a parallel to that family, the one with the wall, trying to cross the wall to get a doctor. A family was the first ones to be, killed inadvertently, but still in the siege of Xianle. And now a family of 3 is going to be the first ones to. They walked to the altar, pulled the black sword from where it had been stabbed into the ground, and placed it between the child's hands. Grimacing, they lunged at Xie Lian. The blade was extremely sharp, for the couple had already pulled out the sword before Xie Lian felt the excruciating pain explode from his abdomen. They dropped it on the ground with a loud clang and apologized over and over. "Sorry, our child is still young. There was really no other way. Sorry, sorry, sorry." Their faces were pale as they apologized, and they kowtowed over and over in front of Xie Lian before disappearing into the crowd with their child. The blood clogging Xie Lian's throat thickened, and he was about to cough it up when he heard White No-Face snicker beside him. He forced down the mouthful of blood and hissed, "What are you laughing at? Do you think you got what you wanted? You forced this whole situation." The ghost fire trapped in the creature's hand flickered even more fiercely. Taking his time to do so, White No-Face explained. "Humans have to be forced before they'll reveal their true selves." Among the 100 people there was now one who no longer had to fear human face disease. As they saw the dark lesion slowly fade from the child's arm, the crowd swallowed heavily and remained silent. After a long while, a young man finally stepped forward amidst the dead silence. Bracing himself, he walked toward the altar, then bowed several times with his hands clasped in front of him. "I'm sorry. I don't want to do this, I really don't, but I don't have a choice," he pleaded. "I just got married. My mother, my wife, they're both at home waiting for me." The man rambled on and on until he could no longer continue, then shut his eyes, raised the sword, and thrust it toward Xie Lian. Because his eyes were closed, his aim was off, and the sword punctured Xie Lian in the side instead. When the man opened his eyes and realized he hadn't hit the fatal spot, he panicked, frantically pulled out the weapon with trembling hands, and stabbed Xie Lian again. Xie Lian had gritted his teeth to prevent any sounds from escaping his throat, and he let out nothing more than a grunt at the 2 consecutive jabs. A stream of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. It was true that he wouldn't die, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be injured or feel every bit of pain. The sound of the weapon tangling on his flesh, the feeling of it scraping on his bones, it was so distressing and painful that Xie Lian almost went mad. When it came to this, he was no different from a mortal. After the second person finished, he stepped down without offering Xie Lian a single kowtow. The expression on his face at the deed he had committed was a mixture of regret and the joy of survival. It was hard to say which feeling won out. Once he retreated into the crowd, silence returned. It was another long time before a few more hesitant people began to look like they wanted to come forward with reasons of their own. Before they could rise to their feet, a man interrupted. "I can't stand this anymore." The crowd turned in the direction of the voice, and Xie Lian lifted his pale face too. The one who had spoken was the buff street performer. Are you seriously just going to do whatever that monster tells you to? Oh my god. The street performer scolded the crowd. From what I can see, he's just babbling nonsense, and even if it were true, just because this guy can't die doesn't mean this isn't murder. Buddy, wake up! Everyone here is about to die, a bystander advised him. Aren't I here too? Won't I die too? But do you see me doing anything? The street performer shot back. That shut a few people up, but a second later, someone retorted to hurling accusations. A guy like you probably doesn't have any elders or children in your family, right? Every man for himself, that might be fine for you, but a lot of us here have families to look after. How can you compare yourself to us? The street performer pointed at the couple who had gone first so quickly. It's true that I don't have a wife and son, but if I did, I would never let my son see me resorting to these methods, even if it meant I died, let alone guide him into doing it himself. If a child grows up to be a bad apple, it's the parents who are to blame. If you were that eager to save him, why didn't you make your child take a stab at you instead? The wife covered her face and wept bitterly. Don't curse my son. If you must curse me instead. The husband was furious. Are you listening to yourself? You want my son to kill his own father and mother? What a reckless disregard for ethical principles! Although the street performer probably didn't understand what he meant, he retorted, Murder is murder. At least it'd be courageous to sacrifice yourself for your son. Speaking of which, why don't any of you guys try going for the weird-looking guy in the mask? Upon hearing that, White No-Face burst out in laughter. The crowd was both terrified and furious. Their fear was directed at the monster, and their anger was directed at the street performer. They hushed their voices and chided him. You, shut your mouth! What if they accidentally angered the monster? But the street performer saw through them immediately. Oh, so you don't have the balls to kill the big evil guy, so you chose someone else to stab instead? Unable to suffer such humiliation from a simple brute like him any longer, someone shouted. This fellow won't stop preaching at us. Here I thought he might have some bright ideas, but after taking a closer look at that deathly pale face of his, I'd say he probably only has a couple of days left to live at most. That's why he talks so big. If you're so righteous, why don't you sacrifice yourself to help get us all out of this predicament? I don't want to sacrifice myself, but neither does anyone else, the street performer countered. Who does? Do you? How about you? But at least I won't stab anyone. But he's different, someone said. How so? Asked the street performer. He's a god, saved the common people. He said that himself. Also, he can't die. The street performer was about to keep arguing, but Xie Lian couldn't hold back any longer. He coughed weakly and called out. But buddy, hey, buddy! Because of the stab wound he'd already sustained, his voice was quite faint. Still, the street performer turned to look. Xie Lian's voice was filled with gratitude. Thank you, but just forget about it. If the street performer kept arguing, he'd probably get beaten up, and Xie Lian remembered that the man's grave internal injuries had been caused by their competition. Guilty at heart, he repeated. Thank you. Your injuries from shattering boulders on your chest, have they healed? Huh? What are you saying? How could I have been hurt? Boulder shattering is my specialty, the street performer exclaimed proudly. The man refused to lose face even in a situation like this. It was practically the same as claiming to be completely fine while spitting out mouthfuls of blood, and Xie Lian wanted to laugh. Yeah, that touched me a little. Just the fact, like this person, in spite of all this, wants to uphold his own beliefs. Murder is still murder. He would not do this, and he would not make a child of his do this. And, maybe if he was really faced with that situation, things would have changed, I don't know. But the fact that he's standing here, upholding those morals, this is very much a Xie Lian sort of trait. This is Xie Lian as the Crown Prince of Xianle, wanting to uphold this in spite of everything. And yeah. And Xie Lian saw that, and he is grateful for it, but also this situation is not going to be solved by that one act of kindness. But oh my god, that one act of kindness. That man is so going to die. The man refused to lose face even in a situation like this. It was practically the same as claiming to be completely fine while spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Xie Lian wanted to laugh. Suddenly, a person pointed at the street performer and screamed, "It's spreading! It's spreading!" Xie Lian was stunned, as was the street performer. Following the pointing finger, the street performer touched his face. As expected, he felt something uneven. Oh my god. If he turns around and does this now, I'm going to be so heartbroken. The people around him immediately moved away. Xie Lian opened his mouth, wanting to call the street performer over. But to do what? To get him to fatally stab him too? The words were lost in his throat. In the moment, while Xie Lian hesitated, the street performer stroked his face several more times, then dashed out of the temple. Shout out to my man, the street performer. Seeing the action unfold, Xie Lian called after him. "Where are you going? Come back! If you don't retreat, it will spread." But the man only ran even faster and hollered over his shoulder, "I'm not coming back! If I said I won't do it, then I won't do it!" And soon his figure disappeared. The disfigured wretches around the temple somehow knew that the man was one of them now and didn't block his path. Xie Lian continued to call out until he couldn't see the man's shadow anymore. The people below the altar began to mutter amongst themselves. "It's over, he's gone! That idiot! It'll spread regardless of where he runs. It's already too late. He's already infected. He couldn't have gone down the mountain to kill others, right?" The words that the street performer had said before he left held the people in the temple at bay. Time passed, and no one went forward to pick up the sword. The situation had stalled. Xie Lian couldn't tell if he felt joy, worry, or fear. But most importantly, he didn't know what to do next. As he was fighting to clear his mind, someone stood up. "Can I say something?" It was a middle-aged man. Xie Lian looked up and thought the man seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where their paths had crossed. Oh my fucking god, is it? No, oh my lord. While Xie Lian was still trying to remember, the man announced, "To tell you the truth, he tried to rob me." Oh my fucking god, I knew it! Xie Lian was shocked into silence. It was that man. The crowd was stunned. Rob? Isn't he a crown prince? Isn't he a god? He robbed someone? "It's the absolute truth," the man confirmed. "So what are you trying to say?" "Nothing. I just wanted to let everyone know that he tried to steal." The man crouched again after he finished his statement. The temple fell into a solemn silence again after the outburst. That single statement had planted a seed of darkness within their hearts. Robbery. Another scream came from below the altar. My leg! It feels strange!" Again? And to their surprise, it wasn't just one person this time. Another cried out, "Me too, my back! Someone please help check my back!" No one dared to approach either of them, so they had to show their bodies from a distance. One rolled up their pant leg while the other took off his top. After getting a clear look at the state of their bodies, the screams of terror erupted from the crowd. The disease was so advanced that the lesions on their bodies had fully taken shape. "How did it grow that fast? Did you guys forget? We've been stuck here for a long time. But how did they not notice? It didn't grow in an obvious place, and it's only a little itchy. How could I have known it had turned into this?" It's over. We probably all have it growing on us already. Quick, everyone, do a checkup. Inspect your body." It was pure chaos inside the Temple of the Crown Prince. Screams rang out through the air as the inspection went on, and just as expected, Quite a few of them already had lesions surfacing all over their bodies that they simply hadn't noticed. And now that they found them, they saw that the lesions had already formed all 5 facial features. Like they had sensed the situation inside, the disfigured wretches outside the Temple of the Crown Prince danced even more wildly, hand in hand. A thick fog of dread had spread rapidly through the temple in all directions. Xie Lian's heart pounded non-stop, like it was about to break through his chest. From what he remembered, human face disease took some time to spread. Why was it manifesting so quickly tonight? White no-face. It had to be white no-face. Xie Lian whipped his head around to look at the cold-eyed spectator who had started all this. But before he could open his mouth, someone shot to their feet. Panting heavily and eyes bloodshot, the person began to criticize Xie Lian. You're a god, you're a crown prince, yet you dare to commit robbery! Oh my god. Xie Lian was dumbfounded, not understanding why the man had brought up that incident now of all times. The man cut him off sharply. We worshipped you, and what do? Rob people? What did you bring? A plague? He brought a plague. Shock was written across Xie Lian's face. Me? It wasn't me, I only... The crowd's patience had finally reached its breaking point. With red-rimmed eyes, nearly 100 people surrounded Xie Lian. The one that was closest grabbed the black sword from the ground. Xie Lian stopped breathing. The man shakily grasped the black sword, mumbling, You need to do penance for your sins, right? You need to atone, right? The dark blade coursed with chilling light. Xie Lian's fear soared to its peak. There were so many people. If every single one of them stabbed him with that sword, what would be left of him by the end? There was something that Xie Lian feared even more than the thought of being endlessly stabbed until nothing remained of him but an indistinguishable pile of flesh riddled with thousands of holes. He had a vague, yet terrifying feeling that, should he allow them to do this, he might lose a part of himself that would never return. Unwilling to consider this any further, Xie Lian couldn't help but cry out, Help! But before the phrase, help me, could leave his throat, the same icy black blade was thrust into his body once again. Xie Lian's eyes widened in horror. The razor-sharp sword was stabbed in, then pulled out. The next person followed without wasting a second, and the next stab was shoved into practically the same spot. The sound locked in Xie Lian's throat finally broke free, and a long, painful scream tore through his entire body. The anguished scream was so piercing that the people around him were gutted by the sound. Some closed their eyes and turned their faces away. Don't let him scream! Let's speed things up and get this job done fast! Xie Lian felt someone muffle his mouth and restrain his hands and feet. Hold him down and don't let him fall, someone instructed. Also, don't stab off the mark. It doesn't count if it's not fatal. Line up one by one, no cutting the line. I told you guys not to cut. I was there first. Which areas are fatal? How do I know if it counts? Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Just aim for the heart, throat, or stomach. If you're not sure you stabbed that fatal area, do it again. No way! Where is everyone else supposed to stab if you get more than one turn? The initial hesitation and reluctance had turned into nonchalance. The more time that passed, the more fluid their movements became. The sword moved endlessly in and out. Xie Lian's eyes were open, as wide as they could be throughout. Fat tears rolled down his face. Deep down, a voice silently, viscerally screamed. Help me. Help me, help me, help me. Help me, help me, help, 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 help me. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts, 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 it hurts. Why can't I die? Why can't I die? Xie Lian wanted to wail with the most devastating sound, but his throat couldn't gasp out a single word. It had probably already been sliced through. He wanted to trash wildly from the pain. It was like suffering the sum agony of countless lifetimes, and he didn't know if he'd be able to feel any other pain again. He couldn't see anything. The world was pitch black, save for the nearby ball of ghost fire, which burned ferociously. The ghost fire was growing brighter and stronger, but it still couldn't escape the cage of white, no-faces' hands. Xie Lian's own heartbreaking screams couldn't be heard, but he could hear another heart-wrenching wail that seemed to come from the flame. Although it wasn't him, it felt like he was the one making that sound. Its pain was the same as his own. In the end, Xie Lian couldn't hang on to his sanity. His consciousness had completely shattered, and he was left to blankly gurgle from his throat. Suddenly, an explosion shook the temple of the Crown Prince, and a raging ocean of flames burst forth. A chorus of screams rang out. The searing fire set everything ablaze. None escaped. Ghost fire surged like blazing ocean waves in an instant. The hundreds living humans inside the temple of the Crown Prince were reduced to 100 sets of charcoal black bones. When the flame gradually subsided and coalesced once again, the tiny ball of ghost fire was no more. In its place, the figure of a young man was gradually taking shape. The young man dropped to his knees in front of the scorched black surface of the altar. Bent over deeply, he clutched his head in both hands. He bellowed an immense, devastating pain. He didn't dare look at what had become of the person lying on the altar, for what lay there didn't resemble a human anymore. Bones and skulls were strewn all over the interior of the temple of the Crown Prince. White No-Face cackled uncontrollably as he turned and left the temple. The raging fire hadn't stopped at the temple's doors. Even the frenzied, disfigured victims outside had been reduced to dried corpses and piles of waste. As if blind to the devastation, White No-Face tread across the ashen charcoal remains. The entire forest, no, the entire mountain, trembled in agony and grief. Countless black shadows flew upward into the night sky, souls of the local dead scrambling in terror to escape the resting place, but as strong as the wind scattered them in all directions. A gigantic mass of black clouds slowly rotated above the temple of the Crown Prince, rumbling restlessly. It resembled a colossal demonic eye. This was the birth of a great evil, the signs of a wrath ghost taking form. I actually don't know what to say. Oh my god, Lian, it's too soon. We can't be doing this joke now. So, that was a lot. I think I might have developed needle phobia. Why am I a corkboard goddess? There were so many pins in a corkboard. There are so many things that can be stabbed through things on a corkboard. I might have to rethink my branding now that I'm discovering new things about myself. Holy shit, a lot happened in those last couple of pages. Did I even realize what was happening? Okay, let's think back. The ghost fire. He fucking put that place on fire. He burned it all down. This is where his temple burning escapade started, I guess. Excuse my humor, I am trying to cheer myself up. Goddess, I need it. You know, right? You know I need it. You stay there. Holy fucking shit, he burned that shit to the ground. Every single person there burned to a crisp. After all that. And am I a horrible person? Since I felt fucking relieved that that happened. I might be a terrible person, Xie Lian, I'm so sorry. So Xie Lian lost consciousness. And he didn't see that. I don't think he saw it, right? In that last line. On that second to last page, I think he didn't see that happening. He didn't see that all these people got burned to a crisp. They don't exist anymore. And then he did not see Hua-Cheng. Honger took form. He became a man, right? He took the form of a man. The birth of a wrath ghost. It was not about Xie Lian in some weird pseudo-god human ghost thing. It was the birth of Hua-Cheng as a wrath ghost. It was him as a ghost flame, like he has been, I don't know, floating around, building his strength, and finally becoming a wrath. And this is what it took. Witnessing this, and then committing that act of arson, mass murder, in combination. Yeah, that's what it was. The birth of Hua-Cheng as a wrath. But Xie Lian wasn't conscious for this part. Now I'm wondering why Xie Lian, so Xie Lian never saw him as the ghost? Or maybe Hua-Cheng was able to hide himself better after this? I don't know, I am so unsure what exactly would have happened after this. But Bai Wuxiang seemed pretty happy with his results. And Bai Wuxiang has been, watching Hua-Cheng the ghost fire, holding him, making him watch. Like, was this part of what he was doing? I don't really understand what his intentions were with the ghost fire and everything, but Hua-Cheng took form. He's a wrath ghost now, and Bai Wuxiang left. For what? Does he think his goal was complete? Because, I mean, we get to join Xie Lian on that little journey, and everything inside his psyche at that point. The common folk are not worthy. And like for a while there, he seemed like he was very like, whatever, just do it. Like he even wanted to shout after the street performer, that's my man, the street performer, to get him to come back and stab him. But then they started, the robbery thing came back, and I think maybe that is kind of the key here. They use something as petty and small as attempted robbery, and then they use that to escalate the reasoning into oh, you brought a plague, you need to atone. And it's very, very different even from the reasoning before that. And then it's just a free-for-all. It's a fucking free-for-all, and it's... That scene was so hard to read. That was so hard to read. I don't think I've ever read a scene quite like that. Where the actions are so... they're... like, it's the chaos of it, it's the feelings of it, it's the situation as a whole, but also, like, as I'm reading, I just feel violated. It's such a violating scene. And, like, I don't know if that was intentional at all, but there's a lot of, I don't know what you'd call them, like, there's some imagery here. Not a euphemism per se, but, like, there's definitely imagery there that if he lets them do this, he will not come out the same on the other end. He'll lose a part of himself, something. I don't remember the words correctly, and then all of that, the repetitive actions, and then just what remains. It's not human. Yeah. So there is that level to consider as well, but the whole scene, just everything in the context of the story as well, with just coming back to the ghost flame, coming back to Hongjing coming into the world as a wrath, screaming in agony, because his one wish was to protect his beloved one. That is what we start Arc 2 with. His one wish is to protect Xie Lian. And then this fucking happens. So yeah, he comes into the world as a wrath, screaming, and leaving devastation in his wake. It's poetic, but it's so heart-wrenching. And I'm like, where do we go from here? Has Xie Lian just blacked out this entire part of his memory? And obviously he wasn't there for, like, Huacheng arriving as a wrath, as he did just now. Oh my god, I have to remove my little ghost fire already for the next read. I don't wanna. You can stay up there for now. You're literally the light that carried me through this. These last 100 pages. Oh my lord. This was devastating. Is this what you all meant? This is not done yet. There were no dividing pages. We're still continuing. Things are still happening. Is this gonna go further down? Are we going even further down? Or is this like, please, is this the bottom? Can this please be the bottom? Because holy shit. Oh my god. You're so pretty, you're so cute. I'll not let anything happen to you ever again. Oh my baby. Oh my god, Xie Lian, I am so sorry. I'm so glad I never stabbed you. Imagine in an alternative universe if I had stabbed his fucking pictures to the board in that second episode of me watching the show, and then coming to this point. I would never forgive myself. Huacheng can burn me too. I would, oh my gosh. Some things were just meant to be. Some things are just fated. My lord. Summarized, this was something. It was a very intense start to this arc. I say start, we've read like more than 100 pages of this arc. This arc is a lot. It is definitely fed on top, like fed by everything we know from the second arc already, and the pieces of information we get are informing things that we sort of know about from Arc 3 as well. This is, writing-wise, this is a lot of fun. We get so many mood shifts, and honestly, I am so impressed with how well MXDX balances this. Like, the way she writes Xie Lian's depression is actually so well done. I recognize so many of these feelings and the actions he's taking and just the corners he's kind of writing himself into. And then how she balances this with like these bursts of victories that are all smothered. And it's... honestly, I hate reading this, but it's so well done. So big kudos for all of that, I guess. And the fact that the thing with the ghost fire following us throughout all of this, it is so good. because even though like this is not a time of Walian, but we've just gotten that big, you know, their confession in just the previous chapters before Arc 4, and like we know that we're going strong, and then we get to go back and see, well, this is what Hua Chang actually meant in Arc 3 every time he brought this up, and it's heart-wrenching, but at the same time, seeing him there gives you that feeling of hope that Xie Lian was not alone. In a lot of these scenes, he was not alone. He had this little ghost fire that was constantly there, who saw all these things and who tried so hard to protect him, despite having died so pitifully himself. And of course, Xie Lian rescues him a couple of times, and it's beautiful, it's wonderful. Oh my god. So yeah, the whole thing, the depression, the confrontations, the fights, the conversations between Xie Lian and Fengxian, Xie Lian and Muqing, Xie Lian and his parents and everyone else, all that. This fucking street performer. I'm impressed. I'm so impressed, and I had a great time despite having a terrible time. What else do you want me to say? We have... Oh my god, I'm gonna have to re-listen to this. Oh my god. Trimming is gonna be such a pain this time. For like, not just because it's a lot of work. It's gonna be a pain. Might I even say, it will hurt. It already hurts. Oh, fuck. So, should we do the tally? Let's do the tally. There were no gagas. There was a gaga from like this brothel worker, but no gagas. Sunlang's not here to say any gagas. No gaga tally. Laugh or cry. Surprisingly, we added a laugh or cry in the laugh or cry tally, so we have a total of 4 laugh or cries for volume 6 so far. There we go. And we added a few ellipsis replies. There weren't a lot of them this time around. There was like a few for, like 1 for others, a couple for Xie Lian, I think. So they're still around, but the writing style of these last few chapters, it's a little bit more like Arc 2, but it's its own thing as well. Again, a lot of time is dedicated to really letting us feel Xie Lian's depression and how he's feeling. And that was a good choice, I think. We kind of need to live ourselves into his state of mind. The combination of him, you know, feeling like maybe this is in my head, / this is real, nobody believes me, and yeah, and then this whole scene. We'll have a lot to discuss in the next pre-discussion. I'm probably gonna have to look at a lot of things, such as the Xianle Trio is something I really want to talk about, and I want to talk about Bai Wuxiang, his motivations, and the little nuggets of information he's been planting with us, and see if there's anything else I'll catch, as well as, well, I've already ranted about how much I love Hua Cheng's inclusion in this arc, but yeah, this is peak actually. How can I be so satisfied and yet be so sad? Holy shit. My eyes are so... I'm gonna need some eye patches, some ice please, some more hydration. This was great, I say. Ice rimmed and still puffy. 100 out of 10 would recommend. Oh my god, stop! Well, I guess there's nothing more to say from my end other than... How did you fare reading these last chapters? Did you have a great time, like I did? Let me know, I'm super excited to hear from you in the comments. What was your first reaction? Do you remember reading through Arc 4? And yeah, who was your comfort character and why was it Ghostfire Hong Honger? Anyway, this has been Amelia, aka Spaced Out Puffin, and I will see you in the next one.